It is an absolutely glorious day. Feels like summer today at Aqueduct Racetrack. We'll see Ouster this afternoon in race number 4, who has had 3 victories in his last 4 starts. The 5-year-old has been remarkably consistent for Mark Hennig with a 100 buyer speed figure last time out. Perhaps standing in his way is another consistent runner, Majority Partner, who stretches back out in distance, looking to navigate the mile today and get back to the winner's circle. It's a big week at Oaklawn Park. Tomorrow, it's a battle of the heavyweights in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Secret Oath is the 4-5 morning line favorite. Kentucky Oaks winner will go to battle with Clairiere, multiple Grade 1 winner who finished second behind Secret Oath last time out in the Azeri, as they both made their first starts of the season. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Those flowers in the paddock are not real, but if they were, they would be blooming. It is a beautiful afternoon. A look at New York City's skyline from New York City's racetrack. So glad to have you with us on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal. Pleased to be joined by Jonathan Kinchin in town with us this weekend. Nice to have a chance to do the show with you today, and you brought the warm weather with you.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, it's crazy. I'm used to being in Texas. It's being hot. And then I get up here and I think I get to put on some long sleeve shirt or some pants, and now I'm sweating. It's very warm up here today, but I guess I gotta get used to Saratoga weather, so I'm starting to ease my way into it.
And we are clashing a little bit with the patterns. I should have known better than to wear a patterned shirt when sharing the desk with Jonathan. So hopefully you're not going a little dizzy while you're watching. We'll take a look at the field for race 4 today. As mentioned in the open, we have some really consistent and in-form horses that will be going head-to-head. It's a mile on the main track in this first level allowance. And as we take a look at Ouster, who ran a 100 buyer speed figure last time out when winning by 5 lengths from Mark Hennig. This is a horse, JK, that's been in terrific form lately. Yeah,
look, you can't ignore a horse who can run these types of numbers, who's running in, like you said, in this type of form. He's drawn towards the inside. I didn't think he broke particularly well last time, but he ended up working out a nice trip, and he did it well. And look, when I first looked at this race, I was like, oh, Ouster's going to win. Then I got a little bit further down, and Majority Partner is going to probably make him earn it.
Majority Partner, another horse that has been consistent and has been in good form. One that the distance is a little bit of an unknown for. However, he did run a very good second at the mile 2 starts back, but we will see him also have a chance to rematch with Lunissima. Lunissima also in that March 11th race going the mile. Lunissima, a horse that we saw win impressively sprinting last time, also stretching back out.
Yeah, Majority Partner ran extremely fast last time in a sprint race, fast early, and he also got a nice final number. When a horse can show that much speed early, it's all about energy to me. It makes me feel going longer. If he can go a little bit slower based on his previous race, he's going to have some energy left for the added distance and the stretch out. I'm not really concerned. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it now. I'm going to pick Majority Partner.
He's been in good form, and he faced another nice Linda Rice horse last time out in Joey Freshwater, who did come back to win the Grade 3 Bayshore and turned out to be a very good claim for the barn. That is race 4, one of the 8 races we have on tap today from Aqueduct in this beautiful Friday afternoon. We're fast and firm. That allowance feature in the 4th coming up. We have races 1 through 9 for you at Oaklawn Park as well. Fast conditions in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Today's races, as always, brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm. You can play along with all of the action by joining Naira Bets. You could earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Horses are in the paddock for the opener at Aqueduct. We'll get into that first race in a little bit. We'll also touch on the battle of the heavyweights to look forward to in the Apple Blossom. Secret Oath versus Clairiere. They were 1-2 in the Azeri last time out. Which filly will come out victorious on Saturday?
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Getting ready for the opener at Aqueduct Racetrack, 6.5 furlongs on a main track. $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life. That's a look at turns and conditions. 4 to 5, though, on the number 4 major spin. Last out winners. We welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with us. And Richie, basking in the sunshine down there?
I really am. I'm working on my tan. It's we went from basically winter to summer in a matter of days. It's very, very warm, and I think that's something we're going to talk about. It's going to be a little bit of the theme of the day for me. We'll talk about every horse of the race, starting with the 1 turns and conditions. Short field at a horse that's been more of a closing type lately, and I actually don't think the scratches help this horse. I like actually bigger fields for a closer because they, things usually tend to heat up, and when a horse is got company, one falls away, another jumps on, and it kind of keeps the pace honest. And I just don't know that turns and conditions is going to get the kind of pace that potentially could have gotten. One World Win Ride certainly can show speed at times. This horse is very wet, but this horse is very wet because this horse was hosed down, and a lot of trainers will hose their horses down with a cold water hose as they come into the paddock, trying to keep their body temperature down. It's hotter up on the racetrack. The dirt actually holds on to some of the heat. It rises. It's probably 10 or 15 degrees hotter in the starting gate. You're in a confined space with a 1,000-pound animal, and that heat rises off them, rises off the dirt, and even hotter on the turf. But he really makes a nice impression for Oscar Barrera here. The 4-horse Major Spin, who is your big favorite. He runs his A race. Probably everybody's running for second. But I don't see any sweat on whatsoever. This horse is bone dry, and this time of year, when it gets warm, I want to see a sweat. I think it shows a horse's natural coolant system is working well. You think about yourself when you overheat, how bad you start feeling. I'm going to keep my eye on him as he warms up and hope that he breaks the sweat, but I take that as a big negative on a short price horse. And now, listen, he may be best, it won't matter, but I think that's potential to get paid when you're looking at horses from a physical perspective. When you see a horse at a short price on a hot day, not sweating. People make so much of horses washing out or sweating. Today, you want to see a good sweat on a horse. And the 5 Charger, he is, the pick of the paddock as far as the physicality. And he may be very well drawn on the outside stalking if the 2-1 whirlwind ride hooks up with the 4 major spin, maybe Charge is the beneficiary of a perfect trip in a short field. And you get Jamie Torres, who is a terrific young rider, a lot of talent, won a race yesterday. Love watching him finish on horses. He does not finish like an apprentice. He's tutored by the master, Angel Cordero himself. Unfortunately, Jamie did incur a 14-day suspension for the spill that took place early in the Wood Memorial Card where Jose Lascano was injured. His horse ducked. I think Jamie could have reacted a bit quicker. I don't think he caused the horse to duck, but you've got to be very, very fast. Your reflexes have to be cat-like, especially when a horse makes a mistake. And I talked to him yesterday. He's handling it like a professional, and he felt terrible about what happened, but just a small hiccup in what I think is a very promising career.
It's all a learning experience. Richie, thank you, of course, Richie, a champion apprentice jockey himself and the one that's won more races than any other rider at Aqueduct. So he knows this track quite well. And one thing, there's many things to love about Richie, but he's always a great mentor to a lot of the young riders coming up, too.
And, you know, the other thing I like about Richie is how he's pointed out that the 4 major spin is not sweating on a warm day and how that could be a cause for concern in terms of performance. I'm glad he's got a good eye for that, because if we're at Saratoga and I'm not sweating, someone needs to call the paramedics.
Indeed. And, we talk about it because, as Richie said, sometimes you hear people making a lot about a horse that's washed out, and oftentimes it's more important to note what's in character for that horse and to take the weather into consideration as well. Major Spin won impressively last time out. This was in the non-winners of 2 condition, was claimed by Orlando Noda that day, and he does step up to face the next level now in the non-winners of 3. And so he has to keep it going. He has to do it again. And Richie pointed out in the paddock maybe some reasons why you might be a little bit dubious at 4 to 5.
Look, I mean, I have no problem with the way that this horse ran last time for Rudy Rodriguez. They dropped pretty aggressively for 25,000. Orlando Noda and the team come in and claim. My biggest issue is just that, you know, at a certain point, a certain time, a Noda claim would be looked at as a positive. But I think just the way that the Noda barn has been going as of late, I don't think you would determine that this would be a positive move to his barn. Now, look, they can get hot at any point. But at 4 to 5, I would need a better, more positive trainer change, at least at the current meet.
The number 5 Charger, who comes in for Rudy Rodriguez, could potentially have a little bit more of a tactical advantage given the fact that he can be forwardly placed. And this is a horse who picks up Jamie Torres, as Richie mentioned, and we see that he had a string of in-the-money finishes, including the second 2 starts back, where he was wide that day and ended up getting up for second, beaten 2 lengths. He's been at this level for a while, but he's run some decent numbers. Yeah,
sometimes I get a little discouraged when I see a horse that's had 4 different opportunities at the level and can't win. It's like, well, like, how perfect does today have to be in order for Charger to get it done? I wouldn't be shocked by any means. Like you said, tactical, drawn towards the outside, a great combination in dirt racing. You can kind of keep your face clean. You're also in the clear. You're not going to get stopped. Like I said, wouldn't be shocked if Charger won. I'm just not crazy about the price, considering that he's had a lot of opportunities at this level.
If you have some doubts about those 2 horses we just touched on, what are we'll get to that thought in a moment. Who else you might prefer? We'll meet the fabulous 4, starting off with the 1 Turns and Conditions.
Yeah, ran okay last time, but this is a horse that just never really seems to run all that great.
Here's another who could be forwardly placed, 1 Whirlwind Ride.
Yeah, I'm going to pick this horse. I have a feeling this horse could make the lead with an aggressive ride, and I don't trust the top 2 choices.
Actually, the biggest price on the board, too, at 4 to 1. Here's your favorite Major Spin.
Yeah, like I said, the Noda barn this year and this meet, 9%, typically a 14% trainer, just down a little bit from what they usually do.
4 to 5, a very short price right now. Here is the number 5 Charger.
Yeah, I mean, worked out the best draw here, being drawn to the outside with a horse that has a little bit of tactical speed, has nice final figures. I'm just not crazy about this one. I was hoping the 2 would be a little bit of a bigger price, in all honesty, with the 2 and the 5 being so close in price. I suppose I would prefer the 5. Let's see what the final odds go off at. But I just think the 2 has a tactical edge in here.
One whirlwind ride, 4-1 right now. The opener from Aqueduct coming up in a bit, as well as a lot more conversation of what's to come at Oaklawn Park. A rematch in the Apple Blossom, Secret Oath, and Clairiere will go head-to-head. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this. Stay with us. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the vertical 50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, in the vertical 50, 50, in the vertical 50, we're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million, hold on, $2 million, $2 million 50, all through, and I have, boom, thank you both, $2 million, Roger's way, good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we're getting ready to kick off our live racing action today on this Friday. Taking a look at the opener, the number 2, One Whirlwind Ride. Jonathan, I know the one that you prefer, and this is a horse that was facing significantly tougher last time out.
Yeah, I mean, the drop helped a little bit. Didn't do a ton of running in there, but, you know, it did, like I said, was facing tougher, was involved in the pace. And I think when they're facing tougher and they're in a fast pace, when other horses might start to get tired and slow down, when you're facing better, they're still there. So they're putting more pressure on you, which makes it even harder. And then when you stop harder than if you had something, a little bit of an easier test. And so I just felt on the drop, with the speed this horse had, that One Whirlwind Ride made a lot of sense. Now, like I said before the break, the comparison in price between the 2 and the 5, I didn't expect it to be that close. And when that situation happens, this is a game of zigging and zagging. Like I said, I'm pick the 2, I'll stick to the 2. But with them so close in price, I actually think the 5's a better wager at this point.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/T schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. You know, Mitch Levitas is directing. We get a nice flag shot like that. I know you missed that. He wanted you to know that it was a little breezy out there.
He's you know, he likes to. He gave me bad advice on a train one day, and my life has basically been ruined ever since.
Oh, he gave me chocolate today, so I can't say anything bad against him. Let's go back to Richie trackside.
Actually, guys, it's warmer today than yesterday and less of a breeze than yesterday. It's actually much more summer-like than even yesterday. But going to the 2, One Whirlwind Ride, you know, as a race rider, and there's a big difference between being a jockey and a race rider. There are a lot of jockeys, a lot of licensed people to ride horses. Being a race rider is committing to a craft and knowing horses' habits and also knowing riders' habits. And Luis Rodriguez Castro, he's a rider that likes to go. He's aggressive. He sends his horses. If I'm handicapping this race, if I'm riding this race and I'm riding against him, I'm going to count on his mounts being more forward and more involved. So I do think this horse will show good speed, and I'm counting on him at least entertaining or keeping the 4 Major Spin busy or even outrunning him. Now, the problem with one Whirlwind Ride is 2 wins, 10 seconds. I almost picked him, and that kind of, shifted me away from him a little bit, but someone's going to win this race in a 4-horse field. Major Spin moved great on the racetrack, looks good, but didn't get the sweat on that I like to see, and that's a negative to me. And at a short price, I will try to beat him. Orlando Noda does good work. That's no indictment of his conditioner. Some horses don't sweat as well, and on warm days, that's something you have to incorporate into your handicapping arsenal. The horse that checked all the boxes for me was the 5 Charger. You get a 5-pound break in the weights with an apprentice, Jamie Torres, who it really looks good on a horse, and that's an advantage right there. Rudy Rodriguez from the outside. Now, he's compiled more seconds than wins, 5 seconds, 2 wins. I just think he's going to sit the trip, and he ticks the boxes from a physical perspective. So that's where I landed, the 5 Charger.
3-1 right now on the board. Richie, thank you. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with this showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at naira.com/showdown today. Early pick 5 kicking off here. There's a look at your favorite at 4 to 5. And once again, Richie talked about, as you touched on in the paddock too, Jonathan, about the fact that he didn't feel like this horse was sweating as he should be, that maybe he just wasn't showing the reaction to the weather that he should be. And the reasons that we talk about is because it often is a reflection of something that may be going on inside, and that's why it could be affecting how this horse would run. And if you have some questions at 4 to 5, this is an opportunity to take a bit of a shot against.
Yeah, I mean, look, we joke about it all the time. I've got no problem taking favorites in lots of different situations. They win more often than they don't. But I need everything to be perfect. I need everything to kind of look perfect, and I've got no problem with 4 to 5. But when you have questions, when you have moving to the barn of that is not going as well as they typically go, when you have a horse that, when Richie points out that on a warm day is not sweating, those are all kind of a horse that was pretty dropped aggressively last time. There's possible negatives there, and at 4 to 5, horse can absolutely win and still might win. But I just need a little bit better situation.
We'll see how it turns out. Race 1 from Aqueduct coming up, 4 to 5 on Major Spin. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Charger last to load to the outside. Major Spin just hesitating briefly. Major Spin, Manny Franco. Stepping back here. Now goes in. Here's Charger. Charger steps forward and in. All set. And they're off. Charger breaks well from the outside, and 1 Whirlwind Ride has the speed. It's 1 Whirlwind Ride who's up by a full length. Charger to the outside in second. Maybe a step slow for the favorite, Major Spin, who's going to join this leader. And here's Major Spin to challenge early, and now head and head with 1 Whirlwind Ride. The one at the back is Turns and Conditions. It's now 2.5 lengths off the lead. It's a pace duel up front. Major Spin, the favorite, is now a neck in front of at the rail 1 Whirlwind Ride. They went 22-2 for that opening quarter. Right off of them is Charger, and Charger is sitting in that pocket, is in third, is now looming up on the outside of 1 Whirlwind Ride, who starts to lose some ground. Major Spin's got the lead, but had to work to get there. The trailer is Turns and Conditions. 1 Whirlwind Ride is back for more. Tips into the 2-path. Major Spin is still a neck in front. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and here comes Charger and Jamie Torres looming up on the outside. They went 46-1 for that half-mile time. 3 across the racetrack, and Major Spin is still there. It's Major Spin who kicks for home. Up on the outside is Charger, and Turns and Conditions was sitting at the back, and Turns and Conditions has passed them all. It's Turns and Conditions just blowing by the field and opening up 3-4 widening lengths as approaching approaching the 16th pole. It is going to be all turns and conditions from last to first. Matty Olver, they get a nice score. It's turns and conditions over Charger, then one Whirlwind Ride, who came back for third, over Major Spin in the opener in 1 minute 17 and 3.
Turns and conditions with a big late round apprentice, Matty Olver, with the win. And as we had discussed prior, this was a race that we had some questions about. Major Spin, he winds up fourth at 4 to 5, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're sitting back on a horse like the one, turns and conditions, and you look in front of you, and the 2 makes the lead, and then the 4 to 5 favorite runs at the 2, takes the lead from him, then the 2 and the 5 kind of rush up outside of the 4. You got to feel like, okay, this thing might fall apart. That's exactly what happened. It was a really great ride by Maddie, just to kind of sit back, wait, and let it unfold, and then she ran away from him late, drawing away. Closers usually nail them at the wire. They don't end up opening up by 6 lengths. That was pretty impressive.
A nice performance from Turns and Conditions today. Matty Olver, a longtime exercise rider for Christophe Gallant, took out her rider's license this year as an apprentice jockey, and starting throughout the winter here at Aqueduct, even in the winter when a lot of the quote-unquote big names go to other tracks, Jonathan, New York is not an easy place to start as a jockey. This is the deepest jockey colony.
No, because even when Irad and Johnny and Jose and Louie and Joel leave, Manny's still here, and Kendrick's still here, and Trevor's still here, and Dylan's still here. It's not like, oh, they all left, now it's easy. It's still hard.
Absolutely. Matty Olver with the win. 5 to 1 price on Turns and Conditions at 1.524 in the opener at Aqueduct. As promised, we have a great weekend coming up at Oaklawn Park, and that means we have a big team in play as well. Happy to welcome in Paul Aduca, Lafitte Pinkai. Lafitte, glad to have you all here, and looking forward to an exciting weekend at Oaklawn Park, including that apple blossom tomorrow.
Acacia, really one of the highlights of the meet. It is Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares, Paul. The apple blossom, you go back through the history and you see some of the names that have won this race, and Hall of Famers and champions. And tomorrow, while we only have a field of 4, it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. What it lacks in depth in terms of field size, it does make up for in quality.
Well, I guess the term small but mighty is going to apply tomorrow for America's Best Race of the week. And it's Claire against Secret Oath. Some people might make a little bit of a case for Hot and Sultry to maybe go away from this field and be the lone speed. But when you go back and you look at the Azeri Lafitte, Secret Oath was just so impressive. It was the first time she ever got a Lasix. Clariere seemed like she lagged behind a little bit. And, you know, Tyler Gaffalione just took no chances and said, let's just go around this field. And she was very, very impressive.
This is her home track. Secret Oath, she rarely loses here, and that looked like the Secret Oath we saw the first half of last year, Paul, leading into the Kentucky Oaks.
It really was. And when, you know, talking to Dwayne after the race, you know, he had said that she had put on more weight, and she's gotten bigger, which is even more impressive. And you see there the tail of the tape, and it's pretty close. I think Clariere,
close.
With a 4-horse field defeat, Clariere, who's a horse that sometimes gets detached from the field, maybe with 4 horses can stay somewhat detached, and then they can be a little bit closer at the wire.
A jock's race, just a field of 5, a field of 4, and it is the same distance as the Azeri, mile and a 16th Apple Blossom, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, standing by in her hotel room, we understand.
You know, Lafitte, I think I'm just going to do my hits from my room today. I mean, I can see the horses warming up on track. I can see you guys in the infield, people over in the grandstand. And in between hits, I can go downstairs, maybe get a massage at the Astral Spa, hang out by the pool, go check out the Oak Room or the Bugler for some lunch. But seriously, this place is amazing. It is an all-inclusive racing experience where you can go downstairs, go to the casino, play a couple hands of blackjack, then walk right through, and you end up in the paddock. I mean, there's nowhere else like it. No other racetrack in the country that offers what Oaklawn does for the racing fan and the gambler. So the thing is, I can't really do that. I'm on the clock. So we are going to hit up downtown and check out all that Hot Springs has to offer. Come with us.
How great is that? And Paul, for viewers that haven't been here at Oaklawn Park in that hotel right on the first turn, it's literally like a big Derrick Henry 250-yard Sunday, right? It's like a 250-yard walk, it feels like, from your door to the paddock, as Maggie mentioned, and here to the racetrack.
Yeah, when you wake up early, you can watch the horses train in the morning. It's really, really a ton of serenity when you stay in, especially the trackside rooms as well. And by the way, I do that same treatment to my hair every morning.
It's working beautifully.
Thank you.
Beautifully.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Maggie Wolfendale will be here for the weekend Apple Blossom tomorrow afternoon. Grade 1 Apple Blossom. First things first on this eve of the Apple Blossom, the Friday program. Horses are in the paddock. $10,000 maiden claimers, 6 furlongs, fillies, and mares. And you're looking at the current favorite, Coromandel, at 6-5 in those short leaf colors. The first from Oaklawn when we come back.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 1 at Aqueduct is in the books. It went to the number 1, Turns and Conditions, who did end up getting pace to run at after all. Apprentice Matty Oliver in the saddle, as this son of Will Take Charge came rolling late.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we talked about earlier, the 2 made the lead. The 4, the favorite, made a kind of a middle move at the 2. And the race just completely fell apart. All 3 of those horses that were involved in the pace, feels like they kind of threw on the emergency brake here, and Matty Oliver in the 1 just kept rolling down the middle of the track. Like I said, opening up as a closer, they must have really been stopping behind her.
Big run from Turns and Conditions, who kicks away from the rest of the field to win the opener. Ended up being 5-1, $12.80 winner in race 1 at Aqueduct. As we stay on the main track for race number 2, be going a mile on the main track. But before we do that, we're just a few minutes away from the opener at Oaklawn Park. So let's head back over to Lafitte and Paul. Gentlemen, I hope you have your hair all set now. You have to live up to Maggie's standards.
Bar has been raised. Bar has been significantly raised. The bar is kind of low for these maiden claimers we're looking at here. The little will go a long way. Post-parade race 1, 6 furlong sprint, fillies and mares. We start with Star tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a horse that debuted going long, then sprinted last time. Emptied the tank a little bit late, but I would think Tyler Bays and Ingrid Mason here could be dangerous on the front end.
Peaceful Moment, 7 race maiden, second in 2 of those. Scratch the 3, then the favorite, Coromandel at 6-5.
Yeah, Lindsay Schultz has been on fire, and this is a horse that has not seen a fast track since being in her barn.
Handicapping 6-1 contender.
Yeah, not that bad. You know, she's been in some big fields, so I give her a little bit of a look here.
Brooks all in and outsider. Then number 7, Twinking Irish, just 2 losses thus far.
You know, but you look back at this filly's first race, it was good at this level. Again, she's another filly who hasn't seen a fast track. I think the 6-1 is warranted. She'll be showing up late.
Preordained, first-time starter, Cold on the board, 18-1. Then finally Rowdy Daisy on the outside and David Cabrera.
Yeah, Cabrera gets aboard. And this is a horse that's, you know, run some decent races, 3rd, 4th. I mean, has been there at this level. So 8-1, I think about the right price.
Graduation day for one of these maiden claimers. 6-furlong sprint, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, 3 minutes to post. We check in with Maggie with a special guest from the Arlington Hotel. Maggie.
Got it. Thanks, Lafitte, and so pleased to be here at the Arlington Hotel. Such an historic place, and pleased to be joined by the executive administrator, Gay Harden. And Gay, talk a little bit about this beautiful room that we're in here. We have the nice bar, but also these murals. It's such a, you feel the history when you walk into this place.
Yes, it is a very special place. This is our lobby. It is just a great hub for visiting. People sit down here and play cards and visit together. We have live entertainment on weekends, so this place will be full with families dancing and just having a good time. The murals are very special to the Arlington. There's on each side, and they do hold a special story. The artists that did them did these back in the 60s, and one side, to make it short, one side is happy, the animals are happy and smiling, the other side is sad because the romance that he had here went downhill. So when he finished it, the animals were sad on the other side. And there's a writing in French that says to, I think her name was Grace, who should have stayed. So that's kind of a sad story. But
a really interesting one, because I didn't notice that at all. But looking over there, yeah, the monkey looks as though he's going to cry. But talk a little bit about the history. I mean, obviously you touched on the murals, but this place goes back to the late 1800s. Notably, a lot of gangsters came through here, and the most recognizable one, Al Capone. I know he had his own room here that he would stay in and conduct a lot of business.
Well, yes, as the story goes. This is actually the third Arlington. This one was built in 1924, had grand opening on New Year's Eve. You're right, there's been many dignitaries, politicians, movie stars, and gangsters. Al Capone did used to come here. His room is on the 4th floor. We have a suite named after him, and his entourage would occupy the whole 4th floor. That suite overlooked what is now the Wax Museum, used to be the old Southern Club, and he, as the story goes, would look out the window there and watch the comings and goings. He was probably our most infamous guest, along with Babe Ruth and several others.
Well, Gay, thank you for quite a history lesson in a short minute here about the Arlington, and thank you for all that you do. And guys, coming up next, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the life of Al Capone and many other gangsters, as Mel and I will head up to the Gangster Museum a little bit later.
Probably not haunted at all, Paul. Probably not haunted at all. Hot Springs, the history, the Gangsters Museum. Can't wait to see that a little bit later on. And the idea that, you know, Babe Ruth spending so much time here getting ready for Major League Baseball season.
Yeah, it's crazy because I've talked about this many times with you, and I obviously you're a big baseball fan too as well, but the Negro League players as well. I mean, I talked to Buck O'Neil when he was alive, and to have like Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson and guys like that. And a lot of people don't realize Josh Gibson hit over 800 home runs in the Negro Leagues, and a lot of people consider him the real home run champion. So the eclecticness that they had down here in the Major Leagues, Satchel Paige, you can go on and on. It's really, really amazing.
It's a great racing town, but so much more than just a racing town. Hot Springs, Arkansas, great stuff there. Maggie, again, more on the Gangsters Museum coming up. But first things first, nearing post time. We've reached post time for the opener. Paul, you wound up with the favorite, yes, Cora Mendel, as we revisit her last start, where she finished second. Handicapping, a well-beaten third on that afternoon, going back to the 9th of March right here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, right now the public's betting the 2 fillies between the 1 and the 4. Now, Cora Mendel, this was last time out in a Arkansas bred race, and the one Star of Tomorrow was in an open race, and I thought it was a decent effort. Listen, she had a battle in between horses. She's just going to get out finished here towards the end. What are you going to say? The horse on the inside just basically got up the rail and got the trip, and you could see the Arietta's trying to reach out. I just think this horse back on the main track, and the way Lindsay's going right now, 2-1, but Star of Tomorrow is getting money. My issue with Star of Tomorrow is, this horse came off a mile race, and Lafitte goes to 6 furlongs and kind of emptied out pretty early after that mile race. Maybe a little bit fitter today, but I'm surprised. I thought the 4 would be the favorite, but
that was my question, if you were surprised that she was for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being. And then, like I said, the 7 Twinkling Irish, if this pace gets heated up, I get it. Alan Milligan, 0 for 48. In 30 to 60 days. But this horse was dynamite first time out from way out of it, now back down to this level.
Handicapping, who we watched finish 3rd in that common March 30th race. Well defeated, but some traffic. Had to hesitate for a few jumps. Do you give her a shot to break through in what will be her 5th career start?
She's kind of a funny filly. You don't really know what you're going to get. She got left last time out and closed. And you're right, the race before that, she actually outfooted Coromandel to the front end. So, I wonder what Walter De La Cruz is going to do. I wonder if he's going to try to find that happy median inside. Hopefully she breaks well, and she could be the one that sits a good trip. And you're getting 6-1 on her right now.
By a former Santa Anita Derby winner, Gormley, Handicapping. On paper, at least in the wagering, 2-horse race. Star tomorrow, 9-5, as is Coromandel. We turn things over to Jim Byers for the first on the eve of the Apple Blossom. It's post time.
All in has loaded. In goes Peaceful Moment, Coromandel, Preordained, Handicapping, and wrapping up the loading is Rowdy Daisy. They're in the gate. First of 9, track fast. And they're off. Awkward early strides for Brooks All In. From the inside, Star of Tomorrow is driving off to the early lead. Handicapping was away well today. And then on the inside, Peaceful Moment. Up to the outside, Rowdy Daisy. Rowdy Daisy into 3rd, Peaceful Moment 4th. Coromandel had a little bit of a stuttering start, and she's a joint 4th on the outside. Then a gap of some 4 back to the gray Twinkling Irish, and then Preordained and Brooks All In. 3 furlongs to the finish here, and they're chasing Tyler Bays and Star of Tomorrow, and they're leading Handicapping by a length and a half. And then comes Rowdy Daisy on the outside. She's keeping Coromandel inside as they come for the top of the stretch. Preordained is racing in 5th on the outside and showing a bit of interest. Peaceful Moment is under urging at the inside, 3/16 of a mile to go. Here's Handicapping in the pink. Outside of her is Rowdy Daisy. Farther out is Preordained. Star of Tomorrow still hanging tough right on the inside. It's Rowdy Daisy, Star of Tomorrow, Preordained up on the outside. Star of Tomorrow has fought off the challenges. Can she hold on to the wire? It looked like she held off Rowdy Daisy, but heads were up and down. A photo there. Preordained loomed and ran 3rd.
Star of Tomorrow, stubborn on the lead. Rowdy Daisy trying to wear her down, Paul. Was Star of Tomorrow able to hold on?
Yeah, she was. Most of the time when you watch these replays, the inside gets a giant advantage. You could see that David Cabrera is employing all he can with Rowdy Daisy trying to run down Star of Tomorrow. But Tyler Bays and Ingrid Mason are going to get the job done here in race number 1. I think as your second choice, if I'm not mistaken, as I think your 4 did go off as your favorite, who just flattened out. Had a decent trip, but was never actually the one I don't know favorite. The 4 was never ever in this race. And how about the 8? Preordained, the first time starter, ran well.
So much for cold on the board. At was that 39-1?
Yeah.
On the first time starter to complete the trifecta. Results forthcoming. Oaklawn back to New York and Acacia with the second race from the Big A. Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. Getting ready for the call for riders up in the paddock for race 2 at Aqueduct, a mile on the main track, $25,000 claiming race for 4-year-olds and upward. Pretty tepid favorite right now, Jonathan, with the number 5, My Friend's Beer at 3-1. Would you ever take your friend's beer?
No. I mean, I think alcohol might kill germs, but I'm a little bit of a germaphobe. Even pre-pandemic, I was a little bit of a germaphobe. So, no, I don't. I mean, I would steal his beer if he hadn't opened it.
Fair
but
enough.
An opened one, no, I'm going to pass.
Let's meet the field, kicking things off with the 1, Corkman.
Yeah, lost a lot of ground last time. Withdrew the rail this time. Should be able to work out a better trip.
Here's the 2, Pit Boss, a little bit of a drop in glass.
Yeah, it didn't do much running. Didn't take much money last time, and also was beaten 16 lengths.
Next will be a big price as Matty Olver looks to sweep the early double, Dark Storm.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. Lost a lot of ground last time, made a little bit of a move in there. I think we'll run better than the odds of 17-1.
The Elder Statesman coming up next, the 9-year-old Hammer and Armor.
Yeah, look, another one that hasn't shown a lot of speed as of late, maybe has seen better days.
6-1 right now on that 9-year-old. Here's the 5, My Friend's Beer.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the 5 in here. Switching trainers, we'll talk about it a little bit. Leaving from a lower percentage trainer to a higher, not much, but a higher percentage trainer.
Big price on the 6, Mount Travers.
Another one who got stuck down on the rail last time. I think a lot of times when you get horses with bad trips, if you can try to work out an opposite trip for them, sometimes you can see some big improvements.
Salippo had a win first off the layoff last time.
Yeah, look, I thought this horse was a very likely winner as well. Kind of my second choice in here. Ran extremely fast last time. Has good tactical speed, drawn towards the outside.
That one for Linda Rice, as is this one, doing it the right way.
You know, Linda's one of those trainers, when horses move to her barn, you have to get creative on how much of an improvement could happen. And if doing it the right way does kind of take one of those Linda Rice improvement jumps, and, you know, right there in the mix.
Made a little bit of a late run last time out against New York bred Claiming Company to finish 4th, but also stretches back out in distance too. I always think that's interesting when Linda claims a horse and immediately makes a change. There's obviously some sort of intent. We're taking a look at the number 5, My Friend's Beer, who had a big win last time out. Take a look at that race, won by 6 3/4 lengths back in March. Since then, it's been claimed to move to the barn of Dom Scatino.
Yeah, so Dom had this horse at one point and ran pretty well with the horse. The previous connections, Penaloza, in the last 3 months, those connections are only 4%. Now, Dom's not going as well right now either. He's 4% for the meet, but he is a 12% trainer career overall. So there is that opportunity for this horse to take a step forward. But to be fair, My Friend's Beer really just needs to run that previous race that they ran last time, or even the previous race that they ran for Dom. So I just feel like this horse is kind of sitting on a nice performance. But, you know, like I said, the 7, it also makes some sense to me in here.
Well, we're thrilled today at Aqueduct to have a very special guest. Senator Joe Adabo is one of our champions in Albany. He understands the significance and importance of the sport here in New York, along with Governor Hochul and numerous elected officials. Senator Adabo strongly supports NYRA's vision for a new Belmont Park and has worked hard to make this project a reality. Thrilled to have the senator here, and he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. You know, Senator, you've been working so hard to, you know, help get a new Belmont Park. And where do we stand in Albany for all the racing fans out there and all of us within the industry?
Yeah, sure. You know, so we are negotiating a budget, a roughly $270 billion budget, and it's not about hitting a deadline on April 1st. It's about getting it right. And so if we're working out the details and we're getting it right, it's okay that's a little late. And I'm very happy and I'm hopeful and optimistic that the Belmont project will be in the budget. And I think it means so much for our state, both short-term and long-term, between the jobs, the economic growth that it has the potential there, and for the racetrack and for NYRA. I think it's a win-win, really, for not only for the state, but for the people in New York.
Well, and also, you know, as the chair of the State Committee on Racing and Wagering, you know, how do you see the state of horse racing in New York?
Well, I think it's, for NYRA, I think it's strong, but we need to have a partnership with NYRA, with the horse racing industry, to make it even better and a brighter future. So let's build upon the strength of NYRA and the thoroughbred racing, and let's see what we can do in terms of, again, identifying potential at Belmont, at Saratoga, and going forward there and working with NYRA, the backstretch, the breeders, the trainers, everybody as far as the industry is concerned, to make sure we have a long-sustaining plan for the horse racing industry.
Yeah, it just affects so many people. It's not just within the boundaries of the racetrack.
Yeah, you have so many spokes to this wheel. You know, whether we talk the backstretch, whether we talk even the local waiter, waitress at a local restaurant at Saratoga, and the business there depends upon that racetrack. The businesses around Belmont depend upon the racetrack. So we have to identify, it's not only about the industry and the direct impact of the jobs there, but the incidental jobs, the other jobs that are related to the horse racing industry. Those are jobs, too, that we have to protect and grow on.
And Senator, this is kind of a homecoming for you. You grew up literally within the shadows of Aqueduct, but you're here to support the racetrack chaplaincy here in New York. Explain the importance of all these nonprofit organizations that support the community.
Yeah, they're so important. Really the backbone, really, to many parts of our community in the sense of backstretch individuals. I want to thank NYRA for acknowledging the chaplaincy and the good work that they do. These nonprofits are so important. They need our help, too, on every level of government for funding. But the idea is that we're caring about and identifying the backstretch and others, and obviously what the work that the chaplaincy does in terms of their religious beliefs and their work going forward. So again, I appreciate NYRA acknowledging that in the work of the chaplaincy.
Well, Senator, thank you for all you're doing to help support the game in New York, and it's much appreciated. So I'll say thank you on behalf of all of us.
My pleasure. I look forward to, again, bigger, better days going forward for NYRA and the horse racing industry, and look forward to being a part of it. So thank you.
Guys, with someone like this in our corner, I feel like our future's bright.
Couldn't agree more, Richie. Thank you for that. And a huge thank you to Senator Addabbo for all of his support. There's a look at Belmont Park. Beautiful Belmont Park. We'll be back there in just a few weeks, Jonathan, the first week of May. I actually got a great shot of Belmont from the window of my plane yesterday morning, flying back from Florida. And of course, we've been at Aqueduct since we came back from Saratoga in September with the ongoing construction that's taking place at Belmont. Can't wait to be back there for the spring meet. And as the senator mentioned, it's all about progressing the sport and the community and all that NYRA's doing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously it's a sport, and even like in comparison to something like the NFL, or there's a lot of people that are employed by these events. Mm-hmm. But the thing about horse racing is that I think is a little bit different than some of the other sports, is like the behind the scenes level of employment is also very, very intense. There's a lot of people behind the scenes in horse racing that help us put this show on, and I think that I think a lot of the government officials kind of recognize that and recognize the economic impact from the jobs that are created from this sport, and so hopeful and that we can continue to progress forward and improve Belmont and make it more accessible, and hopefully that thing continues to trend in that direction.
And Richie is somebody who basically grew up on the Belmont backstretch. I know you know firsthand the impact that Jonathan's touching on.
Absolutely. I grew up on the Belmont backstretch. I rode out of Brooklyn basically on the back of a horse. And, not only does racing create jobs, it creates opportunity. I often wonder where I would be without horses and thoroughbred racing. And now, as a small farm owner in Dutchess County up in the middle of the Hudson Valley, I know the people that, I buy hay from, I buy grain from, I buy tack from, the guy who, helps me maintain my property, the fencing company I use, the blacksmiths, veterinarians. I have just a few horses, and I know how many people are, deriving somewhat of a living from just my little farm. And so the impact across the state, creating jobs and helping the economy, is just honestly not able to really even accentuate. And then you go even deeper, restaurants and entertainment and what we all do in Saratoga. Racing is a critical cog in the economy of New York State.
Such a huge piece of it, and something that has given all of us so many opportunities and so many wonderful chances to take a step forward and to make a lot of our lives as well. We get ready for race number 2 here from Aqueduct. Currently at the number 5, My Friend's Beer. Still the favorite. Final thoughts, JK?
Yeah, look, I just think the 5 is going to take a little bit of a step forward, and I think if that's the case, they'll be getting their picture taken.
Chris Griffin standing by with the call. Race 2 from the Big A.
Filippo's gone in. Here is Hammer and Elmer, and doing it the right way. Doing it the right way. Last to low to the outside. Goes in. All set. Front of the gate open there on the 7th. Silippo didn't get anywhere, but did open the front of the gate. Kendrick Carmouche stays aboard. Will be led back around. Taking a quick look at the 7th Silippo in behind the gate. Is given the all clear, it would appear. Now it goes in. Back in line. We're set. And they're off. Mount Travers breaks very well. Breaking slowly was Corkman at the back of the field. Up on the outside there, Silippo is going to be in the mix, and Mount Travers is going to take back just a touch there for Eric Cancel. Is in between horses as here's Pit Boss to the inside and Jose Ortiz. It's Silippo up on the far outside as they get set to come out of the track is clear by a full length. At the inside is Pit Boss, and in between horses now splitting rivals. That's My Friend's Beer who secures third. Up on the outside after breaking on top is Mount Travers is in the four-path as they work up the backstretch. Hammer and Ammer is in fifth, is followed by Doing It the Right Way, who's in the sixth spot, and the two trailers at the back, Corkman and Dark Storm. They work up the backstretch 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Silippo is a neck in front at Silippo, but has pressure to the inside here coming from Pit Boss and to the outside from My Friend's Beer. These three across the racetrack. Hammer and Ammer is looking for room, is tucked in behind rivals. Keeping that one hemmed in is Mount Travers up on the outside. They're still fourth and fifth, and they move as a pair. They went 47 and 3 for that half-mile time. Silippo has been confronted by My Friend's Beer. My Friend's Beer is now a neck in front. Mount Travers is looming up on the outside here, is in full gear 3 wide. Trying to follow that move is Hammer and Ammer, not making up the ground yet. Pit Boss is now going to tip off the rail. Didn't have room at the rail, now moves to the outside as they approach a quarter mile left to go. My Friend's Beer now kicks for home. It's My Friend's Beer who's up by 2 lengths. Mount Travers is challenging, still up on the outside, but is not cutting into the margin yet. Hammer and Ammer is launching a big late rally up on the grandstand side, and Pit Boss looking for room, but still getting the jump was My Friend's Beer is still 3 lengths in front. Hammer and Ammer and Mount Travers, they're battling it out for the place right now. It's all My Friend's Beer. My Friend's Beer will get the victory. Mount Travers will hold off Hammer and Ammer, and then came Pit Boss in 1 minute 38.32 seconds.
My Friend's Beer, first off the reclaim, gets back to the winner's circle for trainer Dom Scatino. Manny Franco in the saddle.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is reclaims. A trainer that spends a lot of time with a horse, puts a horse in for a tag, loses the horse, and then comes back and gets the horse. Means they were trying to be cute with the claim. They didn't want the horse to get claimed. They wanted the horse back. They claimed the horse back. And it was evidence that Dom made the right call here, because now this horse gets the win in this spot, and it was obviously the right decision.
And another win for Manny Franco, too, who continues on that hot streak that he's been having here in New York. Just win after win after win. My Friend's Beer, the best in race 2 at Aqueduct. When we come back, we'll turn our attention back over to Hot Springs. Well, there's where it gets its name from. And the question on everybody's lips, where in the world is Maggie Wolfendale now?
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues, sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It was all about My Friend's Beer in race 2 at Aqueduct, the cleverly named son of Stay Thirsty.
Yeah, like we said, this is a horse that Dom Scatino had, got claimed from him. The horse actually won away from his barn, and that day he claimed the horse back. And when you look at these situations, when you're looking at claims, I think one of the things that is kind of a cheat is a reclaim. I think that's an easy way to have an idea of how connections feel about a horse. The other one is when they're leaving a barn that's just not really going very well, that has really low percentages, and that's what happened with My Friend's Beer. Leaving a barn with low percentages, moving to a barn who historically has better percentages, $7 to win.
And we heard from Senator Adabo here to support the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. You can check out rtcany.org. The chaplaincy provides spiritual guidance and general service in the support of the backstretch community at Belmont and Saratoga. They do such wonderful work, such an incredible organization. It's definitely worth supporting. As we take a look at what is coming up at Aqueduct this weekend, we have some stakes action to look forward to on Saturday. It's the Dangers Hour. Early in the day will be race number 3 on the inner turf. Hopefully we'll get a chance to sidestep the rain that's expected, and there are also expected to be a couple of scratches out of this race too. That could be an advantage for the 3 Big Everest JK, who is coming in off of a layoff, but he got pretty lucky to win the Artie Schiller, being able to wire the field. Maybe we'll try to do the same thing on Saturday.
I mean, I've always been such a big fan of this horse, no pun intended. I think that when you, in these turf races, when you have a horse that can make their own trip by being tactical and frying the front end, but still finish like Big Everest can, it's always going to be a dangerous situation. So when you have a horse that shows up 4 to 5 on the morning line that can make their own trip, where they don't really, it doesn't really matter what anyone else does in the race, I think it makes for a very dangerous proposition for the other 5 horses.
We'll see if Big Everest can take them every step of the way in the Dangerous Hour on Saturday. Turning our attention back over to Oaklawn Park, though, we welcome back in Lafitte and Paul. Guys, what's coming up next?
Well, you were talking about the Dangerous Hour stakes runners, Paul. Here, just a meat and potatoes, $8,000 claimer here. A mile and an eighth the distance. Who'd you come up with?
Well, it's a really tough race in here. Right now, the 4 Space Odyssey is getting all the money for Robertina Diodoro and Christian Torres. They're the leading rider. They're the leading trainer. So you would expect that in this spot. I thought the 3 Jingle was very interesting because when you look back at this son of Wilburn's races, at this level, he's ran his best races. Now, he is 0 for 6 at Oaklawn. That is a concern in here. But Gabriel Saez gets aboard. It's a kind of gelding. He just seems like he finds trouble. Bothered start, off slow, tight break. If he can just stay away from other horses, which I know there's 7 other in here, he might have a big shot at 4 to 1.
Causes his own bad luck from time to time. Post-parade in a moment. Space Odyssey. This is his most recent, Paul. February 19th, right here in the slot. He'd been tracking throughout. Watch, he strikes the front, but look out for the closer from off the pace. Going to pick him off deep in the lane.
Yeah, you could tell in this replay that Christian Torres didn't know to go to the inside horse, who was my challenger, and then the outside horse had came out. And I do like Space Odyssey did go to the wire with the horse. Christian hit the front end, and I don't think he thought that the 4 was going to be onto his outside because Christian had pointed his horse inside to outside. He's a major player in here, and that was over the slop. This would be the 2nd time in Diodoro's barn. They usually improve.
He seemed tired late at the mile distance. Today being asked to negotiate an added 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah.
First time racing this far for Space Odyssey. 3-2 the favorite. They'll make the turn. We'll kick off this post parade. $8,000 claimers. And the restriction, which have never won 3 races or which have not won a race since October 14th, 2022. We'll have more on tomorrow's stakes races later on in the show. The $500,000 count fleet for sprinters, where Steve Asmussen is represented by a trio. And, of course, the main event, Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Steve Asmussen represented by Clairiere, the second choice, Secret Oath, odds-on favorite on the morning line. She will break from the rail. She won the Azeri from the rail. She won the Kentucky Oaks from the rail. More on the Apple Blossom later on. There's the filly who'll break from the rail here. Generator, not much since a solid New Year's Day effort.
Yeah, and she's kind of lost her speed. I wonder if Kelsey Hart really sends to get to the front end.
Primer Dimer contender?
Yeah, not a bad contender in here. Isaac Castillo's been riding well. They stuck blinkers on this gelding 2 back, and it hasn't really done much.
Steer out of your own way, Jingle.
Yeah, listen, this is a horse cutting back from the mile 3/16. That's tough to say in a mile and 1/8 race. I think the 3 has a big shot here at 4-1.
8-5 favorite, Space Odyssey.
Yeah, the horse to beat. It's Torres and Diodoro.
Major Kong does his best running late.
Yeah, this horse is taking some money for Hugo Torres. This horse launches from way out of it. So pace gets hot. Look for the 5 late.
Number 6, Zoffa, winless in 5 tries at Oaklawn Park, currently 12-1. Then Egomaniac. Keep your comments to yourself.
Yeah, right. 0 for 15 the last 2 years. So tough to get to Egomaniac with Travis Wales aboard.
Stud Puppy to the outside, blinkers on, 17-1.
Yeah, blinkers off last time for a 1-race experiment. Back on here for Nick Zito.
Field for the second post time in 5 minutes. We've already seen Maggie in her hotel room. Now she's at a bathhouse.
Not quite. I'm taking the au naturel approach to the hot springs here at Lafitte. I'm at the start of Bathhouse Row here at the start of the Hot Springs National Park, which is also at the base of the Hot Springs Mountain Tower, which you can get a great view of downtown Hot Springs. And yes, the bathhouses, they just align the row here. It's where people would come for the healing powers of the natural hot springs that we have here in Arkansas. Also, I am one that does agree that a cold beer solves a lot of things too, so check out the Superior Bathhouse Brewery as well. Now, people like to say that Hot Springs is the Saratoga of the South, and while I am particularly partial to Saratoga, no offense, they both have springs. Now, if you've been to Saratoga, you've probably checked out the Big Red Spring and several others that are around town, but I cannot stomach the taste of that water. Guys, I'm gonna try this water here. Decidedly better, just a little hot. So, after my mouth cools down, I'm gonna find somewhere else to go around here. So, guys, back to you. I'm gonna surprise you next.
That's a brave woman. That's a brave woman, Paul.
Listen. There's a lot of minerals and oils, mineral oils and berries and juices.
You've been here all winter. You should be like ready to compete in a decathlon, man.
Well, listen, you drink the Saratoga water. It seems like the fountain of youth. Like, why not? I mean, I had a 96-year-old aunt, and they kept on saying her tap water was bad. Meanwhile, she drank her tap water for 96 years.
See? It's only dumb if it doesn't work.
Right?
Great stuff with Maggie. That was brave. That was brave. The healing properties of the springs here in Hot Springs. They do love their racing, but as mentioned, not just a racing town. As we get closer to post time for race 2, and you're looking at the current favorite, a Space Odyssey. Paul, we touched on the added distance. I feel like that's a lot to concede, 9-5 on a gelding who he ran fine in his last race, as we illustrated, but didn't exactly scream like, I want to run farther than this.
Yeah, and the other part about this is, okay, the horse is 3 for 27 lifetime. 1 for 11 the last 2 years, has never won here at Oaklawn, has 7 seconds, so kind of horse that kind of sucks up in a lot of his races. 3 back, he was in a 62.5 claimer where he lost. Then he came out of a 31 buyer. Now, I get it. It's Diodoro, the horse improved, but the number, the 2, the 3 are right there. There's plenty of horses in here that can run that same number. So I don't think the 4 is a slam dunk here. I mean, I guess 2-1's about the right price. I thought maybe 5-2, but it's just there's too many question marks to take this horse at that price.
2-1. Early in the day, we've only seen the run race. Have you been following any trends specifically of recent in terms of how the track's been playing here at Oaklawn?
You know, when we had obviously the the tornado, and we're still praying for Little Rock. Still a lot of people going through that damage. And, you know, the track, when it had dried out, it started playing really, really fair. And then the rail, it gets hot. We saw it in the first race with the Tyler Bays runner and Ingrid Mason going gate to wire. I think the one was the best horse in the race. But the rail seems like you can kind of re-rally. And if you're in the center of the racetrack right now, you got to be much the best. So we'll see how it plays out, because it did play fair right before Easter.
And I thought Star of Tomorrow, the winner of I thought he was in deep water at the top of the stretch. I thought that she was going to spit the bit and just kept finding.
Yeah. You know, there's some times where you'll see some horses just roll up that rail, and it can get real tight down there, especially when it dries out too, and they'll ride that rail. And a lot of people will think, well, it's more speed or it's more oriented towards horses that are coming from off the pace. Sometimes it's just about saving ground. I mean, the one thing I've learned since I've been here, you're 4 or 5 wide, or 3 or 4 or 5 wide on both turns, you have to be much the best. That's at any racetrack, but here especially, that first turn is very key when you're going a route race. You have to save ground immediately.
Trip, race shape. How will this one unfold as they circle about, getting ready for race number 2? And now Primer Dimer, number 2, emerges as the choice, Paul, for Steve Asmussen, who's primed for a big weekend, as mentioned. 3 in the count, Fleet, Clariere, and the Apple Blossom. Primer Dimer, your thoughts on him going in?
Yeah, and another horse, I mean, how could you take this horse at 2-1? Isaac Castillo aboard, who's been riding well. Isaac has been sort of the rider that Steve sort of goes to on a horse that he wants a little bit off the pace. Now, this horse showed speed last time out. They put blinkers on 2 back. Potier has been on fire. That horse, you know, he just ran into a buzzsaw that day, 2 back. Showed some speed last time against Hanks in Mulberry Street, a Chris Hartman runner, in a 10-3. And now you got to go a mile and 1/8. They think the 2's going to get away from this group. I can't take that horse at 2-1 either. And, you know, like, again, Jingle, who I like, you could poke holes in that horse at 5-2 because he seems like he finds his own trouble. So
what's the key? What will you be looking for early from Jingle in order to work out a trip in which he doesn't cause his own undoing?
Well, I mean, if you look back at his one race that he did run, his best race was Bayerano aboard. That was over a sloppy racetrack. That worries you a little bit. But you go back to some of his other races, a mile and a 16th, he did win at Churchill Downs. So I'm just hoping that the drop helps, because the last time he was in for 16, I mean, this is a big drop for him. A lot of these horses have been in 10,000 non-3. He's been in starter allowance companies where he's been 48, 43-1. Now he's 5-2. So that's the other thing. Like, okay, this horse been 48-1 last time out. Now you're taking 3-1. So this is a very interesting race. There's so many question marks, and then you sit there and you look at the 5, and then you tell yourself,
enough pace for him? Will the table be set for Major Kong?
That's a good question. He's 7, though. Does he got another one in him?
We'll find out in just a moment. That's 6-1. If you like Major Kong, they'll be blasting through that starting gate momentarily. Start of the early pick 4. This race number 2, Oaklawn Park, $8,000 claimers. Mile and an 1/8. 2-1 Primer Dimer as they have just reached the starting gate. Who do you expect to be in front when they hit the clubhouse turn?
Well, I would think Kelsey gets aggressive, maybe with the 1 in here. Blinkers are going on the 8 stud puppy, but that horse has never showed any kind of speed. And Christian Torres is a very, very heavy rider. He'll play the break. The 2 horses, the interesting horse, because Castillo usually not a send rider. He might try to sit that pocket, and hopefully somebody goes with the 1.
The view from the infield as they file into line for race number 2. All set. It is post time from Oaklawn. Jim Byers standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Jingle got out behind the rest. Toward the inside, Primer Dimer is taking the early lead here, and Space Odyssey is right with him. Generator on the inside. And then comes Zaffa. Zaffa into 3rd, Generator 4th. Jingle, recovering from a slow start, is racing into 5th. And then to the outside comes Stud Puppy. The back 2 are Egomaniac and Major Kong. And we have a solitary leader here as Primer Dimer and Isaac Castillo have sprinted clear. And they're a good 4.5 lengths clear of Space Odyssey. Primer Dimer on the inside, and Zaffa up 3 wide. Then a gap of some 4.5 again. Back to Generator, Stud Puppy, and Egomaniac, and Major Kong has let them go, and he's a fairly distant trailer as they move up the backstretch here. It's Primer Dimer in front, a shorter lead now as Space Odyssey is hustled into a closer second, and Zaffa up on the outside maintains a 3 wide path in third, and back to the inside. Jingle is very prominent here as they continue their 9 furlong journey. He's about 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's an enormous chasm back to the rest. Stud Puppy and Generator, Egomaniac, and Major Kong. Midway around the turn for home. Primer Dimer leads at Space Odyssey is called on for his best. Then Zaffa. Jingle on the inside is fourth. As they straighten away past the quarter pole and into the stretch, Space Odyssey is making his move on the outside of Primer Dimer, and Space Odyssey goes up to Primer Dimer and sticks a neck in front. Primer Dimer tries to fight back. Jingle is starting to make a late impression, but still has a length and a half, 2 lengths to close in on Space Odyssey. Primer Dimer is game. Jingle trying to catch Space Odyssey. Space Odyssey, though, wins it. Half length to Jingle and Primer Dimer, and then 4 back to Major Kong.
Not exactly poetry in motion, but a win is a win. So much for the distance being a concern. Space Odyssey holds off Jingle in the second at Oaklawn.
Yeah, great ride by Christian Torres. The two just sort of ran off on Isaac Castillo. He did a great job to get him to kind of settle and finish better than I thought, because on the backside, he was really keen on the bit. You can see Christian Torres now, he sees Jingle to his outside, and he's going to switch to his left hand. Very inept. He's very, very good at knowing where his horses are at. Public was right. 3 favorites ran 1, 2, 3.
Locked in with Space Odyssey on top. There's another favorite at Aqueduct. Poppy Flower, even money favorite. The third race from the Big A. When we come back, you're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We'll be on the turf for race 3. It's a 6 furlong sprint. You know, there's a late scratch of the number 4, Mosienko. Kicking off the post parade, Jonathan, with the number 1, Hit the Whoa, making her first start of the year.
Yeah, look, she's got some back races that absolutely make her competitive in here. It's all about the distance in New York turf sprints. 6 furlongs here, 6 furlongs and 7 at Belmont, 5.5 at Saratoga.
Going Good coming in from the fairgrounds.
You know, a horse that has shown speed at times, always dangerous if you can find the front end in turf sprints. She hasn't been as quick as of late.
Here's Spun Glass, like, trying to turn things around.
Yeah, exactly. You know, had some wins in the middle of the summer and then just kind of went off form. We'll need to turn things around here.
Mac, the PhD, second off the bench.
I like this one. I thought a horse ran extremely well, going 5 down at Gulfstream, now stretching out. Feels like the type of horse that will stretch out in this spot.
And your current favorite, Poppy Flower.
Deserves to be the favorite in here, 3 to 5, probably a little bit short. I don't really believe in too many closers and turf sprints being 3 to 5. Poppy Flower can absolutely win, but so many things have to go in her favor.
As mentioned, late scratch of the number 4, Mozienko. For more on that situation, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, as she got to the Paddock, Mozienko, it was observed that she had XTs on shoes, which is basically just a little bit of a raised rim. And in turf racing in New York, they're required to have flat shoes. It doesn't tear up the turf as much. Also, in turf racing, the horses run much more bunched up, much closer together. And if you actually clip heels with a horse with flat shoes, a lot better chance that your horse isn't going to lose his balance or stumble. So therefore, Mozienko was scratched because she did not have the proper shoes to compete on the turf today. Speaking about the horses that are left in the race, a couple that really caught my eye was the one Hit the Whoa. I think she's coming off the bench, very, very fit for Christophe Command. I love the work pattern at Payson Park. She's sporting her Florida tan. She needs to work out a trip from the rail. She was absolutely eliminated last fall in the autumn days. If you put a line through that race, some of her other races make her very competitive here. She will get the save ground, and then Trevor McCarthy is going to have to find a place to go. But I think Hit the Whoa is going to run a major effort today. My top selection will be the 2, Going Good. She just has more recency, and it shows. And she really has the physicality of a turf sprinter. She's quick enough to make her own trip, but particularly in a race where you know, she might even make the running here. I really love. I don't see, you know, potentially the 5 could show some speed, but I really like what I'm seeing from the 2, Going Good. And then Poppy Flower coming off the bench. I don't really have a reference point for her, but I do think she'll be better for a race under her belt. Again, to be fair, I don't really have anything to compare it to. I'm not sure exactly what she looks like all the time, but she's also coming out of a warmer climb. And again, we talk about sweat. She's not one that has kind of got that sweat going on, but not as dramatic for one that's been in warmer weather.
All right, Richie, thank you. As far as my notes for Poppy Flower, I do notice that she actually usually gets pretty lathered up before her races, so that could be something that's worth noting, though she does typically tend to carry a little bit more condition. She's got plenty of back class, though, Jonathan, as we'll take a look at Poppy Flower's last win, which was back in August in the Galway.
It's funny, back in the day with Wesley Ward, she was a wire-to-wire type of filly, and then when she moved to Bill Mott's barn, she started to kind of get taken back and make one run. I mean, you could argue that maybe that's what she's better at. She did win some okay races for Wesley, but it seems like she's kind of really enjoyed that. She still finishes like a fast horse. But I just feel like in this situation, especially with a small field and not a whole lot of blazing speed in there, she's going to have to really run, kind of overcome some adversity if she's going to come from out of it to close into some horses that are going to have some energy left. Like I said, she can win. She absolutely can win. She's without a doubt the best horse in this race, but that's not what horse racing is. It's about trying to identify these trips and identify how the dynamics are going to be run.
Very interesting stat for Bill Mott with this type of layoff sprinting on the turf, just 1 for 20.
Well, I think what a lot of these stats tell you, and this one is a 5% stat for Bill Mott, who in his career is a 17% trainer. It tells you that not that it's not something he's not capable of doing. Sure. It's not that Bill Mott can't get a horse to win first back off of a layoff. It's that it's just not his style. It's not what he does. He wants them to, he gives them a race in a situation like this to kind of point for something else. And that's what the stat tells me. And if that's the case, even money, you got to think is a little bit low on a closer in a turf sprint.
You had some interest in the number 5, Mac the PhD. We saw the barn with Jorge Duarte Jr. yesterday in the nightcap, a very impressive finish from the winner, Nothing Better, who actually set a new track record too. We'll see if he could pick up another one. This one, though, is second off the layoff.
Yeah, this horse has shown speed in all the starts, and if you watch that race at Gulfstream, broke a step slow. When you break a step slow, when you're a horse that likes to fry in the front end, you have to use so much energy to get back into that position that you're normally in, and that can be enough to kind of take it away. So although that figure isn't as high as I would like to see in a group like this, I think that the race actually is better than that figure indicates because of missing the break. And I feel like this horse will appreciate a little bit of extra distance as well. So Mac, the PhD, was the one for me.
And if you're going 5 furlongs down at Gulfstream, if you're sluggish out of the gate, it really puts you behind the 8 ball early on. She's 7-2 right now. Again, late scratch of the 4, Mosienko, as they load into the starting gate for race 3. Sprinting on the grass, Chris Griffin has the call.
Poppy Flower to the outside. Jose Ortiz, they move forward. They go in. All set. And they're off. Poppy Flower broke outward. Mac the PhD has got early speed. It's Mac the PhD and Going Good goes right with this rival. They're going to be 1-2, but Mac the PhD is quickest, is up by a full length. Now switching to the outside is Going Good, is in the 2 path. Poppy Flower is in 3rd, is to the outside of Hit the Woe, who's saving ground to the inside in 4th. At the back is the trailer. That's Spun Glass. They work up the backstretch. They're chasing Mac the PhD. Mac the PhD went 22-4 for 22-2 for that opening quarter mile. Right to the outside, here comes Going Good, who's ready to challenge. It's Mac the PhD and Going Good 1-2. Down to the inside is Hit the Woe, who's trying to make up some ground there with Poppy Flower. They're 3rd and 4th, and still at the back, that's Spun Glass. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and they turn for home. Getting the cue is Mac the PhD, who's still ahead in front. Going Good. Manny Franco down the center of the course, and now Going Good has taken the lead. It's Going Good in front. Poppy Flower is trying to unleash a rally here on the grandstand side. Going Good is in front. Poppy Flower is launching late. It's still Going Good finding plenty here. Going Good. Manny Franco. Going Good indeed. It's Going Good over Mac the PhD, who looked to hold second. Then came a photo. Poppy Flower there with Spun Glass and also Hit the Woe in 1 minute 7.70 seconds.
It was Going Good, and then everybody else on the wire, but no doubt about the winner, Going Good, as Manny Franco picks up his 2nd win of the day.
Absolutely, and Going Good has the Lasix in this race. If you look through Going Good's past performances, a lot of races without it. Has run without it, has run okay without it, but that one figure back in May of 21 that really kind of stands out was on Lasix, so I think maybe that probably helped a little bit. And you know, it ended up working out a nice trip. Just going to sit right off of the 5 Mac PhD. And I'd like to think that the 6 Poppy Flower, at least at this point of the race, I felt like she wasn't firing like we saw from that replay from Saratoga. I think she's got another step forward out of this race. I would love to bet on Poppy Flower next time out with some pace to close into. I think she'll be dangerous. I think it was just too much to do today.
First race of the year. We heard some comments from Richie prior to the race suggesting that she may do better after having this start under her belt. 2-5-6-3 in the 3rd at Aqueduct. Number 2, Going Good, getting the win for trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco with his 2nd on the day. We'll bring you prices in a bit and a lot more live racing from both Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park after this.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program.
When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Straight Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Into the winner's circle for race 3 at Aqueduct, it was Going Good, who has some quality, had some strong numbers, making the third starter for Form Cycle and picks up the win. Second on the day for Manny Franco.
Yeah, being forward in turf racing, turf sprints, is exactly where you want to be. I thought the 5, Mac the PhD, would get the lead. That happened. But the 2, Going Good, sat a perfect trip right outside of that one. Going Good, historically, has shown to be a very talented runner, and she proved that today. And the 6, Poppy Flower, I think next time we'll run a little bit better, just a little bit short off of that. We saw the Bill Mott stat. We also know closers, turf sprints can be kind of a challenge if the pace isn't particularly quick.
And the turf is very firm out there at Aqueduct today, too, throughout this week. You have seen horses that are forwardly placed seem to have a little bit of a better time. Going Good with the win in the third. We take a look at the field for race 4, a mile on the main track in this nice allowance race. And no surprise, the number 1 Ouster is a heavy favorite, 4-5. And should be noted that, Jonathan, you can look back through the past performances and see that this horse won the 2 other than allowance condition last time out. That was against New York bred company. So now he has the opportunity to go into open company in the first level allowance race.
Yeah, I mean, being able to read that condition book like that and kind of take as much advantage of the condition book as you can, especially with a New York bred. That's, we talk about it all the time. It's one of the great things about being a New York bred, running here in New York. You've got those opportunities. You can go on to stakes, and that makes sense, but you got to try to cash the checks that are easier to grab.
Still have 2 open conditions that this horse already beat against New York bred company that are ripe for the taking. So we'll talk a little bit more about the 4th race at Aqueduct in a bit. And Maggie Wolfendale's journey through Hot Springs continues. Maggie will be live from the Gangster Museum in Hot Springs. Can't wait to see a little bit more of the history from Arkansas after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
During Leo McLaughlin's 22-year run as mayor of Hot Springs, starting in 1926, the city became a haven for notorious criminals and gangsters, most notably Al Capone.
A lot of people aren't aware of the fact that in 1931, Las Vegas, Nevada had 5,000 people in it and no high-rise hotels. Everyone was there to build the Boulder Dam, which became the Hoover Dam. At the same time, in 1931, Hot Springs had 20,500 people in it, 22 high-rise hotels, and $100 million in gambling income. The only difference was here in Arkansas, it was illegal, but it was okay.
During the spring, tourists could find themselves rubbing elbows with gangsters and Major League Baseball players.
Everyone year-round could enjoy the hot mineral baths, hunting and fishing and gambling. But in the spring, it was the opening of the live thoroughbred race meet at Oaklawn Park. And man, was it a happening place.
The history in Hot Springs, Arkansas, just incredible. Love that piece. We got to hear a little bit about some of Al Capone's doings while in Hot Springs. And from what I've heard, I've never been there. I know that you've been several times, that there's just so much that's there.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's a lot of fun. And I can't remember the name of the bar. There's a bar where there's like these bullet holes on the wall. They say they're Al Capone's. Who knows if it's true or not, but it's still pretty exciting. Yeah, it's always fun to be somewhere where you can kind of feel like you're a part of some history and to kind of close your eyes and think, wow, this used to be where so-and-so used to hang out. And it's a really cool town. It reminds me a lot of Saratoga and the fact that, like, racing is very important there. You know, if you're at the gas station, someone might ask you who you like in the 7th. And
cool.
I'm a fan of any town where that can happen.
Did you ever taste the water in the hot springs like Maggie did?
No, I don't get down like that either. I don't drink my friend's beer. We talked about the horse, my friend's beer that worked earlier. I don't drink water out of holes in the ground.
You never even tasted the Big Red Spring in Saratoga? That's kind of like a rite of passage.
I got suckered into that once, and it happened once and never again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's pretty awful. But it's all part of it anyway. We love getting a chance to learn a little bit more about Hot Springs. Such a great place, and the racing is so fun as well. And, of course, a big day coming up tomorrow with the likes of the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Taking a look at the field for Race 3, lower level maiden claiming, or I should say lower level claiming race coming up here. 6 furlongs on the main track for 4-year-olds and upward. 1 to 2 shot is the number 6, June Gloom, who takes the drop in classes. Robertino Diodoro looks for another one on the day.
Yeah, look, when Diodoro is doing anything in the claiming game at Oaklawn Park, it gets my attention. If he drops one, it's not outside of the realm of possibility he's dropping to win. He plays the claiming game so well everywhere, but especially at Oaklawn Park.
Very, very crafty and very particular about the spots chosen for the horses, so you must pay attention. You'll get a good price if you like anybody else in this race. Does look like it will be a bit tough to get around June Gloom, who has been facing a little bit tougher and finishing in the money, taking that big drop in class. We'll get to the post parade momentarily as horses make their way out onto the track. You see a nice line of people along the rail getting a good look at the field as they make their way onto the track. We love a chance to have the fans enjoy racing. Looks like beautiful weather there at Oaklawn as well.
It looks like it's warm. Maybe I'm just because it's warm here. I'm just feeling like whatever's happening there looks warm as well. Maybe it's just because I'm warm averse. I don't know. But it looks a little warm there.
You don't do well in the warm weather, do you?
I don't know why. I mean, I grew up in Texas, like 100, like 60 days in a row. I just never got used to it, I guess.
Race at 3, about 6 minutes away. Horses on the track, and hopefully we'll get into the post parade in a moment, give you a chance to meet the field for this upcoming race. Again, a lower level claiming race, but it's all part of it. The claiming horses are really the backbone of this sport, and you see horses that are at the Grade 1 level and all the way down to this $8,000 level. Takes all kinds in the sport of horse racing. Here is Meet Joe to kick it off.
Didn't run great last time, but had an excuse off of almost a year layoff.
And it gets a bit tougher too. Here's Shanghai's Dream.
Yeah, another one that doesn't have a lot of early speed, drawn towards the inside. Will need to improve.
Tapping for a Dance comes up next.
I thought this horse ran okay last time against Starter Allowance Company. Gets a little bit easier here today.
Tyler Bays will be in the saddle. Last out winner, Crystal Crescent.
switching barns to a low percentage off of Norm McKnight, who also plays the claiming game pretty well.
Here's number 5, Sam Tequila.
Yeah, this horse hasn't taken much money in the last 4 or 5 starts. Hasn't done much running either.
June Gloom, your heavy favorite.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the horse has fast numbers, is dropping in here. It's an aggressive drop for Diodoro, but that's what I said. He plays that game well.
Cost Basis went by, and here's the number 8, Morning Show.
Yeah, Morning Show. He got stuck down on the inside last time, trying to close into a slow pace. Now switches to the outside. I think sometimes when horses have kind of negative experiences, kind of being stuck in behind horses, sometimes switching them to the clear can help quite a bit, and I think that might be the situation with the 8, Morning Snow.
That's the field for race number 3, as we will check in once again with Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, a special guest joining you, I hear.
Yeah, but first I have an answer for JK about that bar he couldn't remember with the bullet holes in it, due to Al Capone, the Ohio Club, JK. But yes, I'm pleased to be joined by one of the tour guides here at the Gangster Museum, Jeffrey Bauk. And Jeffrey, we are standing in the Capone Gallery. You told me a story about why Al Capone first came to Hot Springs, but with Al, aka Scarface, there's always an angle you can work.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he came here originally to treat a very nasty disease called syphilis in the therapeutic waters here. And of course, like he and many others, they didn't find that cure here. But what he did discover while he was here was this moonshine coming down from the hills, the Possum Kingdom Hills. He considered this to be the best moonshine he had ever tasted in this nation. He had many operations going on through the United States running moonshine, but of course this moonshine was made with the ancient waters from this area. So good reason that it was the best.
So I wasn't crazy for drinking the water out of the ground, JK. Anyway, I also found it interesting looking at his family tree here that his oldest brother actually went on the other side of the law.
Yes, James Vincenzo Capone. This man went by the name Richard James Hart for many years. It was only after the death of Al Capone that they discovered he was indeed Al Capone's eldest brother. And he was a prohibition agent. He moved out to Nebraska, worked with the tribal council, did everything he could to lose the Capone name and his Italian accent, but they eventually figured out who he was. Yeah.
That's incredible. So quite the family history. I got to thank you as well as the Gangster Museum. So much history here in Hot Springs. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, guys, a little history lesson for you. I still got one more place to check out before I make it back over the races, so stay tuned.
We can't wait, Maggie. Thank you. I love getting a chance to hear all that history. I like how Maggie just kind of refers to him as Al now. It's like her best friend. I love it. We'll get a chance to hear a little bit more about some of the history in Hot Springs thanks to Maggie Wolfendale's grand tour. Got to check out that Gangster Museum. Looks like such a cool place. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at Gainesway. This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Races, plus history lessons from Hot Springs and the Gangster Museum. And the stories, great stuff with Maggie, Al Capone, the history, the time that he spent here. As much as we focus on the racing, Paul, just one different, exciting place to explore for someone checking out Hot Springs who's a racing fan. Oh yeah, by the way, we have so much else to offer.
Yeah, and there's a life-size, if you can see in the back, there's actually a Babe Ruth statue in the background too. So phenomenal place. I've been in there a couple times, and it's almost one of those places where you have to go a couple times to take it all in.
So history, Hot Springs. Recent history would suggest not trying to beat the favorite here at Oaklawn Park. I mean, it's only been 2 races. We have another heavy favorite to deal with this upcoming 3rd race. $8,000 claimers, and now 1-2 on the favorite in June Gloom.
Yeah, and this is the horse that's coming in for from Turf Paradise. Now, you know, Robertino has a big string over in Phoenix, and he's the top trainer there. It's very surprising. This one for one of his leading owners, if not his leading owner, in Charles Garvey. And, you know, this horse comes from a couple races at Turf Paradise where, you know, the one Meet Joe for Corey Owens, who is a very prominent trainer at Turf Paradise, comes out of some of the same races and then came here and did not run well. And I get it, 1-5, probably the horse to catch in here, because when you look at this race, the 2 kind of falls out of the gate. The 3 doesn't really break. There's a lot of horses in here that have gate trouble besides the 6, and I would think Christian Torres goes to the front end. But I'm very interested in the 1, the other Turf Paradise horse, if that horse is going to run. We've seen Valerie Lund bring in a couple of feet that have run big at big prices.
June Gloom, 1-5. Christian Torres, Robertino Diodoro, the meet that they've had, the success, the statistics. A couple of guys that are going to be disappointed to see this Oaklawn meet wrap up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, they are. I mean, listen, Robertino's played the claiming game to perfection here. He's been able to take some horses, drop, and he's just done well. Him and Christian Torres has been a lethal team. And that's why this horse is 1-5. I am in agreement tiny bit with JK. JK had mentioned the 8 Morning Snow. That horse should not be 27-1. You know, another horse, gate's been the issue for this horse, but you know, now gets the outside, might draw. I mean, loads last, so that might help, and does have a couple numbers back that can maybe compete with some of these horses, at least for second at 27-1.
David Cabrera riding, leading rider in a tie a season ago. Looking forward to seeing what our production team is working on, a feature for tomorrow's Grade 1 Apple Blossom. David Cabrera, where he was a year ago tomorrow, and the fact that he'll be riding in the Apple Blossom tomorrow afternoon with Hot and Sultry.
Yeah, I mean, everything comes full circle. And Christian Torres, a kid that's been only riding for 3 years, really taking, you know, the Oaklawn meet by storm.
Christian Torres to ride a Radical Right in the $500,000 count fleet. That's tomorrow. Now, post time for the 3rd. Jim Byers standing by. All set. Race 3, Oaklawn.
Crescent and Morning Snow. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hopping start for the favorite, June Gloom. And he is last by 2 or 3 lengths. And June Gloom is also climbing or racing very awkwardly at the back end of the field. Back to the front end here. Meet Joe leads the way to Cost Basis. Then it's 2.5 to Morning Snow, tapping for a dance, and the yellow is 4th. Som Tequila's outside of him in 5th. Gap of 3 then to the mare Crystal Crescent, who is outside of Shanghai's Dream. And June Gloom remains the trailer with 3 furlongs to the finish. He is double digits off the lead and already being asked by Christian Torres after that rugged beginning and odd initial stages as they come to the top of the stretch. Cost Basis now has the lead. Meet Joe, and the orange has dropped out of it. Cost Basis finds himself on a 3-length cushion. And then Morning Snow, Sam Tequila is racing in third. Back to the inside, tapping for a dance as they come through the stretch into the finish. Cost Basis is going to take it. Cost Basis and Kylie Jordan are going to stroll home here by 3.5. Morning Snow second. Sam Tequila fairly distant third, and tapping for a dance fourth.
Lots going on in this one with Cost Basis and Kylie Jordan in race number 3. The race turned upside down, Paulie, when the favorite, June Gloom, hopped, as Jim Byers referenced right at the start.
The old announcer jinx, right? I said every other horse in here always gets left in the gate. And meanwhile, it's the 6 that breaks poorly, June Gloom. And the 7, you know, Kylie Jordan never looked like a loser on Cost Basis. This is an old Chad Brown horse that used to be very, very classy. And you know what? Good job by JK to spot the 8 horse, because I was on the 8 as well. 19-1 to get up for second, and to get the second choice. And this second choice is going to play big because a lot of people were singling that Diodoro.
Let's see who JK comes up with in his 4th race at Aqueduct. Acacia, post-parade time.
Pressure's on Lafitte. The favorite Ouster went by for the 4th. Jonathan in the Union goes back to the dirt. Here's the 3, Dust Devil.
Yeah, Dust Devil, you know, got a nice number last time, but just going to have to be faster to beat the top 2.
A long time since 3 Jokers has seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, a long time. Back in the day, 3 Jokers would be very competitive in here. The new 3 Jokers just seems to be a cut below.
How about Shipsational? Can he get back on track?
It's somewhere on these airwaves. I divorced Shipsational. I kept trying to chase this horse off of that Tampa Bay Derby effort. He's never really run back to that.
Majority Partners stretching out.
This horse has fast early numbers, has a fast final figure. I think this horse will appreciate the stretch out.
And Looney Sema getting back out to a mile.
Yeah, got a set up last time. The race kind of fell apart in front of Looney Sema. That could happen here again today, but it doesn't feel like that's the case.
There is the number 1 Ouster, the New York bred, who is run exclusively against New York bred company. Now, he ran a gaudy Beyer speed figure last time out of 100, first time into the triple-digit Beyers, and as mentioned, he's eligible for now this first-level allowance company, but it is his first time against open company and not just strictly state breds.
Well, that's the good thing about speed figures, and that's why Andy Beyer, who revolutionized speed figures, had them. It's a way to understand the differences between distances and different racetracks, different competition, because it's against the clock. The higher the speed figure, the better. So if he's earning fast speed figures, I don't always care who he's earning them against. He's beating the clock in a time that makes him extremely competitive. The clock doesn't know that they're New York breds, or if they were born in Kentucky, the clock just knows how fast they ran. I think Ouster fits in this open company. I just think he's going to have to deal with a nice horse and the 6 Majority Partner.
The New York bred 2-5 right now. Let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, Ouster, he not only looks the part, he runs to the part. You know, pretty is as pretty does in this game, and looks great. His coat is great. He's continued to carry good weight. And, you know, despite, you know, sometimes horses run big races and they'll back off or they'll lighten up a bit. He hasn't done that. He looks fantastic, and full disclosure, as a former rider, if I could ride one in here, I would ride Ouster, but I'm an analyst and I'm trying to pick winners, so I'm going to go someplace else with that caveat that if I was riding, I'd want to ride Ouster. I will say this, the 5 Shipsational, and I understand what Jonathan's saying. I kind of leaned towards a separation, at least, from him. This is the best I've seen him look in a very long time. And I think there's been some excuses along the way, maybe hitting sloppy tracks, maybe not the right surface, maybe not enough continuation in his racing. I think he's going to run better today. Now, does that mean he's going to win? No, but at a big price, I do think he's going to improve. And then the 6 Majority Partner would be my top selection. I think Majority Partner, besides being consistent, looks great, has a big edge as far as I think he controls this race. I don't see anybody that can entertain him on the front end. 3 Jokers showed some speed last time in a 1/50. Majority Partner's coming out of sprints where he's attending the pace. I like the rider change to Kendrick Carmouche. I will try to beat the favorite with Majority Partner.
Majority partner 5-2, and Jonathan, you are on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I am. Like I said, you know, we talk about speed figures, right? That's the final time they take, and they throw a little math on it based on what other horses have been running on the day, understanding that the racetrack could change, a track variant. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, but you care, read Andy Byer's book, Byer on Speed, and you'll understand what I'm saying. The final speed figure is that final number. Pace figures are through sections of the race to tell you how fast the race was run. Very similar from a scientific standpoint of taking that number and comparing it to others and having a more digestible number rather than a raw time. The way that this horse Majority Partner has run his pace figures are very fast, but they're even. It's not like he goes really fast and slows down. He goes fast and he kind of stays fast. Those are the types of horses that I think stretch out well, that go fast and stay fast. Horses that go fast, get tired going 6 furlongs, those horses don't stretch out well. And conversely, horses that go slow early and come flying late in sprint races also don't stretch out well. I like horses that are even when they're trying to stretch out, and that's what Majority Partner is.
Those closing sprinters can be so deceptive because they're running late and they can sometimes pull away from the field with that big late run. And you say, oh, they can cover more distance. They're just getting going late. But the dynamics of the race, as you so well point out, are really up against those types of horses, and that's not the case for Majority Partner, though he's only ran the mile once. He did win at 7 furlongs up at Saratoga. He ran very well going the mile 2 starts back and on a wet track. His running style suggests the distance will be no problem.
Yeah, and look, I'm cheating a little bit with the 6 Majority Partner because he has run 2 turns before.
Sure.
He has run further, and he's run just fine. So I already kind of know he's going to handle it, but the big question is that he seems to have really improved last time. So he needs to run that race. His previous 2-turn efforts or his route efforts aren't going to beat Ouster. But if he can match what he did last time sprinting to a route race here, I do think he can beat him.
Third, last time out sprinting behind Joey Freshwater, his stablemate, who would come back to win the Grade 3 Bayshore as well. A horse that's also in very good form. We'll see how Majority Partner Kendrick Carmouche climbing aboard navigates the added distance. Ouster, the 3-5 favorite, short price as he looks to keep that good momentum going. Chris Griffin standing by with the call of race 4.
3 Jokers is in behind the gate, now stepping forward. Moves in. Shipsational. 2 out. Majority Partner and Lunissima to the outside. Majority Partner is in. Lunissima is in. All set. And they're off. Good break for Shipsational from in between horses. 3 Jokers is right there as well with Majority Partner out wider. It's Majority Partner and Kendrick Carmouche. They'll kick on. They're up by a full length. At the rail is going to be 3 Jokers as they get set to come out of the chute. Shipsational is back to 3rd. In behind that is Lunissima, who's tracking in 4th. Ouster has moved off the rail, is out in the center of the racetrack, is now in behind horses, and there's Ouster is in the 5th spot. Followed by Dust Devil, who's in the red cap, and the early trailer that's in the Union. Out in the center of the racetrack, Majority Partner has got ahead in front. It's Majority Partner with 3 Jokers. The big long shot down towards the inside. 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Ouster at 3-5 starts to progress, and now Ouster is in the clear, was kept off the rail, is in that 3rd spot, and has a big gap to run through there with 3 Jokers who's at the rail, and Majority Partner out in the center of the racetrack with less than a half mile to go. Lunissima is in 4th. Following that move is Dust Devil, who's tracking in 5th. Shipsational has lost some ground, is in the 6th position. Still at the back is in the Union. Majority Partner is kicked on. It's Majority Partner went 47 seconds flat for that half mile time. Ouster's got every chance but has 3 lengths to make up. Lunissima is following that move, and Majority Partner is in hand as they reach the top of the stretch. Majority Partner has been well off the rail the entire journey and now kicks for home. It's Majority Partner who's still got that 3-length cushion. Ouster is trying to run down Majority Partner, who has a final furlong to get and has plenty right now. Majority Partner, Ouster continues to get closer. Majority Partner, Ouster, Majority Partner, and Ouster. Majority Partner will get it done. Majority Partner over Ouster. Lunissima. Shipsational comes back for 4th in 1 minute 35 and 4.
Logical horses in race 4, Majority Partner, aggressively handled by Kendrick Carmouche, and he was able to dictate how the race played out in a big performance today.
Yeah, it was an outstanding ride by Kendrick. You'll notice from some of the angles we showed, Kendrick kept this horse off the rail. Horses, when they get close to the rail, they think it's time to run. You keep them off, they'll relax.
Nice performance from Majority Partner. Let's head back to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and see what Maggie Wolfendale's up to.
It's been a long day already, but you can start early here at the legendary bar called the Crosswalk, affectionately referred to as the locals call it the Arkansas Thoroughbred Club. Now, you can watch the races here all day. They have the other network on, but we won't hold that against them. But you can watch the races here. You can come here before the races. You can come here after the races. It's literally just a short walk. It's across the crosswalk. And I asked Liz, the friendly bartender here, what does everybody order after a long day? Answer, Michelob Ultra. And I got to give it up to my camerawoman, Mel. She has been a rock star. So, Mel, cheers to a great day of racing.
Maggie and Mel covering all the ground in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Well, now we know where to find Maggie for the rest of the day. Got to tell them to switch it over to Fox, though.
Exactly. They can change the channel. They can find the remote, you know, but whatever. If you're watching horse racing, I'm happy. I love walking into an establishment and seeing racing on. Whatever it is, it's always good.
Absolutely. We are momentarily saying goodbye to Fox. You can stay with us throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll be back on Fox from 4 to 6 p.m. Don't forget, you can always watch on Naira Bet's live stream on the Naira YouTube channel. We will be back on Bally Sports Southern California at 3 p.m. as well. Hope that you will come back with us on Fox at 4 p.m. for continuation of all the great live racing action today. The show will continue. Hope that you will stay with us too. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. It's a beautiful day here in New York. Record high temperatures expected as Acacia Clement and Jonathan Kinchin join you from the desk here at Aqueduct Racetrack. We have a lot of our team in play today, though, and throughout the weekend, JK, is of course, it's a big weekend coming up at Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. Our America's Best Racing race of the week on Saturday is the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, and while it may not be the biggest field, Jonathan, you're going to see two very talented fillies go head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you. There's only so many races that these horses can run in their careers. And if I didn't own Secret Oath or Clairiere, I wouldn't want to race against them. I'd find a softer spot because one of those two is extremely likely to win.
They finished 1-2 in the Azeri last time out. Both of them, it was the first start of 2023. 4-year-old debut for Secret Oath and 5-year-old debut for Clairiere. This was only the second time that Secret Oath has faced older horses, and she won very convincingly off the bench.
She was impressive. I loved Clairiere this day in the Azeri, and I'll say this. I still believe that Clairiere is a better horse. So I got to give her another shot, that maybe she just needed this race. I think she'll take another step forward. Clairiere is always going to kind of be up against it to a certain extent because of her style. She kind of takes herself out of it a little bit. Secret Oath, slightly more tactical. In a small field, that could be dangerous, but I'm just hopeful that Clairiere can stay a little bit more connected and kind of right the ship.
Both Grade 1 winners. They will rematch after their 1-2 finish in the Azeri last time out. Secret Oath and Clairiere. The highlights of the Grade 1 Apple Blossom tomorrow on that exciting Oaklawn card. We'll have all of that for you. We just wrapped up race 4 at Aqueduct here, though, today in New York, and it went to the number 6 Majority Partner. heady ride by Kendrick Carmouche, too, to get this horse to relax and be forwardly placed and take them every step of the way.
You know, we talk about it often on this show. There's not too many people I'd rather have on my horse that I need on the front end than Kendrick. He's very, very crafty on the front end, and we talked about it before. You know, he's staying off of the rail. You see how far away from the rail he was. He allowed majority partner, who was stretching out from a sprint race, to kind of relax, save a little energy. Horses train close to the fence, close to the rail in the mornings, and I think when they get down there, they feel like, oh, it's time to run. Kendrick didn't want this horse to run early, wanted him to relax, taking him off the rail and saving something for the stretch.
And he had plenty for the stretch as well. The $6.20 winner over the number 1 Ouster, who was your heavy favorite after that big performance last time out. Up against it a little bit tactically today, and also facing open company for the first time, but majority partner with the nice win. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Kentucky Derby picture. Tomorrow is the last opportunity to get into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby. Can Disarm make his way into the gate and give Steve Asmussen a chance at that elusive Derby victory? He's running in the Lexington at Keeneland. We'll talk more about his chances after this.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. In the vertical $50,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. In the vertical 50,50. In the vertical 50. We're $1,950,000. $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2,050,000. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Roger's way. Good luck.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. I want to remind everybody about the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. Always a great opportunity to cover multiple tracks and some fantastic races. You've got a couple maiden special weights from Aqueduct, and then the other 3 races are all graded stakes. Love that cross-country Pick 5.
It's my favorite. Yeah, I like these wagers, and look, I'm going to just be honest. You see it at lots of different racetracks. The last race is always some puzzling race. We always use maiden 40s at the end of ours. Other racetracks use other, 16 claimers on the turf. I love a sequence where it's all quality horses, high-level connections, high-level riders. It just feels a little bit more easy to digest. I'm very excited about the 4th leg of the sequence, the Jenny Wiley with an Italian coming back, but the Lexington will also be a lot of fun.
The Lexington, the final chance for these 3-year-olds to get some points going into the Kentucky Derby. And I think the most important the most important piece of the race, I should say, is Disarm, who's currently 26th on the Kentucky Derby leaderboard. So this would be his last chance to get into the starting gate. And if he doesn't, that would mean that Steve Asmussen wouldn't actually even have a runner going into the gate for the Kentucky Derby as things now stand.
Yeah, which would be shocking. It'd be almost as shocking as the fact that he's never won the Derby yet, which I think is also extremely shocking. Look, Disarm was closing into a slow pace in this race. You look at the top left corner, 49.60 to the half, 114.69 to 6 furlongs. That's not fast for this quality of horse. So closing into those fractions means that the horses that were forward in front of him had a lot more energy left, so Disarm just couldn't quite pick him up. I think he's a lot better than that performance looks on paper, and I think that he makes a ton of sense in the Lexington tomorrow.
He currently has 40 points right now. It seems the cutoff is about 45 to get into the gate. Of course, only 20 horses can load into the Kentucky Derby starting gate as we take a look at the leaderboard so far. And things can still happen between now and the first Saturday in May, but there have been very, very few, Jonathan, defections along the way of horses being taken out of consideration for the Kentucky Derby, which is great. You have horses staying in the midst of it and staying sound, but it also makes it a lot more competitive just to run.
While Forte is without a doubt the most likely winner of the Kentucky Derby,
yes,
he doesn't have those gaudy numbers we've seen from some of the past runners of the Derby. So I think it makes people who are on the outside looking in or in the inside looking out are just hopeful. They want to run because they feel like they have a chance. And when you have horses like Rich Strike, who won the year before, everyone thinks they have a chance. So they're going to try to run if they can. But unfortunately, like we all know, these horses are working and all the time in between. There's a chance there will be some defections. Some horses that maybe, step on a rock and have to take some time and maybe takes 4 weeks away. You have to be perfect going into the Derby. So if you're on the 21st, 22nd, there's still a chance. But like you mentioned, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are making that defection choice on their own.
That's how Rich Strike got into the starting gate last year. He was actually number 21, and the day before, Ethereal Road scratched out of the Kentucky Derby, allowing Rich Strike to run, and he pulled the upset at 81-1. Anything can happen. This is horse racing at the end of the day. We turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park, race 4. Coming up next, it's a maiden claiming, sprinting on the main track, the number 6, Wreaking Havoc, currently 8-5. We'll talk more about this upcoming race from Oaklawn Park after this.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 6 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
We're back on America's Day at the races. So glad to have you with us as our attention right now is on Oaklawn Park. 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a maiden claiming for $10,000 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, wreaking havoc. Currently the short price favorite at 8-5. I feel like that's what Maggie's doing on Hot Springs right now.
Yeah, I didn't know we were allowed to have an adult beverage on the job. Jeepers.
Quarantined will kick off the post parade.
Yeah, this horse hasn't taken a lot of money. Did show a little bit of speed in a couple of starts.
Blinkers going on for the first time today as she looks to turn things around. 13-1 on the board right now. Next will be the number 2, Flash of Cherokee, who's first off the claim.
Yeah, it took a little money last time and actually ran okay. Okay pace figures, nice final figure as well.
Third in her most recent start. We'll try to build off of that. Coming back at the same level of competition, 3-1. Here is the number 3, Lori's Eyes.
There's a lot of chances for maiden claiming and hasn't been able to get the job done. I like to fade horses like this.
Got close last time out, but that has been against fellow Arkansas breds. Here's the 4, Destiny's Dream.
Yeah, just didn't have an excuse last time, in my opinion. It doesn't seem to be running fast enough numbers.
Miss Double dropping in class.
Yeah, and another one. Didn't take any money on debut, didn't do much running, didn't see any excuses.
Next will be your favorite, Wreaking Havoc, who cuts back.
If you look at that race 2 back, Sacred Wish went on to run second in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. This is a class play, 10-strike racing, dropping this horse into the bottom.
Nellie Larkin is next.
Yeah, ran okay from a speed figure standpoint. Doesn't seem good enough to get the win.
Here is the number 8, True Blue Girl.
Yeah, another one I said earlier. Didn't take much money in the last 3 starts, didn't do much running, and didn't have any excuses.
Here's May Disco, big price.
Yeah, 55-1 last time, 27-1 this time. When horses don't take money, don't do running, don't have excuses, and don't take money again, I'm always against them.
And last in the post parade, the number 5, Miss Double. We talked about her taking that drop in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming for the first time. That's the field for the 4th at Oaklawn Park as we bring in Lafitte. Lafitte wreaking havoc, as Jonathan touched on, a filly that does seem to have a class edge against this group.
She does, Acacia. Wreaking havoc. This was 3 starts back on the 5th of February, where she's right there on top of the leader, turning for home, and she's going to make a nice run at the eventual winner. She's going to get a little bit leg weary, though. You'll see her swap back into her left lead, and Wreaking Havoc, a solid 2nd place finish on this afternoon. In her subsequent 2 races, she was outclassed, and things just didn't go her way. So, yeah, I would think that the class drop here should be enough. Again, one of those races, guys, a little will go a long way. And here for 10 Strike Racing, when we were here a couple of weeks ago, a big win on Arkansas Derby Day for 10 Strike, winning in the undercard with Iron Clover, the Hot Springs victor, and the perfect example of why sometimes, resisting that Kentucky Derby fever can really be advantageous.
Whitmore, another great example of that. Lafitte, a horse that absolutely loved Oaklawn Park and turned out, even though he ran in the Kentucky Derby, turned out to find his home sprinting. And that's what the point system is created to do, to make sure that the right horses hopefully are in the gate for the Kentucky Derby this year. Lafitte, I know you've gotten a chance to spend a few days throughout the meet at Oaklawn Park, including Arkansas Derby Day, where we saw Angel of Empire, who has a strong hold on the Kentucky Derby points leaderboard. What's the atmosphere like down in Hot Springs on these big days where we get to see those big stars in the spotlight?
We've had Maggie take us on a whirlwind tour today. Hot Springs loves horse racing. It's comparable to the energy you feel at a Saratoga on a big Saturday. The fans here, this particular town, it's a rabid horse racing fan base. You're going to see a big crowd tomorrow afternoon. There were 65,000 here for the Arkansas Derby, which serves as that much stronger as a prep because it's similar to the conditions those 3-year-olds are going to be exposed to at Churchill Downs when there's 150,000 people staring down at them. So from a venue standpoint, it serves as the perfect prep. And everywhere you go around town, it's the buzz. A lot of familiar faces, looking forward to some of the bigger races, and as exciting as Arkansas Derby Saturday was, and all the attention is on the 3-year-olds this time of year, understandably, this is one of the marquee weekends of the meet, guys. Tomorrow's Grade 1 Apple Blossom, when you see this race won by Passiana, Bayakoa, Azeri 3 times, Zenyatta, some of the very best of the best. And having a chance to see Clairiere go head-to-head tomorrow afternoon with Secret Oath, this is a marquee race. It's not 3-year-olds. That's what we're so consumed with, but one of the most prestigious, important races for older filly and mares in the Apple Blossom, and can't wait for tomorrow's edition.
If you had to rank some of your Oaklawn Park experiences, where would you rank the opportunity to see a horse like Clairiere and Secret Oath racing against each other tomorrow versus when we got to hang out together that one weekend back in 2019?
Hanging out in the John? Hanging out in the John?
It was cold.
It was bitterly cold.
It was cold.
Says the guy from California. Bitterly cold. Bitterly cold to me is like anything sub 50. Jonathan is as soft as I am. And by the way, JK, I got a kick out of you like clutching your pearls at the thought of consumption during the course of a broadcast. But yes, my number one all-time recollection of Oaklawn Park is hiding in the bathroom, where they do have a heater, by the way, because you and I were that's how JK and I got to know each other. The restroom in the infield at Oaklawn Park.
It was cold.
Fast friends. Things can happen when you least expect it. Well,
oh, wait, we have something going on here. And Christian Torres, a leading rider, just got tossed. Destiny's Dream at 7-1 here. And leading rider Christian Torres, hopefully he's okay. And we'll await a decision regarding Destiny's Dream and whether or not she's declared good to go here. Christian Torres, what a meet he's had. Again, he has that mount on a long shot. Radical right tomorrow in the Count Fleet, but a scary moment just before post time here.
We saw Destiny's Dream rear up, and it looked like the pony rider, from my vantage point, was able to hold on to Destiny's Dream, which was a great show of horsemanship there. And hopefully, and you can see Christian Torres looks like he's on his feet near the outrider, and pony rider able to hold on to Destiny's Dream. But Lafitte, I got a chance to see Christian Torres when he actually first started riding. He started down at Gulfstream and did not receive a nod for champion apprentice rider, which I thought was mistaken. And he said to me, you know, I'm just going to keep my head down. I'm going to keep riding as he gets a leg back up onto Destiny's Dream. And he's done exactly that with the show he's put on at Oaklawn Park.
It's always
piling up the stats.
Oh, go ahead, Lafitte.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say.
Go ahead, JK. Go ahead.
No, I was going to just say it's impressive. It's not an easy meet to win at.
Christian Torres here, Destiny's Dream. Another kind of a cool story in this one. Number 2, Flash of Cherokee. Kylie Jordan looking to go back-to-back on the program. And riding for her father, Todd Jordan, first after the claim, Flash of Cherokee. And Kylie, who's had it, we just saw her 19th win, I believe, of the meet. She had a big 2022 securing riding titles at Will Rogers Downs and Prairie Meadows. She's only 20 years old, works really hard, and great to see her have the kind of success she's had here at Oaklawn, and riding for her father and trying to go back-to-back on the Friday program, Flash of Cherokee, who is overlaid, by the way. It was on paper, this looked like a 2-horse race. On paper, Wreaking Havoc 8-5 morning line, Flash of Cherokee 9-5, Flash of Cherokee and Kylie Jordan at 7-2 now the second choice.
A little bit cold on the board compared to the number 6, Wreaking Havoc, who is the one that has faced just some better horses and taken that drop in class. First off the claim, Flash of Cherokee, as no pressure, trying to do well for her father, but Kylie Jordan has definitely turned heads with the performances that she's put out at Oaklawn Park. Jonathan, what were your thoughts on this filly's chances?
You know, when I looked at this race, I thought it was a 2-horse race. It was either the 2, Flash of Cherokee, or the 6, Wreaking Havoc. I couldn't get past the fact that Wreaking Havoc is dropping for Connections and 10-strike racing. They're in contention to win the meet and the owner's title, and I know that they care about that. It's something that would be nice for them to have for their partners, a lot of people from Arkansas. So I think maybe this could be a drop in order to help kind of narrow the gap.
We see that a lot at Saratoga the last couple of weeks. People trying to take some drops in classes to help themselves out a bit with that owner's title. We'll see what Wreaking Havoc can do in race 4. Looks like we have another horse that's acting up behind the starting gate too. I can't exactly see which one that is from my vantage point, but another rider off behind the gate. Looks like the rider of the 1 actually was off and climbing back aboard, but horse acting up pretty badly in the starting gate. Tough to see from this vantage point. Starting gate crew, one of the toughest jobs in the industry.
Oh, absolutely. You go get into a closet with a 13-pound animal and tell me how much fun that is.
Looks like everybody is more or less settled down now. Again, tough to tell from this vantage point what's going on. The number 8 to the outside, True Blue Girl, has not yet been loaded into the gate. Looks like the 9, May Disco, hasn't been either after that activity in the gate with somebody acting up pretty badly. It looks like they're trying to make sure all the other horses that are already loaded in the gate. And the number 4 backing out, the 4 Destiny's Dream. It was that filly that acted up in the gate. She was the one that actually reared up on track as well, dropping rider Christian Torres. So looks like they're backing her out of the gate, Jonathan, and she will be inspected by the intending veterinarian to make sure that she's fit to race. Looks like Christian Torres was off again. Not exactly sure what happened, but it seemed that she was acting up one more time. And while she's a price, that's definitely not something you want to see before a race.
Yeah, and it seems like they're backing everyone out.
So when something like that happens, I always say, especially with young horses, when they're in the gate, it's like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out.
Man, what's worse than that? Having to change out, trying to figure out which one's the problem.
We're going to meet the field for the 5th at Aqueduct. New York breds, maiden special weight on the turf, kicking things off with money for nothing.
Yeah, this horse has some siblings that have won on the grass. An interesting pedigree play.
Indeed, first-time starter for Mike Maselli. Here's the 2 all good here, second-time starter.
And this one doesn't have a lot of siblings that have won on the grass, but did run well in that start down at Tampa.
First-time starter by City of Light. Here's one headlight.
When I see Rapoli, St. Elias, Todd Pletcher, and a dirt sire running on the turf, it makes me think they might be a little slow because that's not what they're looking for.
More on that sire in a minute. Here's the 4 Mudville 9.
Yeah, had some trouble last time on the dirt, will need to improve.
Valentino's here, gets back on the grass.
Yeah, back on the grass. This horse has had some nice turf races in the past. Will need to take a tiny step forward.
Squid Gamer, another one trying the grass for the first time.
Yeah, this is my pick in here. This horse has run well on the dirt, has been running in competitive races, and does have some siblings that have won.
Here's Tony O off the layoff.
Gets the blinkers and the Lasix, could improve.
We saw the 8 Vince the Prince go by for a big warm-up. Here's Awesome Force.
This is another one that hasn't taken much money. 60-1 on debut, 71 right after that. Just doesn't seem to have a lot of talent.
Intriguing runner. Here's Mama Band Me.
Yeah, you can get Tom Morley. This horse ran an okay speed figure at 65-1 on debut. Hasn't run since January. Likely will need a race.
And your tepid favorite, 7-2 on Clear Conscience.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. The speed figure wasn't as fast as I would like to see. Did take some money on debut. Gets Lasix this time around. Did make a little bit of a mini run in that last race. I think the 12 is interesting, although drawn far outside.
And there is the 8 Vince the Prince, who had that big warm-up. Let's go to Richie Magliori, trackside.
Okay, I'm going to be quick, guys. The 1, money for nothing, nice pedigree, actually rode the dam. Will need a race. Just carrying too much weight for me. All good here, showed good speed. At Tampa, a little too keen. It's up to Dylan Davis to get him to settle. 1 headlight, looks very fit for a first-time starter taking all the money. The 4, Mudville 9, will be my top selection. He's got big platypus feet. He should love the turf. He's got a turf pedigree. Grand Dam's even tail from that good Gallagher stud stock. And this horse looks fantastic on the track, and there will be joy in Mudville if he gets it done for me. The 9, Awesome Force, definitely got a turf confirmation, longer cycle passage, flat foot. Mama Band Me, don't see much maturation from 2 to 3. Guys?
Richie, thank you. They're back in the gate at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to Jim Byers for race 4.
Waiting for May Disco. She heads in. All in line. And they're off. Out toward the inside, Lori's Eyes is moving out quickly for the lead with Quarantined on the inside and Flash of Cherokee from between horses. Those 3 are hammer and tongs early on, and then comes Miss Double, who's racing in 4th. Outside of her is Nellie Larkin in 5th. Wreaking Havoc is 6th. She's wide on the outside with a half mile to go, but in the clear and 6 lengths from the lead. Then a gap of 3.5 or 4 back to May Disco and True Blue Girl around the turn. On the inside, it's Quarantined. This 11-1 shot with a narrow lead here. Flash of Cherokee is alongside her. Lori's Eyes is looming toward the outside 3 wide, and now Wreaking Havoc in the purple and black 4 wide into the stretch. Nellie Larkin is following, then May Disco toward the inside. It's Lori's Eyes. Walter de la Cruz taking the lead here. Up to the outside, wreaking havoc. Ramsey Zimmerman trying to get them. Flash of Cherokee on the inside is third. Final 16th. Lori's Eyes wreaking havoc. Lori's Eyes and wreaking havoc. Lori's Eyes, the longtime maiden. A maiden no more. Wins at a half length. Wreaking havoc second. And then back to Flash of Cherokee and May Disco.
Big upset with Lori's Eyes making start number 15 to get the win. There was that late scratch prior to the race of the 4, Destiny's Dream, after acting up in the starting gate. Back at Aqueduct, we are getting ready for this New York bred maiden special weight. Taking a look at the number 6 Squid Gamer on the track right now. Is this your top pick?
Yeah, it is. I look, this horse ran okay on the dirt last time, got a nice speed figure. Kind of in Charlie Baker we trust thing. When he makes a move, I just kind of trust that it's the right move. I think he's that good of a trainer. But I will say this about Squid Gamer. There's a half to Clickitat who won 4 times on the grass, 3 of them on turf not listed as firm. I'm a huge believer that that's the true indicator of a horse that wants grass, is ones that can run on soft grass. If you can run on soft grass, in my opinion, like you can, maybe you don't like the firm going, but you can handle grass from that comparison from dirt to turf. And then another one, Evaluator, was another sibling of Squid Gamers that won first time out on the grass. To me, this is a turf pedigree on the bottom side, and I just feel like this is a horse that could improve in a race that just nothing else really grabbed me. The 12 makes a ton of sense, drawn poorly. The 2 doesn't have a lot of turf pedigree, but it's obviously the connections make you feel like if they're there, they can run on the grass. I just decided to go with the 6 in here, Squid Gamer.
I like it. You're going to get a nice price as well. 5-2 to the outside on the number 12, Clear Conscience. It feels like maybe going to this one perhaps by default. This is a horse that I noticed kind of leapt out of the gate a little bit, finished well late, but just kind of running out of time. Does have to navigate the outside post here after a very solid debut race. Wanted to go back to the number 3, One Headlight, because you had mentioned, I told you my theory. I think City of Light is going to be a turf stallion, which is interesting. But you do have to remember, too, that Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola, to your point, go to the sales to try to find the likes of a Kentucky Derby horse, not necessarily a New York bred turf maiden.
Yeah, when I had Mike Rapoli on my podcast a couple weeks ago, he said the phrase, I want his, he's really kind of ramping up now in his horse ownership, and he said that he wants every North American Grade 1 dirt race to go through Rapoli stables.
Wow.
They are buying dirt horses. That's what they're trying to get. I'm not saying they can't end up with a good turf horse, and that can happen from time to time, but when they go to the sale and they raise their hand for $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, they're not thinking grass.
Very, very good point from a stable that's been so active at the sales. And of course, those two teaming up with Forte, the likely Kentucky Derby favorite, and atop the points leaderboard right now. Very interesting, I think pretty wide open 5th race here too. New York bred maiden special weight as they load into the starting gate for the 5th. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
2 more left to load. Valentino's here. Valentino's here, and Clear Conscience to the outside. Valentino's here is in. Mama banned me. Just was getting situated in the gate. Here's Clear Conscience. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Squid Gamer's got speed. Tony O is going to be in the early mix as well. And then comes a hard sent Vince the Prince and Kendra Carmouche. Vince the Prince, they want the front, and they will put a head in front of Tony O, who's going to take back there to the inside. Here comes the move from Mudville 9, who's now going to track in second as they pass the wire the first time. Awesome Force is well settled, is in the 4th position, is followed by Clear Conscience. Then to the inside of that rival is One Headlight, who's now tracking in 6th. Drifting out a touch wide is Valentino's here, as they're going to be mid-pack, then All Good here in between horses after breaking with those leaders with Squid Gamer. Towards the tail end of the field, second to last is Mama Band Me and the trailer, Money for Nothing. On the front end, it's Vince the Prince, who's got the lead, is a neck in front. Tonio applies pressure to the outside here from second. Mudville 9 is tracking to the inside, is at the rail in third. They went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Clear Conscience is progressing nicely, is in the fourth spot under a very tight hold here as they've got less than a half mile to go. 49-3 was that half mile time. Now it's still Vince the Prince in front. Tonio with the pressure up alongside Mudville 9. Clear Conscience is still in that mix as well. Valentino's here is progressing, is in the fourth spot. Following that move is One Headlight. Getting shuffled back was Mudville 9 who got shuffled back, and Awesome Force had to check in behind that rival. A lot of trouble at the back, but up front it's Vince the Prince who gets the cue. Vince the Prince kicks for home. Clear Conscience in the two-path. Now splits rivals and comes after this leader. Tonio is trying to keep up from there as well, and Valentino's here up on the grandstand side. Clear Conscience is trying to sprint away. Vince the Prince's very game is now going to switch to the outside here of this rival. It's Clear Conscience who got the jump. Clear Conscience is up by 2.5 lengths. Vince the Prince trying to hold second. Late right here, One Headlight flying from the back. Clear Conscience gets the score. One Headlight gets in a photo there with Vince the Prince. Tonio is in there. Then Valentino's here in 1 minute 44.59 seconds.
Clear Conscience, your favorite, makes the first start of his 3-year-old season, and he makes it a winning one. Third today for Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, worked out a trip. He's in a two-path here. When you're drawn outside, like I said, this horse made a ton of sense.
Sure.
But just from the outside, you just felt like we've seen it so much. I mean, how often do you bet a horse drawn outside that you like that ends up getting a trip that doesn't work out for him? Clear Conscience was definitely best in here. I will say this, the 3-1 Headlight.
Yeah.
Keisha, you might be right. Maybe the City of Lights are going to like the grass. That horse was flying late.
We'll see. It'll be fun to follow. Every horse that I've seen that's by City of Light, the sales is just so good looking. So we'll get a chance to see more of his progeny in the future for sure. But the son of Claiborne Stallion, Blame, Clear Conscience, gets the win off of the layoff, making his first start of his 3-year-old season. Nice performance there. Manny Franco with another one. Fun fact, this horse is actually have to topic changer, who's trained by the same connections. There's assistant trainer, Christophe L'Oreal. Christophe comes in at Keeneland for the next couple days. But Clear Conscience was after topic changer, who also won on the flat, but is now doing quite well over jumps in his next career.
That's a great accomplishment. I would prefer if I was a horse to just run flat. I don't really like jumping over things.
Oh, it's fun.
I got bad knees, but
That's okay.
I'm trying to be safe.
All right, we'll keep you away from the jumps in the future. But one thing to look forward to in just a couple days, it'll be a sight for sorry eyes. Sorry eyes will get a chance to see the Oklahoma training track open on Monday up in Saratoga for the 2023 season. I know a place that's very special to both of us, as we will really have an opportunity to know that summer is on the way, that spring has sprung. Several large outfits keep horses there throughout the whole 6 months before and after the Saratoga meet, and it was great to see all of the action picking up again on the Oklahoma.
Someone asked me my happy place the other day, and I like, it's serious, like your most happy place, and I said on a golf cart in the morning on the Oklahoma with my family. That's literally my favorite place in the world.
It's the best. You can't beat it. Opening day, July 13th at Saratoga. Will go from July 13th to September 4th. Here are some of the key dates to look forward to. Jonathan will have his ice packs ready by then. And we hope that you'll be joining us. We hope you made your travel plans already and come to join us for a few weekends, or all of them, up at the spa.
It's upon us. I get excited just thinking about it.
A lot to look forward to. We still have the Belmont Spring Meet to go through before that, and of course you don't want to rush that. We've been waiting to get back to Belmont, so pretty excited to have the opportunity to go back there. In race 5 at Aqueduct, the number 12, Clear Conscience, getting the win. It was 12-3-8-7 in race 5. Clear Conscience in the first start of his 3-year-old season. What a day for Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, Manny's had an outstanding meet. A lot of the, like you said earlier in the show, a lot of the other guys leave. Irad, Joel, Jose, Louis. Manny sticks around, and I think it really helps his business quite a bit because a lot of the New York guys develop relationships with him, and he gets to stick around. And people like Christophe, remember wins like this. And when Manny's open in a big stake race, when maybe Joel's gone, hey, Manny, you want to ride here? Because he remembers. It's a great opportunity for Manny.
We'll team up tomorrow with Big Everest, riding for Christophe Command as well in tomorrow's Dangerous Hour. You can imagine Manny Franco will put that horse on the lead and try to take them every step of the way. $6.70 winner in race 5 at Aqueduct. We'll be back on the dirt for race 6, a mile on the main track. It'll be a $10,000 claiming race. But that is our time to say goodbye. Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. And we'll see you back here hosting on Sunday.
Hosting on Sunday. Should be fun.
Can't wait. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. A lot more to come. Thanks for joining us. We've got more live racing from Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Welcome to continuing live coverage from Aqueduct Oaklawn Park here at America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling taking over here on the desk with the best yet to come in here. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
7th, our feature later here at Aqueduct. Some questions with a horse who just ran a huge figure, Whittingham Park.
Yeah, and I don't think because Ouster lost today to short price horse who beat him last time, it's a knock, because Ouster may have run the same figure. It came up very fast. But I think the question with Whittingham Park, and you and I were discussing this earlier today, whether or not you're comfortable with him getting the extra distance. And I think the 1 1/8 around 2 turns might be stretching it for him a little bit. But no doubt he is the horse to beat.
Did you see this figure from him too as a massive jump, or was it in line with where he was headed?
Well, I mean, it was a jump for him, and I think you have to ask yourself, what did you feel about the 100 that Ouster got? But given the way he ran today, I don't know that you can really knock it. And maybe it was set up a little bit because the pace was pretty quick that day. It does feel like he's in raging form. I just worry about these closing 1-turn type horses. And you look at him, does he really get better at a mile? Or is he getting into situations that make him look better? Is he finishing as well? So I think he's vulnerable. And I think he's vulnerable to Sundays with Sandy, who has some speed, and maybe even 6%.
That's a feature race coming up in the 7th. Before we get there, we have race 6, $10,000 claiming group. 1-turn mile. Obviously, a lot of big action at Hot Springs as well. We have Lafitte Pinkai, Paul LaDuca there, Maggie Wolfendale roaming about town.
Right.
A lot going on today.
Yeah, Maggie's having a good old time. The rest of us are working. She seems to be having all kinds of fun. First I saw her, she was on a towel. I mean, I don't know. Usually I'm in a towel in my office, but nobody really wants to know about that. I'm looking forward to the race day. I think the 6th race today, the big question in race number 6 here is, what do you do with the horses out of the 7th race on March 18th? Because you had 3 horses that hit the wire together, including the 5 Revenger, the 9 Vintage Hollywood, and the 10 Swift Tap. I'm going to take the stand that I want to bet against all 3 of them. And I'm looking at horses like the 6, 8, and 11. And I'm going to try to beat the horses that came out of that race.
Yeah, I thought Low Commissioner going to be really tough. And right now, actually, he's open as a 2-to-1 favorite from that outside post. We're going to get you out to Oaklawn right now. Race 5, approaching the 8-minute mark to post. 6-furlong sprint. 4-year-olds and up who have not won a race since November 14th or who have never won 3. That's a condition for this one coming up. We'll have more on it, including a post parade when we come back from this short timeout. We'll be back. A lot more still ahead here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Late Pick 5 included at Oaklawn next.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by where you can play all the action. Go to NyraBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 5 next at Oaklawn, and it starts the late pick 5 sequence on this Friday afternoon card. 6 furlong sprint to begin it for 4-year-olds and up. Condition $8,000 claiming race. The 3 Black Storm, Robertino Diodoro, really taking all the money here right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The horse has absolutely no speed. They do feel like there should be moving up front between the 1 and 5, but I don't know.
Here's Atris, 12-1 to start the post parade.
How does Rob Atris never train this horse? Don't quite get it. Feels like it'll be forwardly placed. Lost the jockey last time.
Rock and Junebug has struggled lately.
Yes, that's a kind way to put it.
Mightily, yeah. 6-time winner, though, from 31 starts. Black Storm, here's the favorite for Diodoro.
I don't know. I see this horse as a big drop down, so I kind of get it, but I don't love big favorites that have no speed.
Arkansas bred at 11-1. J.E.'s hand-me-down. Keith Asmussen riding for Dad.
Is it unfair to a horse to name it a hand-me-down?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of like, here's my coworker. He's a hand-me-down.
9-year-old still around here. Bend in the River, back-to-back second-place finishes.
I think this horse is going to be forwardly placed, which may help. I don't really like this one, but should be part of the pace.
Orbital Star, the biggest price on the board, 30-1 with a 6.
And he looks like one of the bigger prices on the board, another Archie bred.
And then a couple taking play here towards the outside. One of them, Sign of the Cross, who's been off since running in Shakopee, Minnesota in September.
We've been pitching Chris Richard horses the whole meet, and so far, we're batting 1,000.
Wesley's Gold, Tyler Bayes, 17-1.
Tough to make off the recent races, Turfway Park horse.
And then
Turf Paradise, excuse me.
Turf to dirt move, looking for Loki.
I like this one. I think this horse makes a lot of sense. Doesn't have a ton of speed, but should be more forwardly placed than number 3 here. Felt to me like the second likeliest winner on the drop down off the dirt races.
Here's the one we're talking about. Yeah, there's looking for Loki. 5-year-old, I'm with you. This horse, in terms of the dirt racing, when he was last on dirt, big drop down here.
And I'm looking at doubles. The doubles almost exactly the same. It's 38.20 with the 3 and 38.40 with the 9. So expect the 9 to be significantly lower than 7-2 when they leave the gate.
Meanwhile, here's the 7. This is Sign of the Cross. So David Cabrera will be aboard. It'll be a cut back in distance for this horse, who has never gone 6 furlongs.
And is running off a 7-month layoff. Chris Richard is a trainer that does well in the Louisiana circuits, but his numbers over the years at Oaklawn are extremely weak. I think he's somewhere around 2 or 3%, and his horses just haven't really shown up at this meet, but that's nothing different. When he wins a race at Oaklawn, I'm going to lose.
Meanwhile, the 5 Bend in the River at least has gotten a piece of things the last couple of races against Condition Claiming Company, including this race back on March 30th.
And depending on what the 1 does, he theoretically could be loose in this race. My problem is I felt like he should have won last time out. But I think he ran well enough, and there's not much pace in here, so I thought he had a chance. Well, I shouldn't say that. There could be a lot of pace. It really is going to depend on what Atris does. If he doesn't go, this horse could find himself controlling.
2-back was on the lead, actually tried to go gate to wire, was forwardly placed in this race, wound up second again, 7-1. And Gabriel Saez gets the return mount.
Yeah, I mean, I do prefer the 9, but I'm not going to bet the 9 at 2-1. He's likely to be by post time, or 5-2. But I think looking at Loki is the one that I want. His race at Oaklawn were just against much, much better.
All right, we'll get back to this race momentarily. We return to New York. $10,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile coming up here in the 6th, where it's still the outside runner, the 11, Low Commissioner. Just claimed last time out by Oscar Barrera. Dylan Davis will ride the 2-1 favorite, and there he is.
Yeah, now the winner came back and disappointed, but the winner rode a good rail, and this horse was chasing 3 wide that day. So I think you could give him a bit of an excuse that day, and I agree. He's a very logical horse on the outside.
Remember a post parade here coming up momentarily. 8 years old, but in some of the better form of his career.
Yeah, I don't, when these horses that are running effectively at 8 and 9, and these are horses that sort of know how to take care of themselves. I'm not, I have no problem with the older horses. They just seem to, some of them get better with age, and they just seem to be able to continue to run well. They might get a little quirky at times, but they hold their form.
You look at the board here, and Cool Quartet at 6-1. Wasn't this horse a main contender?
I picked him. I thought he's supposed to be the co-favorite in this race. I thought he made a huge amount of sense. He's dropping down. His race 2 back would make him tough in here. I thought he was super logical. I'm going to use the 6, 8, and 11. I wonder, I haven't looked at doubles. Let me look at some Will Pays here while we're talking about it.
Got to think that number comes down on
the
6.
The 5, the favorite is the 11, substantial favorite. The second choice is the 5, and it looks like the 6 and 10 will be the co-third choice.
6, we talked about the 10, Swift Tap. Yeah, part of the March 18th race, you're talking about the Revenger 1, Vintage Hollywood 2nd, and only 3/4 of a length defeated. Swift Tap, who is 6-1 right now as well. Jose Gomez, Michelle Nevin. Interesting race here coming up. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post. We have a new audience rejoining us here in just a moment. So we're going to take a slight pause as we get set for our post parade here with a 6 from Aqueduct. Welcome back to those rejoining us. Those just joining us on FS2. Good to be with you here on America's Day at the Races on our Friday coverage. Live action from Aqueduct and from Hot Springs out at Oaklawn Park. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper. Andy Serling, feature race from New York. We're a race away. We're looking forward to that one with Whittingham Park, who has some questions about distance that we talked about. And live coverage from Oaklawn ahead. Big one on Saturday, of course, in that Distaff division, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Looking through the winners of the Apple Blossom, certainly over the last 20 or 30 years, some of the best names. Race Zenyatta won twice, other than the Breeders' Cup Classic that she lost to Blame. It's really the only time she ran out of California. And it's funny, Zenyatta ran so much on synthetic, and a lot of us, including myself, would criticize her and say she ran on synthetic. But the truth is, the best races she ever ran were on dirt. So she probably was hurt throughout her career not being able to run on the dirt.
It would have been fun to see.
Yeah, I'm sorry she didn't, run more, because she could have really won some. Look, she already did run amazing races, but those Oaklawn races, I know the competition wasn't as stern, but she was very impressive.
Maybe that first Breeders' Cup she won just happened to be in a year where, it was on a synthetic racetrack.
But her race to Blame, I mean, just because she lost, she ran. I think she ran the best race that she ever ran in her career. And sometimes you have to lose to see what a horse is fully capable of doing.
She ran the best race of anyone in the race.
Well, I think Blame ran better, but we can argue about that another time.
It's up for debate.
It's always debatable in racing. Regardless, she ran super that day. You know that John Sheriff's told me he's never watched that race again?
I wouldn't either if I was
Other trainers have told me the same thing about Heartbreak. Chad Brown told me about Lady Eli when she lost the Breeders' Cup by the nose.
It's difficult.
Yeah, most of us are gluttons for punishment, so we'll watch them again. But I get it.
Meanwhile, this 5th at Oaklawn, we're set. This kicks off the late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint if you're just tuning in. Condition $8,000 claiming group. It's the 3 Black Storm. Robertino Diodoro the favorite. We both like the 9 a little bit. Looking for Loki. Jim Byers the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Atras trying hard on the inside. Black Storm looking for Loki on the outside. Leslie's Gold, Bend in the River, and Rockin' Junebug were all out relatively fast as well. And then toward the back end of the field are Sign of the Cross and J.E.'s Hand Me Down, and it's extremely far back. Orbital Star is detached from the field by double-digit lengths as they race into the turn. Atras with the advantage by a length. Black Storm is in the clear in second, and then Leslie's Gold and looking for Loki to the outside in the yellow and purple. Bend in the River has some runners to get around. He's racing 5th toward the inside. Then right to the rail comes Rockin' Junebug, then J.E.'s Hand Me Down and Sign of the Cross. Here's the final quarter mile. And the long shot, Atras takes him to the top of the stretch to Black Storm. Looking for Loki is starting to kick in a bit up on the outside. Bend in the River is back along the rail in 4th. And then way down the center is Sign of the Cross. Atras is stubborn. And here's Looking for Loki. Atras looking for Loki. It's going to be Looking for Loki, and Atras looking for Loki wears him down. Atras is next. Sign of the Cross, a good 3rd in his return. Bend in the River, 4th.
Looking for Loki, getting by Atras for the victory here. Francisco Arrieta, trained by Dwayne Loy.
And Atlas was able to control in the front end, but just couldn't quite hold off the 9 looking for Loki. And, you know, even though the 3, surprisingly, Black Storm, was much closer to the pace than expected, I think taking the horse out of his running style probably didn't benefit him. Or maybe he just didn't run.
2-1 in the end on your winner to kick off that pick 5 in Hot Springs. We return to New York. Again, 1 turn mile, $10,000 claiming race. Coming up in the race that kicks off the late pick 3. We're going to look at this whole field here in a moment. Still favored outside, Little Commissioner, the 11. Here's the remaining half of the entry. The 1A, Icy Storm.
Just has not been in good form. One of those rare horses claimed by Antonio Arriaga that did not move forward at all.
Does have some races, though.
Oh, on the go back. I fell for him the first time he ran for Antonio.
Break 4th from the outside, the 1A. The rail to this one, American Lincoln.
His form has just completely disappeared.
42-1. Big price next door as well, and Forever Wicked, who's at 20-1.
He needs the race to completely fall apart, but he should get some pace.
Johnny Quist. Couple of races that could put him in the mix, and he's 2 for 3 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, but he got very fortunate to beat a lesser field 2 back, but he has a big price if you like him.
Jason Wyas, the apprentice, will ride there. The Revenger coming off a win last start.
Probably be the second choice by post time. Got the job done in a 3-horse photo. For me, I'm going to play against horses out of that race.
Still up there at 5-1. Cool Quartet, Trevor McCarthy.
I think you're going to get every bit of 7-2 on him. It's a big field. I liked his chances. I thought he was too tough for the last couple races. Thought he made a lot of sense.
Here's Liam's Fire, Amir Shishakli, Kate Davis.
I tried this horse, but he just can't seem to get back to that good effort in the mud 3 races back or 4 back.
And contenders here to the outside. Here's one of them. There's a Storm of Bruin, big drop down.
Yeah, I'm using him. This is a humongous drop to the bottom, and I know he's a horse that's only one on the front end. It's going to be hard to get it here, but at that price, I have to use him.
Vintage Hollywood, the horse who missed by a nose to the Revenger last start.
Yeah, and he's a much bigger price than the Revenger, and I don't think he really ran any worse.
Swift Tap, Michelle Nevin, Jose Gomez, 3rd in that race with the Revenger.
Ditto. I mean, I don't think he ran any worse either, and he's a bigger price as well.
And the favorite outside, the 8-year-old Lil Commissioner, beaten into odds-on last time out.
Yeah, but he chased 3 wide on a track that was kind of inside speed. Helped the winner out a great deal, who did come back and run badly. I think he's a very logical horse. I don't know that anybody should be 2-1 in here, but I do think he makes a certain amount of sense.
That's the heavyweight belt someone's wearing right there.
I don't know what to say. Is that the Jonathan Kinchin fan club assembling in the winner's circle?
It might be. Some good gear.
Yeah. Kinchin's going to be annoyed when he sees that.
Yes, he is. He is
I
not
thought he
the
looked
best
pretty sharp today.
dressed
I like that shirt he had on today, by the way.
Here, he usually does not disappoint. Here's the Revenger. So this common race, top 3 finishers, you really can make a case for all of them. The winner right now, the shortest of these 3 at 3-1.
Keep in mind, 8,000 the bottom in the winter, now 10,000 is the bottom. So in a lot of ways, I would say they're not moving up substantially, but it was the bottom. And if you look at horses like Cool Quartet, who's taking money, obviously the 11, Lil Commissioner, and yet also the 8, there's a Storm Bruin. They've been running against much better horses. So for me, when you've got 3 that hit the wire together, and they're all ostensibly, they're not moving up so much in class as they're moving up in company. I just going to take a shot and just, maybe it just makes my handicapping easier. But when you get 3 at the wire together, there's a better chance they all ran sort of mediocrely than they all ran really well.
Oh, flaunting himself right there, the Revenger, acting like he already won right now. See if he can go back-to-back. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and talking about the Revenger, excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to say Revenger, excuse me. He warmed up aggressively on the Kendrick Carmouche. Was talking to Kendrick in the paddock, and he says he's got speed. He doesn't think the inside portion of the track is good, and you saw earlier he was keeping horses purposely out towards the center of the strip. So I think he's going to try to get that same kind of trip where he stays a bit off the rail. I prefer others out of that last race, particularly the 9, Vintage Hollywood. Vintage Hollywood at one time was trained by Orlando Noda. He was claimed back by Orlando Noda last time. And I have to say, this horse looks better than he's ever looked, or he has in a very long time. And sometimes a trainer just has a feel or an affinity for a certain horse. And, these horses were very close together last time, and The Revenger's 3-1, and this horse is 9-1, and he looks better physically to me. So I'm going to go with him. You know, you get Manny Franco for Orlando Noto. Manny's been riding lights out. I think he makes a lot of sense. And then the 11, Little Commissioner, claimed last time by Ascobar for 12.5, runs for 10. He's got an Isinglass Cup on his outside. Excuse me, on his inside eye, and that's just to protect an eye that's been, you know, either the cornea or pupil's been scratched, and you know they have to protect the eye a little bit, you know, from the kickback. So he's got a great post for a horse that might have a little bit of trouble handling that kickback because of a condition with his eye. So I like that he's got that cup and an outside post. But I'm going to go with the 9, Vintage Hollywood, at I think too big a price.
All right, Mig, there is the 9. Manny Franco, Orlando Noto first off the claim, from one who just missed by a nose to the Revenger, 8-1. Meanwhile, the horse who just barely got the nose down in time, 3-1.
Yeah, I don't understand why there should be that big a gap between them. And they're betting the 10 as well, and I have no issue with that. He's actually the one I put the highest of the 3 in there, the 3 out of that race. I didn't love Vintage Hollywood, but I don't disagree that I don't know why he's supposed to be 7-1 with Manny Franco when the others are 5-2 and 5-1, or 7-2 and 5-1. But I like the 6. But I tell you what, I think the 8 is very interesting at 14-1 and very, very usable.
Dropping from 32,000 down to 10 today.
Yeah, we used to have a thing here when 14,000 was the bottom level. We used to have a force time 14. Because the thing is, when you run the different levels above the lowest level, that's sort of the value you're at. When you run at the bottom level, whatever racetrack it is, you're worth between 0 and that number. And a lot of times, there are a lot of horses just aren't very good, and that drop can be very, very significant. So I think on that alone, at 15-1, the 8 is worth throwing in.
See if it wakes this 7-year-old up a little bit. The 8, there is a storm of brewing. We're set for the 6. Chris Griffin with the call.
Just a few more left to load here. Cool Quartet goes in. Swift Tap, Little Commissioner. Little Commissioner to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking a step slow was Forever Wicked. Who's the trailer? They line up front, but quickest is the Revenger, and Kendra Carmouche right out to the front. It's the Revenger who's up by 2 lengths now. Just off of them in the pink cap, there is a Storm Bruin, is in that second group as they're well off the rail one more time. The Revenger out in the center of the racetrack brings them out of the chute. A very tight hold here on Swift Tap, who's moving forward, is now second. Down towards the inside, there's a Storm Bruin. At the rail is Johnny Quist, who is progressing, is making up some ground. Up on the far outside, Vintage Hollywood is in 5th. In behind that comes Icy Storm. Gets passed to the inside here by Liam's Fire, who's now going to challenge that spot. Further back in the field is Cool Quartet. Up on the far outside in the red silks, that's Little Commissioner. The 2 at the far back there, American Lincoln and Forever Wicked. They're the 2 trailers. Really strung out here. They went 46.51 for that half-mile time. The Revenger takes him into the far turn. Swift Tap is right there in second. Under a full drive is Johnny Quist not making up the ground. There is a Storm Bruin is trying to run on Vintage Hollywood. Is uncorking a rally, is wide, but is about to challenge and take third. Up front, it's the Revenger who's still in front. The Revenger approaches a quarter-mile left to go. The Revenger is up by a full length. Under a full drive is Swift Tap is not cutting into the margin yet. They went 1:11.2 for 3/4 of a mile. The Revenger just keeps going. The Revenger is still up by a length and a half. Swift Tap continues to just grind away after this leader. Vintage Hollywood not making up much ground. Not much from the back. The Revenger is just striding away here. A 16th to go. The Revenger now 3 lengths clear. It's going to be the Revenger with a front-running score. The Revenger gets it done over Swift Tap. Tight here, Icy Storm is in a photo with Vintage Hollywood in 1:38.33 seconds.
Aggressive tactics paying off. Kendra Carmouche going to the front with the Revenger and goes gate to wire.
You have to give Kendrick a lot of credit here. He made a decision. In a race that was loaded with speed, he did what the smart riders do. He said, okay, they're speeding here. They want to win. They're going to come catch me. And he went to the front. Did he go a little fast? Probably. But better be going a little fast and being controlling the race than be one of those guys sitting back and going, oh, I know the speed will collapse, because it never does. And in this case, I give Kendrick a lot of credit. This horse is in good form, but Kendrick really seized the bull by the horns, and the Revenger was able to take advantage of it. And I was dead wrong throwing out the horses from that race, because they ran 1-2, maybe 1-2-3, or 1-2-4.
4-1 on your winner. 5th win for the Revenger. Did the 1A sneak up and get third
I think
here
he
at
might have
18-1?
I think the 1A may have gotten third. Nobody else ran at all. The 6 was dead last around there and no factor. The 11 was never a factor at all. I don't know. It's like those horses weren't even in the race. I don't know what was going on.
And it was the 1A, 5-10, 1A, 9. Icy Storm 18-1, getting third here to help these exotics. Here's the 10 and second.
My exotics are on life support.
And for third, on the inside, yeah, just getting up by a head there. All right, so an upset in your multi-race wagers. We'll have these prices coming up in a moment. We talked about the big one in the Distaff division, premier race in this division of the meet at Hot Springs each and every year. Grade 1 Apple Blossom. You talked about some of the greats that have won this race in the past. It's our ABR race of the week. Compact field, but two very big names showing up. Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath, and of course Grade 1 winner Clairiere.
Yeah, I mean, it's between those two. The other horse has some speed and makes her a little dangerous because there isn't much speed in here. Obviously, Secret Oath was extremely good and ran better than Clairiere last time. But, you know, as I said before the last race, that Secret Oath is the one that figured to be sort of more cranked up. She kind of came into the Azari with more to prove than Clairiere. And Clairiere has her eye on this race, the Ogden Phipps, the Personal Ensign, and the Breeders' Cup. Not that Secret Oath doesn't, but Secret Oath had tailed off so badly. I think Wayne wanted to get back in track. Now, she should be much more forward in the small field than Clairiere, but I think the small field helps Clairiere because it tends to condense things, and nobody's that far back. And I think Clairiere is going to reverse things tomorrow.
You don't think there's one horse really that looks like they want to go to the front, Hot Sultry.
Yes.
She doesn't need more of a pace setup?
She might. I just sometimes think in these small fields, nobody's ever that far back. You know, I just feel like
there's more traffic problems too.
Yeah,
for
but
some
it just
reason.
feels like she's going to sit last, but she might be 3 lengths out of it, as opposed to a bigger field when the field spreads a little bit. I'm a Clairiere fan, I'll say it. And I feel like last time she was a super short price, and Secret Oath was a better bet to be more cranked up first time. But I'm going to guess that Steve's got Clairiere ready to roll. But you know what? Maybe Clairiere will lose a step as a 5-year-old, and maybe Secret Oath will refine that good form. It's a good battle between two very good horses.
Two of the very best in this division. Looking forward to round 2 of this meet coming up as we go to Lafitte and Paul.
Yeah, guys, that strategy, a real jockey's race tomorrow's Apple Blossom, Paul. It is Oaklawn's most significant race for fillies and mares. They were talking about some of the previous winners, and in order to appreciate this race tomorrow, it's important to look back and see some of these superstars that have won in yesteryear.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And this has been the stepping stone of just some of the super mares that we've had here. And you could go through the list. I mean, Bayakoa's up there, obviously. Passiano, wow, Heavenly Prize. Azeri, you just go on and on. And Closed Hatches, obviously the great Zenyatta. Forever Unbridled. It just gets better and better. And, you know, you got two... Oh, you know, the filly and Secret Oath and the mare and Clairiere. And I'm kind of in agreement with Andy in the fact that the 4-horse field is going to help Clairiere. When you look back at her races, when she did beat Malathot, there were 4- and 5-horse fields at Saratoga. The one race at Saratoga, she had some issues before the gate. I think you draw a line through that. But there is something to maybe a 4-horse field where she can stay, like I said, attached with the field and maybe be able to be a little bit closer to Secret Oath this time.
8 of the last 15 Apple Blossom winners have eventually been crowned older female champions. So that's the question. Who's next? We start with Secret Oath, 4 to 5 on the morning line, drawn inside. Paul, you were here for her Azeri victory. What did she show you?
Well, she looked amazing on the racetrack when she came out. I could actually agree with Andy again. I think she was more cranked, and she really was. She looked just a picture of health. And I remember asking Dwayne, and he looked at me and he goes, you know, this is the first time she's ever raced with Lasix. So that was kind of key, too, as well. And she has grown, obviously, since 3 to 4. She's put on about 70 to 100 pounds, what Dwayne told me. She was dynamite that day, and there was no beating her. Now you're going to get Clairiere in her second start. Steve Asmussen usually always better second off the layoff, and Clairiere has got a ton of class.
It's amazing. Wayne Lucas trying to win a 4th Apple Blossom, 40 years after winning his first. But once again, Secret Oath does have to go through Clairiere, as you mentioned, the regally bred mare. Second in the Azeri. How does she turn the tables?
I don't know. I mean, she's got to be closer. For some reason, her last couple races, it seems like it's she's turned into a mini Zenyatta where it takes her a little time to get those wheels rolling. And when they start getting rolling and rolling and rolling, she gets going, but she kind of leaves herself too much to do. She's got to stay closer to the pace. She's got to stay up on Secret Oath. And I would think Joe Rosario is going to keep a close eye on when Tyler Gaffalione moves. You know, because Hot and Sultry, the two, is going to be in front by herself. And I would think the other two jockeys are just going to sit and wait. And whoever makes the first move, I would think Rosario is going to have to trail Gaffalione around the racetrack.
There were 8 in the Azeri, 4 in the Apple Blossom. Who do you think that favors, in your opinion, Clairiere or Secret Oath?
I think it favors Clairiere 100%, just because of a horse that is been losing the lack of speed. Maybe she can stay a little bit closer and at least have Secret Oath in her eyes. At the time, at the top of the stretch in the last race, the race was over. Secret Oath had taken that path, and Clairiere just could not make up the ground. She had to sit and wait just a tiny bit, but she was never beaten Secret Oath that day. Going to have to be a little bit different tactics tomorrow.
Really looking forward to this one. Tomorrow, the Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 2, race 11 here at Oaklawn Park. Post time, Greg, around 7:12 Eastern.
Well, we look forward to it. Hope you all join us for that coverage tomorrow night. Going to be fun, even though it's a compact field. 2 of the very best, bringing a lot of star power to that race.
No, I agree. I mean, I understand they didn't get a lot of horses for it. It's not Oaklawn's fault. They're putting them $1 million, and it's a grade 1, but it is a heavyweight battle between 2 very, very talented fillies that might be battling throughout the year, and I certainly hope we see them in New York battling it out.
That'd be fun. Who knows? These might be the top 2 standing at the end of the year come Breeders' Cup Distaff as well.
Yeah, no, I definitely think they have a chance to be. They're both very, very good.
Back to New York, the Revenger, Kendrick Carmouche. He's good at this, being aggressive, getting to the front, and this one kept on going.
Yeah, once again, I give credit to Kendrick. He didn't care. He may have gone seemingly a little bit fast, but he just wanted to have the lead. He wanted to play come and catch me, and I respect these riders that aren't afraid to be aggressive as opposed to too many riders that just worry, oh, I don't want to get caught up in the pace. I'm going to take back my speed horse. You ride a speed horse, ride up to its strength, not to its weakness.
4-1. Upset here in the 6th. $10.20. Jeremiah Engelhardt. Transfiguration Stable, winning connections with this 6-year-old who wins for the 5th time in his career. Our Friday feature is coming up next. 1 1/8 New York Breds, allowance optional claiming field, and a short price as we all expected on Whittingham Park. Can he get the 1 1/8? He's trying it for the first time.
I think it's a major question whether or not he's going to be better. I think there's some assumption with people that closers just keep on closing, and this is something that is just significantly not the case. Closers don't necessarily get better with more distance, and I think this is a very, very different animal for him, trying to get the 1 1/8 around 2 turns.
Going to take a timeout. We'll be back trying to score an upset against Whittingham Park in our feature coming up. This young lady, Maddie Olver, having some early success to her very new riding career here in the Big Apple. She'll be on microsecond in our feature when we come back.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do not hear myself.
Danzig was a Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him, and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hard Spun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact that, he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
Good to be back with you. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well.
I get excited just hearing Bernie Sams and Walker Hancock talking about the mighty Danzig, a horse who could have been anything if he had stayed sound, but he turned out to be one of the great sires of all time. And I saw him a few times at Claiborne. Amazing horse.
So much incredible history in that farm. To get to see those horses that became legends before they were, just got to be incredible.
It's great to go there, and if you ever get to go to the private cemetery, it's like a museum of some of the great horses of all time back there. It's incredible. Great place.
Back to live action. This 6th at Oaklawn. It kicks off the late pick 4. 6 furlongs, $8,000 starter allowance. Favorite is the 4. That's Trumpets. Jerry Hollendorfer second off to claim. And this one taking support as well, the 6. It's 7-2 Newsbox.
Yeah, I found some good stats for Jerry Hollendorfer turning back on dirt. He's pretty strong with a healthy ROI. Should get a good trip off what potentially is a pretty quick pace among the 1, 2, and 8 in this race. So might be able to work out a trip. Same could be said for the 5. I don't know. What did you think here? Do you have any strong opinions here?
I did not. A lot of these races, this card today at Oaklawn was incredibly difficult because some of these races, there's just very little form.
I agree with you. I felt the same way. I'm always interested in the turnbacks, especially in races that figure to feature some pace. So horses like the 4 and 5 seem like they're potentially dangerous here. The 2 is off the claim for Tom Vance. Tom Vance, for what it's worth, off the claim in dirt sprints, just 1 for 20 and 3 for 34 overall on dirt over the last 5 years. 1 for 19 off the claim at Oaklawn. Didn't like those numbers. I guess the 4 is probably the one to beat. The 8, the co-favorite here. The benefit that the 8 Sand Mountain has is that he's the outside speed in the speed duel, so maybe that'll help him.
He might even be quicker, too. And Lindsey Schultz having a terrific meet, trains the 6, 3-1 with Newsbox. That one coming in off an impressive win. Maggie Wolfadale has been all about town this afternoon. Maggie, you've been having a fun day. Where are you now?
Where I usually am, Greg, trackside. This time around, though, at Oaklawn Park. Did get a cheeseburger in before I came back to the track. Over at the crosswalk, I gotta say, one of the best cheeseburgers I've had. But some news regarding this 6th race here. We will see a late scratch with number 7, Principe Guillerme, who was loose and still eluding the outriders as you came to me. He ran off the entire length of this track, so he will not participate today. But let's take a look at number 6, Newsbox for Lindsey Schultz, who's having a great meet. It's so good to see a young trainer, a young female trainer, having such a great meet, and owners, big owners, such as 10 Strike Racing, giving her the opportunities. And it's reflective in the way that her horses look. This Newsbox looks great. I mean, just really well turned out, well muscled, great conditioning. Got a little bit more of a more quiet warm up than I would have liked to see, though. He's moving great, but I just wish Francisco Arrieta would have put his feet in the irons and let him gallop on a little bit instead of just jogging and bouncing on his back around the racetrack. But I do think he comes off of a perfect trip effort. I think he might have to find something a little bit better to win here, as we'll move on to the outside runner. Great story with regards to number 8, Sand Mountain. Jada Schlenk and her niece, Hannah Schlenk, they are teaming up. And Hannah was one of the youngest owners to win a race when she was just 12. She's now 18. I caught up with her, and Principe Guillermo still loose out on the racetrack. But Sand Mountain, he's been good to them. He's gone 2 for 2 off the trainer change. He looks great out here. And as Andy mentioned, he is one of the likely speeds, and he might be the fastest, but at least he gets that outside position. He was very sharp in the paddock, though he kind of settled and focused out on the racetrack, which is what you like to see. He looks fantastic, meeting Oaklawn foes here once again, as I can see the back of their heads, but guys, you look good from where I stand, Lafitte and Paulie.
It's our best side, Maggie. It's our best side from behind. 12 years old. 12 years old, Paul. What were you doing at 12? The 12-year-old winning races.
At 12, I was trying to gallop horses at Turf Paradise.
Jockey was the dream, and then baseball.
Yeah, I went all the way from 5'2" to what I am now, 5'8".
6'3".
Yeah. Well,
they can't tell.
Yeah, you can't tell.
They can't tell.
I try to grow, higher hair, put my hat up high so I could be maybe like 6'1", but it just wasn't working out. Yeah.
Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Start of the late pick 4 here, race number 6. What'd you come up with?
It's an interesting race because now with the scratch of the 7, I thought that was the one cutback horse. The public is betting the 4 and the 6, and those are the 2 horses that look like they can come from off the pace. I kind of look at the 3 in here as your long shot play at 11-1.
All right.
Because I understand this horse was in the Carl Broberg barn, voided claim, and then Carl brought this horse back from December. Horse ran here in February and just missed beating the 4 Trumpet. So you're going 11-1 to 2-1. Now, second time, I get it. Lost Arthurian, who's just been rolling through those starter allowance. Now, I just think with the race that sets up, the 4 and the 6 are the horses that are going to be rolling late, and I think that's the way the public's playing it. At 11-1, I think the 3 has got a little bit of a shot to hit the board here.
Trying to pull off the upset. Storm in Hong Kong. Circling back to Newsbox, 2-1 co-favorite. And Maggie referenced Lindsay Schultz, the big numbers she's putting up at Oaklawn. Newsbox, this was his latest victory. Right here 2 weeks ago, facing a familiar foe, Paul. Newsbox, it took him a while to get things going, but eventually it puts away Wesleyan and company.
Yeah, Isaac Castillo aboard Wesleyan looked like he was home. And, just right here, he just starts to empty out a little bit. And now you can see Newsbox starting to move to the outside with Christian Torres. You'll see Francisco Arrieta take the reins today. This is an honest horse. Your thing is, okay, now at 8 years old, that was his first win in a while. Can he repeat it?
Can he go back-to-back 9-5 now? Newsbox, Francisco Arrieta, a date with Tejano Twist in tomorrow's $500,000 Count Fleet on the undercard of the Grade 1 Apple Blossom as they march towards the starting gate. Race shape, what will you be looking for early on in terms of pace? Who's going to provide the heat?
Well, I know the 1's very fast, and the 8 is very fast. Jada Schlenk's done a good job with the Sand Mountain. The 8 can run a little bit early. I just look for the 3, 4, and 6 off the pace. The rest are going to be going to the pace. So if it gets hot up front, it's either going to be the 3, 4, or 6 rolling. If it doesn't, they might disrespect the 1 a little bit here with Whooping J.
Who's already in. Paulie's long shot also in the gate, storming Hong Kong. There goes Trumpence. 9-5 favorite Newsbox. Jim Byers standing by with the call post time. Start at the late pick 4, Oaklawn Park.
Still have to actually get Newsbox in there. He hasn't loaded yet. Now he moves in. And Sand Mountain will wrap up the loading. They're in the gate. And they're off. And right from the inside, Whooping Jay wants a piece of the lead. There goes Sand Mountain out there and charging. And from between horses, it's Wesleyan. And then comes Otis. He's prominently placed. He is racing in fourth behind that leading trio. Trumpence to the inside is fifth. And then it's about a 3-length break. And Newsbox has given them a decent head start. He's about 9 lengths off the lead. And well back from there is Storm and Hong Kong as they round that turn. It's Sand Mountain from the outside, a narrow advantage here. Whooping Jay is right with him on the inside. And now up on the outside, here comes Otis. And he's making a menacing move here. And then Trumpence is dying for racing room. He switches out 3 wide, and Trumpence just got shuffled there at the top of the stretch. And Newsbox down the middle of the track still has some room to make up. It's Otis. Sand Mountain to the inside, but here is Newsbox. And he is going to sweep up, and Trumpence finally has clear sailing, but he's going to be in the second flight as Newsbox from off the pace draws clear. Trumpence was a troubled second, tight for third, Sand Mountain or Otis.
Troubled second is right, Jim Byers, with Trumpence taking full advantage. Newsbox. The table was set, and he took advantage.
Yeah, Keith Asmussen aboard the 4. He tried to take his horse through probably a hole that was a little bit, the 5. Kylie Jordan did a good job because Otis still had a little bit of horse, sort of closed the hole on Keith, and then the overland route for Newsbox, who gets the job done. 2 in a row for this 8-year-old by Icebox.
Runner-up in the 2010 Kentucky Derby, Icebox. Newsbox at Oaklawn, all set for a post-parade, Greg, here at Aqueduct Race 7.
Paul, thanks. Yeah, here we go with Dates Freedom. Ed DeLoro trained 17-1.
Got a big fig going 11 furlongs last time. Can he run at 9 furlongs? I bet Icebox in the Derby, by the way.
Did you?
I think they were mocking me. I think that's Lafitte.
Never. 4-1 on Sundays with Sandy.
I'm betting him to wire the field today.
Here's Matty Olver. We showed you going to break on microsecond.
Could be a little bit forward, but probably not good enough.
6-5, the big favorite, trying to get a 1 1/8 for the first time.
He's in terrific form. If he handles the distance, he's the worst to beat, but I'm going to bet that he doesn't.
We just saw those Silks win at Oaklawn. 10 strike trying to win here as well. Here's the 6 wild banker, Manny Franco.
Effective at this distance last time out, but that was a soft trip against Lesser.
Dylan Davis on 6%. 3 starts back, was a winner on a wet track.
Yeah, but he's had some excuses in his races, and I thought he was dangerous here as an alternative.
And Full Moon Fever, Mark Hennig, Trevor McCarthy outside.
Yeah, he went to the lead last time, and I don't really think that's what Mark Hennig wanted to do, but whether or not that means he can be effective here remains to be seen, but he'll probably run better.
4 minutes to post in our Friday feature. Let's head downstairs and check back in with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we will talk about first the 2 from Jeremiah Englehart's barn, Whittington Park, a very short price, and he did finish second behind Ouster, who did come back to get beat earlier, but I thought ran a very good second in his first time against Open Company, so I'm certainly not going to hold that against him. I thought that he ran a good race last time, just second best behind a horse that was in raging form. I do agree with Andy that the 9 furlongs is a bit of a question for him. I like him at a mile, even a mile and a 16th. I remember back at the beginning when Brad Cox had him, every time my note said, wish he could just have a little bit more distance. Now, I wonder if this is just a little bit too much. He is a leggy type, but he was nice and eager in the paddock. He looked incredibly fit, no knocks against him. Just wondering, A, what kind of pace setup does he get? And B, can he last every step of the way to go this distance? The other one from the barn, the number 7, 6%, he's done well coming back here in 2023. He had a lovely warm-up on track under Dylan Davis, moving beautifully away from the pony, and he has some tactical speed that I think will bode well for him, given the scratch of Daddy Nose. And I agree with Andy as far as Sundays with Sandy potentially being the main pace in here. So I thought 6% could be up close. He's already shown he can handle the distance. He had significant trouble 2 starts back when trying the 9 furlongs as well. I liked everything that I saw from him in the preliminaries here. The number 2, Sundays with Sandy. does have that early speed, and he makes his second start since being claimed by Jamie Begg. Obviously don't have notes on him last time, but used to always be that he was accompanied by the pony when saddling back in the paddock, that they've taken every step to try and keep him relaxed. There was no lead pony accompanying him today. He saddled beautifully. He was very calm. He was very professional out on the racetrack. Mentally seems to have really come quite a long way. And sometimes when you have a horse that can be a little bit quirky, a little bit nervous at the beginning of their career, connections are often a little bit reticent to change anything, even when it seems that they have matured. But it seems like Sundays with Sandy has passed the test, and we'll see if he can take them every step of the way. Physically, doesn't look like the distance will be a problem, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4-1. Romero Mirage, you would think, want to be forward in here. Microsecond to the outside. He's probably going to try and be aggressive, though, as well.
We'll see. We'll see if he can keep up with this horse, but it's always possible. He's a tough horse to trust, and I picked him here. But the reality with Sundays with Sandys is that he's run 2 big races. The one we're looking at here, 2 back, and that race back in November when he was able to stalk and pounce and win. Big figs, the rest of them questionable. But his last race was good off the claim. The reality was he got caught up in a tough pace, and that was a pace that collapsed and helped set things up for Ouster, Whittingham Park, and Hush the Storm. The other speed finished 9.5 lengths behind him and came back and ran 10 Beyer points better in his next start. Well, if Sundays with Sandy runs 10 Beyer points faster here, Whittingham Park better more than like the 9 furlongs if he's going to beat him.
4-1. There's Romero Mirage getting another crack at Whittingham Park. Whittingham Park wound up second in that race. But Sundays with Sandy well behind. As we take a look at the big favorite here, back to even money on this horse, 3 for 11 lifetime. That huge figure last time out. We go 3 starts back. This was a win at Aqueduct, going 7/8 of a mile.
And he ran well in here, but he's obviously beating lesser horses. I think what you have to like about him is he's been stepping it up in company and running very well and improving with every start from a Spire speed figure standpoint. And that's a good thing. I just worry these horses that are effective closing at 1 turn, because the paces are often much faster, they have trouble when they try to go the 2 turns in the 1 1/8 races, because the paces are slower and it'll mute their closing kick. Where the 1-turn races, it's much better for their closing kick. So I think distance and the 2 turns could work a little bit against him.
And some equipment being adjusted here with the 2. This is Sundays with Sandy. And it looks like just about sorted out.
Romero Mirage has one job. He needs to go to the front with this horse. If he can't be the front with a horse like this, then he's probably not supposed to be riding him, because he is the speed. And if somebody goes on a mission, there's nothing he can do, but he needs to be aggressive. Whether or not it works out, well, that's up to the horse.
And especially with the 5 scratching out of this race.
Yeah, he's a funny horse, Daddy knows. And I thought he was a little interesting because he hates being inside. And if you want to watch a good example of a horse that hates being inside, watch the race that Daddy Knows ran last time and how Katie Davis had to get him outside and how he was bearing out. He hates being inside. He's a drifting horse, and that rail was a huge problem for him last time. Don't know why he scratched today, though.
And now the betting public making a horse who has never gone this distance an odds-on favorite at 4-5, Whittingham Park.
Speed's done, I don't think it's necessarily a huge speed track, but Speed's been pretty good today. I think he's a bad bet at 4-5, but I'm not going to be surprised when he wins. But I'm trying to beat him here. I use 2s and 7s.
Kendrick Carmouche on board. We saw him go gate to wire in the last race. Try and sit off the pace this time around and get the win with an odds-on favorite. Here on our Friday feature, we go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Outside, here's Full Moon Fever. Stepping forward, goes in, all set. Just lunging there, running towards the inside, looked like microsecond. And they're off. Dates Freedom shows early speed. There's microsecond is going to be up with the early pace. Sundays with Sandy is hard set. Plenty of pace on here as all 3 want the front. Who's going to get there? 3 across the racetrack, and they fly early. It's going to be microsecond in the 3 path there. Matty Oliver is going to take back a touch as Romero Mirage. He wanted the front end, and Sundays with Sandy is ahead in front. Dates Freedom is going to take back to 3rd. Now a gap of another 2 back to Wild Banker. In behind that one is going to be 6%. At the rail is Whittington Park, and the early trailer is Full Moon Fever, who's chasing plenty of pace as they went 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, but it was pressured. It's Sundays with Sandy, who's in front. Microsecond is right to the outside here from second, taking off the pace now. Dates Freedom is reined back in, is losing some ground, as now here comes the run from Wild Banker, is alone in third. Following that move is 6%. Also, Whittington Park starts to move a bit closer. Full Moon Fever is still the trailer. 6 lengths would cover them all. They went 49.30 for that half-mile time. Sundays with Sandy still with a head in front. Right there is Microsecond, hasn't gone away. And here's the move from Wild Banker, 3 wide. Wild Banker ready to pounce on the leaders, and Wild Banker has taken the lead. Right in behind that is 6% and Dylan Davis. They're launching a rally, and here comes 6% after Wild Banker, who's the new leader. Whittington Park is now in the clear, is taken third. Following that is Full Moon Fever from the back. Sundays with Sandy is still hanging in there at the rail. Wild Banker and an oncoming 6%. 6% is ready to challenge as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It's 114.21 for 3 quarters. Wild Banker is finding more to the inside. 6% did not run by. Whittington Park is trying to catch the top duo here as they approach a final furlong. It's Wild Banker who's game to the inside. 6% just can't push by. A late push here. Whittington Park towards the line. Wild Banker, Whittington Park, grandstand side. Wild Banker, Whittington Park, Whittington Park, Wild Banker, Whittington Park. Whittington Park up in time for Kendrick Carmouche over Wild Banker there for second. Then came 6% in 1 minute 52.4.
Never in doubt for Whittington Park. He had to work here, didn't he? Kendrick Carmouche from off the pace. I kid, with the victory here, getting by a horse that was a bit of a surprise.
This race just completely and totally incinerated in the closing yards here. They came the last eighth of a mile and about 13.7 seconds. They were walking Whittingham Park. I don't know if he was finishing or they were coming apart towards the end. He got the mile and 1/8 a little bit better than everybody else, but I wouldn't call that winning like a 4 to 5 shot should. I didn't like Wild Banker, but if you bet him, I don't blame you for throwing up.
Certainly, with the big figure he ran last time out, you wouldn't think they want to keep him going this distance.
No, he's not a mile and 1/8 horse. He got it done here because the others just couldn't. They just fell apart in the late stages. And listen, relatively speaking, that was, I guess, an honest pace. You know, the 2 didn't break that well. I mean, he got outbroken by the 1 and the 3, so had to use him to get in the front, but he's just not good enough.
4, 6, 7, 8, 4 to 5 in the end on Whittingham Park. And took just about every step of this mile and 1/8 to get the job done. 10 Strike Racing, Jeremiah Engelhardt, and Kendrick Carmouche goes back-to-back. He's got 3 today.
Well, he's getting good mounts, and he's making the most of them. He's riding well, and he got the job done here. He never gave up on a horse that looked hopelessly beaten. Someone just said to me they think the rail could be bad today. I wonder if that's the case. It's an interesting perspective. Because yeah, it's true that the most of the finishing has been out in the middle of the racetrack.
Something to keep your eyes on.
Yeah.
Kendrick having a big Friday afternoon here in South Ozone Park. We're going to take a timeout. Look ahead to the weekend when we come back. And 2 making their returns for 2023, including Celestial City for Shug McGahee. Put together back-to-back wins before a defeat in a Grade 1 to end the year.
Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time.
time. Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a war dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Feature on this Friday card here at Aqueduct, Whittingham Park. Had to work to get it done. First try at 1 1/8 though. Into the winner's circle to get his picture taken. Our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Basic Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Basic Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.basictipton.com. Let's head downstairs to Acacia, standing by with Mr. 3 Wins today.
We love a Kendrick Carmouche interview. Whittington Park, up in the shadow of the wire. Kendrick, you just kept after him, and he kept finding for you.
Yeah, you know, I know they was going to go easy. They never had that much pace in the race. And, you know, when I saw those 3 horses go, it still wasn't going to help me no matter what. And I knew my horse was going into the race. Jeremiah, assistant, have these horses ready to run. He told me, Kendrick, Jeremiah say ride them like you own them. And, you know, I was sitting good at the half a mile, but he wasn't taking me. I kind of made a mistake last time when I rode him. He had full cup blinkers. I thought he might have dropped back too far and too relaxed. So I figure, you know, I asked Jeremiah if he can cut the blinkers back so when I show him the whip, he would accelerate more. And it didn't work. So first thing I said when I came back was, we got to go back to the other blinkers, you know, because, you know, maybe that's what he don't want to see me, you know. But I got up at the shadow of the wire. He made me work for it, but we got there in time. We got 2 for Jeremiah team today. You know, we're going to keep it rolling.
3-win day already. And I know you told Richie earlier that you felt like the outside of the track was the place to be. Can you tell me what you're feeling out there?
The outside is the best part of the track. Yesterday, you watched the first couple races. Everything going wide, running us down. And I got caught a couple times being inside. You know, I'm sitting 3 wide, but then I asked my horse and I go in, and they were struggling. So me and my valet always strategize together, and I said, man, the inside no good. I need to just be in the 10 pad all day today. I was in the 10 pad with these horses, and all these horses just come running down the crown of the track. And this is why we get paid, you know, to pay attention, do our job. You know, and these trainers don't come give instructions in New York. They expect for you to do the right thing and pay attention and make them a winner, and we all can win together as a team.
How important is that? Like you said, I mean, it's your job, yes, but you have to be fit, you have to be prepared of your strategy for the horse, but you also have to pay attention as the races are unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm that attention. I'm like a geek when it comes to that. You know, I want to pick the right part of the track. I want to do the right thing with the horse. And you know, we can all say that, but if you don't have the horse to be in the right part of the track, you can't compete. So, you know, if you got the right horse and you can be in the middle of the track and still lose ground and win, that's going to benefit you, but you got to be paying attention. I mean, I'm a study guy. We're in New York City. Let's put it that way. We're in the Big Apple, you know. These guys not slipping, and I'm not slipping. When I come to the races, I want to win.
And you had the roar of the Aqueduct faithful to bring you home to the winner's circle, too. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Louisiana in the house, baby.
Kendrick Carmouche paying attention, and as he said, Greg, that's what's expected of the riders here in New York.
Oh, he is fired up. Cue up Frank Sinatra, if he can make it here.
He was he's on fire today. That's 2 in a row for Jeremiah Englehart in his barn as well. And you're starting to think that Kendrick's onto something about the track because they're staying outside. All the running's been done on the outside. I don't agree with him. Yesterday, we saw that winner of the 7th race come up the fence the whole way. The one horse was on the rail. I don't know that that would be the case yesterday, but it sure seems possible today.
$3.80. And as Kendrick said, yeah, he had to work for it. His work done for the afternoon. We're not going to see Kendrick in the nightcap but pretty good Friday.
And I agree with what he said. It's reasonable to expect from the riders that they should be aware of these things. Now, sometimes they aren't, and we can be a little tough on them, but I agree with that. And I think the fact that Kendrick rode so much at Parks is something that's made him much more acutely aware of biases than some riders, because he dealt with biases there, especially dead rails.
Featured tomorrow, at least early on the card, Danger's Hour. It's going to come up early on our program. A horse who had some big moments, including the 1986 Manhattan, overcoming a pretty slow early pace and a wide trip.
Every time I see the Rokeby Silks, I get excited. And he was a really nice horse for them, Danger's Hour. I was saying yesterday, I didn't look it up. I think he got DQ'd at Saratoga this previous summer. He had a stablemate DQ when he beat Theatrical and the Sword Dancer at Belmont the following year, Dance of Life. But Danger's Hour was a really neat horse running for those Rokeby Silks for Mac Miller. And I miss them. You know, I miss a lot of them. You think back to the families and the Silks that were around for so many years, and you see some Phipps horses now, but there just aren't. The game's changed a lot, and I miss seeing those Rokeby Silks. Java Gold will always be one of my favorite horses.
Well, this year's edition of the Danger's Hour we'll have for you again tomorrow on the program. Mile on the turf, and 2 horses making their return. Big Everest for Christophe Clement, Celestial City for Shug McGahee. Both have had very good success on this turf course.
Yeah, Celestial City got a ridiculous trip last time out in Hollywood Park. He got just an unbelievable ride from Jose Lizcano, and shows how well Jose can ride here. Stumbled a little at the start. Don't think it hurt him that badly because he's not a horse with speed. But Jose, speaking of good rails, never left the rail until the very, very late stages here and was able to get the job done. This was a terrific ride and a nice horse, a horse that showed potential. It'll be interesting to see if he can be a horse that steps forward as a 4-year-old. It's going to be a small field. It's going to be a 4-horse field tomorrow. It's so high, and the horse on the outside won't be running. The horse on the outside is scheduled to run on Sunday. I think so high there was an instant he's not going to be able to run. And once again, Big Everest, who's been one of the most fortunate horses on the grounds, might find himself in a very, very good tactical position.
Big Everest ended last year with back-to-back wins, and that horse is going to be forward, no question. Celestial City, more of a stalking type.
But a smaller field, maybe it sort of helps him be closer. And he had run third, and he was closer to the pace in Saratoga when I think he sat second. It's going to be up to 11 Central and Kendrick Carmouche to go. And if they go, it compromises Big Everest. And I think it'll give 11 Central a chance, Anaconda. And any of them can win, actually, any of the 4.
Look forward to it. Hope you join us. That's early on our coverage tomorrow. We're going to head back to Hot Springs right now on our Oaklawn coverage. 7th race, approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 6 furlong sprint. 12,000 claiming race horses who have not won 2 lifetime. The condition here, where Vegas Blue, Steve Asmussen, his son will ride Keith on the current 6-5 favorite. Horse who was second against a step tougher company last time out. The slight drop down here today. More on this one when we come back on our Friday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. We'll talk his chances in the Apple Blossom next.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
Midnight Bisou to the outside. Escape Clause is still in front past the furlong marker. Midnight Bisou is second. Elate is 3 back in third. This is down to Escape Clause or Midnight Bisou, and Midnight Bisou puts her head in front. Escape Clause is running her heart out at the rail. Midnight Bisou, Escape Clause coming back. Midnight Bisou.
How good was that slugfest in the 2019 Apple Blossom? Midnight Bisou, Escape Clause, quarter-mile cutthroat duel, Paul, but in the end, Midnight Bisou would not be denied.
What a game mare filly she was, too, right down to the wire. And you could tell it took a little time to figure out who won, but usually the inside always usually gets sometimes of the bob, but Midnight Bisou that day was able to get the nose down in another really, really nice mare.
The challenge was supposed to come from Elate, not the case. Escape Clause, brave in defeat, but Midnight Bisou, that's the stuff that made her an eventual champion. Of course, trained by Steve Asmussen. Another look at tomorrow's Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Compact field of 4. Just like the Azeri Mile in the 16th, Secret Oath drawn inside 4 to 5. Post 4 for Clairiere, trained by Steve Asmussen, standing by with Maggie.
Here with Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, sending out Clairiere in tomorrow's Grade 1 Apple Blossom. And Steve, let's go back to the Azeri last time. Argument could be made that she had a tougher trip than the winner. Talk a little bit about what you thought about that race and how she's come out of it.
Well, she came out of it really well. Obviously, the Azeri, a bit frustrating. Anytime you run her, you're expecting, to have a successful outcome. But Secret Oath here at Oaklawn at 1 mile and a 16th is as good as it gets. And here we have our opportunity tomorrow in the Apple Blossom.
Now, you're not going to reinvent the wheel. She's a 5-year-old mare. She does her thing. She likes to drop back and make one run. Only 3 other rivals. Do you change anything with her training to maybe get her to lay a bit closer?
Well, that's the thing about her. In her training, she's extremely sharp. She's a very good feeler. She's been touting herself ever since the Azeri. We're just extremely fortunate, Barbara and Stone Street, for allowing us to run, racing royalty like she is. And the Apple Blossom's a great opportunity. You say that, obviously we can read a lot of concern. 4-horse field, not very little pace, if any, signed onto it at all. But it is Clairiere, so we're just obviously expecting the best.
And just from the overall perspective, she has been a horse for your stable that, as you said, Barbara Banke and Stone Street have allowed you to keep racing. How just instrumental is that for you as a trainer?
Well, me, just you dream of being around horses like this when you start your whole career, and for her to be in the barn, and you've seen her, and just like you've been to many of the races, covered many of the races she's been in, she's just so elegant. I mean, she looks like who she's supposed to be.
I once described her as a sports car, as a Ferrari.
I mean, she's just exactly. She's fast, standing still, and it's another wonderful opportunity to run her here in the Apple Blossom, and of course, we expect it well of her.
Well, Steve, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with her tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing her.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Guys.
You could hear it, Paul. You could feel it. His entire energy changes when he talks about Clairiere.
Yeah, it does. It's going to be very interesting because a couple horses that he's let out himself. I'm wondering if he's going to lead Clairiere out there tomorrow. I think she's going to be a little bit more cranked up. It's going to be very interesting how close they are to the wire. I think it's going to be a lot closer on tomorrow afternoon.
And as you mentioned, Barbara Banke, Stone Street, just thankful as racing fans to have a chance to watch Clairiere during her 5-year-old campaign. Can she turn the tables on Secret Oath in the Apple Blossom? As for the 7th race, Paulie, for the Asmussens, father and son working together. Steve owns the horse, does the training. Son Keith riding. Let's revisit Vegas Blue's latest. It was right here, February 20th. Vegas Blue, a solid effort on that afternoon, running second to the heavy favorite, Hail Columbia, at 4 to 5. Simply overmatched, but a solid effort nonetheless.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the horse basically, it was almost a merry-go-round race, but right here it looks like Vegas Blue, the race is over. And when the horse hit the front end at this point, this was the W or this is the loss? This is the W.
Is this the win?
I want to say this is the W. Yeah, this is the W2 back. The race before that was a merry-go-round race. The race, the last race, the horse just went gate to wire. So these are two good races, and you get Steve and Keith aboard. Even money I can't take. I'll tell you right now, the 8's live as can be for me. The 5, Christian Torres and John Prather. Just throw out that last race.
All set for the 7th post time. Here's Jim Byers.
One of the Arkansas breds in here. Courageous Cap'n moves forward. They are in the gate. And they're off. And a very slow start for Eli's Girl on the inside. Singing Emma wins the break and moves out early on. Fun Time Girl gets out in second. And then comes Total Discretion, and to the inside, Vegas Blue, the heavy favorite in the white cap, is moving into third. Total Discretion now fourth, and Bayshore Foxes is racing in fifth, about a path off the rail into that turn. 2 lengths then to Courageous Cap'n, then Can Cutie, and it's quite a way back to Eli's Girl and Half Scout. Around the turn here, Vegas Blue is up to challenge Singing Emma. Singing Emma with the lead and neck. Vegas Blue is alongside. And then comes Bayshore Foxes. She's 2 lengths back in third. And to the outside, Total Discretion. Fun Time Girl splits those two in the solid black. Courageous Cap'n has an inside path. 3/16 to go. And Singing Emma toward the inside maintains the lead. And not enough for Vegas Blue. Up on the outside, Total Discretion. Courageous Cap'n moving into the second flight on the inside. But Singing Emma is gone here, and she's going to take it. Singing Emma, 19-1 upset, beats Courageous Cap'n. Then Total Discretion. Bayshore Foxes fourth.
She's figuring it out. Singing Emma graduated in her latest at 9-1. Another upset here at 19-1 in the 7th at Oaklawn. Wow.
Yeah, good job by Walter De La Cruz. This is a filly that has gotten left in almost all of her starts. She broke like a rocket today, and the race was over. She got her W last time, this 3-year-old filly, and was probably the one that had the most promise. You're looking at a lot of 5-year-olds in here like Vegas Blue, and this 3-year-old just absolutely proved out of the gate and was much the best.
Light switch thrown, Greg. Singing Emma in a groove, 2 straight at big prices.
Yeah, and trainer Dwayne Loy has won 2 of the last 3 races at Oaklawn, on a roll right now. Back to New York, and our finale here coming up as we start off with Gotham Gray at 5-2.
If you're betting this horse at 5-2, you're strictly just betting horses because Christophe Lamont trains them. Because this horse's turf debut was absolutely horrendous.
New York bred 40 maiden claiming mile and a 16th on the grass, by the way. Here's Wine Goddess.
Yeah, we'll see if she can handle the turf. She did run third in her one outing on the turf, or her second outing going long. Probably not good enough.
Frosty Invasion at 21-1.
Tough to make of his turf race. Dom Scatino looked for his second win today.
A little interesting with the 4 at 18-1 getting on grass for the first time.
Yeah, I pick Spurs. I think he's very dangerous. She's a half to 2 turf winners. I think she could easily move up in the surface and may have found the right field. Crazy price.
April Spritz getting on turf for the first time after 2 dirt starts for Kelly Breen.
She has pedigree to handle the turf as well. We'll see if she wants to go this far, but she's bred to handle it.
Let Me Drink. Dylan Davis will ride for Bruce Levine.
Dropping down in the New York bred company and didn't run that well, but didn't run that badly. Not impossible.
Jannie May we'll see next. Jaime Torres, Michelle Nevin.
Feels like the controlling speed, and I think she's dangerous in this race.
5-1 right now. 4-year-old debut is coming up. Denise of DeGrace at 37-1, Matty Olver.
Ran once in the turf and did absolutely no running.
Yeah, hard to make off that race. Derwin's Painter, I thought a little interesting at 22-1.
There's just no real turf pedigree in the first family. The second dam's okay turf, though.
Manny Franco will be aboard at a big price. Here's the 10, Giggling Ghost.
Has only sprinted on the grass and would have to improve off of those efforts.
The 11 shopping at Bloomy's, David Donk. Jorge Vargas Jr. start number 2.
Did absolutely no running in the one turf race with not a bad trip that day. Getting bet, just because there's nothing else to bet? I don't know.
That was a little tougher company.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. Mischief Motion, 9-1 outside.
Why is this horse getting bet?
Don't understand.
Couldn't this horse be a huge price in there? The one turf race was abysmal.
Yeah, taking money for some reason with that outside post as well. 4 minutes away from this 8th coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, Greg, between Wine Goddess, Aperol Spritz, and Let Me Drink, this is the perfect happy hour race. So I hope that you're participating. But starting things off with Gotham Gray, who is taking attention. That first race at Tampa, of course, there were some hopes, but I think there was always the anticipation of going to the New York Bred Maiden 40, which is where she is here. She has strengthened a little bit since that first race. I was in the paddock there at Tampa that day. She's just not a filly that carries a lot of condition and a lot of muscle mass and substance, which I do think is why the turf is a little bit more suited to her. She absolutely could improve against this caliber of competition, but I did think that it was a wide open race. The number 4, Spurs, as Andy mentioned, is a little bit intriguing getting onto the turf. Now, the dam was 0 for 7. She was a grass runner, but the second dam was a multiple New York Bred Stakes winner. Never did try the turf, but this one actually looks like she could handle the turf. I'm a touch concerned about the stretch out in distance, and she does still look a little bit wintry, but she's warmed up beautifully out there under Katie Davis and has a turf hoof on her at a big price. I thought she was a bit intriguing. The 5, Aperol Spritz, she does have turf pedigree. She's half to It's a Gamble, who won a couple times on the grass, though that one was by English Channel, whereas this is a Union Jackson filly. The dam was a 3-time turf winner too, so everything's there to suggest that she'll handle it. She actually looks a little bit more like a dirt horse versus a turf horse. She does have a little bit more scope to her. I'm wondering if this is just let's try it based off of the pedigree move, as she didn't show much on the dirt. She absolutely could improve, and the presence of Jose Ortiz is encouraging given that pedigree. Physically, I'm not sold, but she's a big price, and we'll see if she can move forward. The number 11, though, Shopping at Bloomie's. My notes from her first race from being in the paddock that day were that she wasn't fit. She was carrying a lot of excess condition. She was really nervous, really, really green. And while I agree she didn't have any issues that day, she didn't do any running, she comes back here for 40. She looks very fit today, much more than she did before her debut. Doesn't look like she had that layoff to her. And she's also grown and filled out a little bit since her first start. I like to see the progression from 2 to 3. So we'll see if she can take a step forward in here today. I thought physically she was the one that I did prefer, but this is anybody's game in the nightcap, Greg.
Certainly seems like a wide open group. Board reflects that as well, although Gotham Gray, races like this barn, we've been seeing it since he's been back in New York. Betting public gravitating to Christophe Clement.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's the worst kind of handicapping you can do. Not because you won't win sometimes, but because you don't get paid. I know he won earlier today with a horse, the 12 horse. He paid $6. Great. Big deal. You're taking 3 to 1 on a horse that didn't get bet in its debut and never did a stitch of running. I mean, I watched the race. I imagine you watched the race. The horse just did absolutely no running at any point in the race. Now, will she run better here? She might. But I don't feel any confidence that she will. And I think she's bet just because it's Christophe Clement in a turf race here. And to me, that's not handicapping. That's just taking trainers. And once again, if you're going to do that, get paid. You're really getting paid at $8 with this horse? And for me, that's why Spurs is interesting to me. Has the pedigree to move forward. Seems a little bit interesting. Ran against a good horse first time on the turf. So faced a real horse. And just gets in the surface supposed to like. And I don't mind getting, almost $30 if I'm right with this horse. And used her with the 6, the 7, and threw the 11 in on Acacia's say-so. It's a bit of a price, too, with David Donk. So I just think you're supposed to play against horses like the one. Hey, you let them beat you. If they win, they win.
It seems like a much more wide open race, too, than taking 3 to 1 here. Mile and a 16th, outer turf. And obviously the fact that they gave up on this filly after one start, tells you there's not a lot of ability there.
No, I mean, she may win and not run that well and still win the race. She drew well on the rail, so she has things going for her. She got Trevor McCarthy. I'm not saying she can't win. I picked her third.
7 to 5 now.
But she went 3 to 1, 7 to 5. 3 to 1, 7 to 5. Must have been Christophe going to the window. What do you think?
Beyond.
I'm kidding.
Ridiculous.
He's way smarter than that. What is that?
That is a big late jump on Gotham Gray from the rail. 3 to 2 favorite here in this nightcap. It's the power of this barn, Christophe Clement, and power of dropping out of a straight maiden race to New York bred 40 maiden claiming. Chris Griffin with the Friday finale here from Aqueduct.
Runners loading here, Giggling Ghost towards the outside. There's Aperol Spritz. Let Me Drink. Let Me Drink steps forward, shopping at Bloomie's. Mischief Motion to the outside. Shopping at Bloomie's. Hesitating for a moment. Goes in. Mischief Motion. Mischief Motion is in. All set for the finale. And they're off. Squeeze at the start there was April Spitz, who's towards the back end of the field. Gotham Gray is showing early speed. It's Gotham Gray right out to the front. Gotham Gray will take him into that first turn. Janny May is going to track into the 2-path, and crossing over there to join them is going to be Giggling Ghost, who corners 4 wide here, is just a touch wide around that turn. That's the leading trio. In behind them, getting right over to the rail, that was Shopping at Bloomie's. Will save ground to the inside, is now in 4th. Then another group in behind that comes Spurs, who's going to save ground to the inside. Let Me Drink is now going to secure 5th. On the center of the racetrack, there comes Derwin's Painter, who's mid-pack. Further back in the field, towards the trailers there is Frosty Invasion. Frosty Invasion is there with Denise of DeGrace, who starts to make up some ground, is right there with Mischief Motion as they really back off the pace now. Second to last is Wine Goddess, and April Spritz had trouble at the start is the trailer. Jenny May takes the front. It's Jenny May who's a nose in front. They went 46.34 for that half-mile time. Gotham Gray is down towards the inside. They're 1-2, and now Gotham Gray is back in front as they work into the far turn. Watching them is Giggling Ghosts in behind them as well. That's Shopping at Bloomie's, who's looking for room, is in the 4th spot. Nowhere to go right now. Let Me Drink is launching a rally as they start to bunch up. As these pace setters start to come back, Jenny May, Shopping at Bloomie's got the worst of it. It's Giggling Ghosts in the pink cap who's going to have the lead at the top of the lane. Giggling Ghost now kicks for home. Let Me Drink is right there. Here comes Frosty Invasion with a big run, and Frosty Invasion at a big number is now out in the center of the course, is running on. April Spritz is coming from way out of it, and April Spritz is now sprinting as well. It's Frosty Invasion at a huge number. Frosty Invasion approaches the 16th pole. Let Me Drink down towards the inside. April Spritz, the Friday finale. Give it to Frosty Invasion at a price. Frosty Invasion at a big number. Then Let Me Drink, April Spritz. Then came Spurs in 1 minute 42 seconds flat.
Frosty Invasion, 43 to 1, I believe.
Seemed like an underlay.
It does seem like an underlay. 0 for 14 coming in. Hard to make at all. And turf had shown very little.
Horrendous in 2 turf races. Hey, great day for Dom Scatino. That's 2 wins for Dominic. I picked the wrong Davis sister here. I took Katie, who ran 4th with a good trip. Not Katie's fault. Jackie Davis getting the win aboard this horse. And I don't know how you have this horse without an all, but I tip my cap to you if you did. And I tip my cap to Dom Scatino as well. They were flying up front. I mean, the one was, as we said, was a hideous gamble at that price, but they were flying up front. I mean, they went 22.92, 46.34. For this quality horse, what was the final time? Even at a very firm course, 142.18, they were absolutely torching it towards the front end. And whatever chance the one had was obviously mitigated by that.
Unreal result to end things here at Aqueduct on a Friday. We still have more coming up from Oaklawn, including their feature.
Is that a carryover?
This card.
Should we look up as a carryover?
In the books.
I am going to look that up.
I have to say yes to that.
No, was covered.
Someone had this.
Nobody had my 4, but somebody had this one.
Wow. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Good magic in a good
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally SoCal with us as well. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In a nearly impossible result in the nightcap here in New York, Frosty Invasion, Jackie Davis, Dominic Schettino, owned by Robert Rosenthal, Martin Greenberg in a 43-1 shot, who had 2 prior turf starts and had done nothing on the grass with the win.
Listen, I feel like you did, Greg. I could have used all and left this horse out. I am no way going to suggest it's going to have him, but what I will say is this is why these kind of races, you shouldn't be afraid to take a chance with some goofy horse on pedigree or some goofy idea, because I know Gotham Gray got burned up in the fast pace and actually didn't run that badly, but when horses like that are going off at 8-5, there's money to be made. And believe me, I could never have had this horse, but there are opportunities when horses like that get overbet. My problem is I couldn't have this horse in a million years.
Very few could, but as you said, somebody did, and they did in the pick 6 as well. Pick 6 hit. You see 22,000 and change for that payoff today. Pick 5 comes back just over $5,000, close to $5,100. Well done if you put that together, and we're able to cash on Frosty Invasion here to close out $89.50 in the finale here in New York of this Friday card.
Congrats to Dominic Schettino on 2 wins today. A very logical horse winning the second race, and a slightly less logical horse winning the last race, but nice to see Dominic get the 2 wins.
Back to Hot Springs, race 8 at Oaklawn. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming race. And a horse who was 9-5 morning line, Call Me Q, with a big win on a race taken off the turf, is opened up at 16-1 right now. We'll have more on the 8th from Oaklawn when we come back. Norm Cassie, it has been the meet of a lifetime for that young man. He has been dominant this entire meet in Hot Springs. Got a chance for a huge upset on Saturday in the Apple Blossom.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have a terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it, probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepin has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepin.
Tepin in front. Tepin, Colorado wins the effort near the line. Tepin puts Bamboo. Wins for America back the quicker.
Tepin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground. Tepin.
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own because she gave me that confidence. When I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us, and to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's Bred Regret. It's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far. There's two simple goals. I would like to be the guy in Kentucky, at that very top tier at Churchill and Kingland. That would be one of my main goals, but the only goal is to win the Kentucky Derby.
One of the most talented young trainers in this game, Norm Cassidy, and this is saying something. He's cooled off considerably. He's still winning at 36%. That's how he was over 50% for a lot of this meet.
Yeah, no, he's obviously had an absolutely sensational meet, and he's also got probably the second choice for the Kentucky Oaks right now, and the horse South Lawn, is it? The horse that won at Louisiana. She ran very well, so this is a breakout year for Norm. I couldn't be happier for him.
And he also has the filly to catch in that 4-horse field in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the only one that wants to be in front in that race. You never know.
Yeah, I listen, I don't blame him for taking a shot and going, and I agree with you. She is controlling speed.
Here's the post break for the 8th, and this is Call Me Q. Again, 9-5 morning line, 10-1 right now.
Yeah, this horse ran a huge figure last time off the turf at Fairgrounds. It's a little hard to believe, but if you believe it, you're getting a price.
Rocking Rocket at 11-1, D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, Wayne is cutting this horse back, which is a move that works for him occasionally, but we'll see. We'll have to improve. Has one good figure.
New gelding here. Todd Fincher sends out American Outlaw.
Very hard to make on his form.
Won the debut. It's sort of been downhill since. Did run a good second effort, but struggled after that. Here's Commerce Comment, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, it's another horse that's had his chances. He just seems a little slow to win here.
And won at 4-5 last time out, close to the pace. Easy Action, 6-5. Favorite, Norm Cassidy.
Figures to be pace in this race, but he's the outside of the speeds, and he runs back to his last race. Boy, they're going to be tough to beat him.
Axton won the debut. It was at Oaklawn, but against the softer group.
And he didn't break. He broke about 2 slow that day and flew up, flew late. But the problem is it was a race that completely collapsed against weaker.
Rivet, Steve Asmussen with his son Keith here.
Didn't think this horse was impossible if you're looking for an alternative. Could get the right stalking trip.
35-1, Mr. Muldoon, who won in Canterbury in the mud.
He would be an upset of the Frosty Invasion type.
And 4-1 outside protege Ron Moquette with David Cabrera.
Ron Moquette does not have great numbers turning back, but he does at Oaklawn Park, and I thought this was an interesting player. I like the cutback, so if I was looking to beat the favorite, I would use the 9.
Can the dream meet for Norm Cassidy continue? He's got the even money favorite, guys.
He wants to be the man in Kentucky. Right now, he is the man here in Arkansas, Norm Cassidy. It feels like an understatement simply calling it a breakout meet, a breakout year. Paul, and tomorrow an opportunity at what would be a first career Grade 1 should Hot and Sultry get brave on the lead.
Yeah, and, he's just had a tremendous year. It started with Pretty Birdie, and then he had Hot and Sultry. And I would honestly say, and Norm would probably tell you, one of his better ones went down on the 1s and 2s, and she's on the comeback. And Hot and Sultry has sort of, picked up the slack a little bit. The horse that Andy mentioned, I would think is going to be your second choice to wet paint in the Kentucky Oaks, that won the Fairground Oaks for Norm. So, yeah, he's having it. Yeah, Southland. So he's having a tremendous year. I thought, Hot and Sultry was very good. This is a horse that's going long around 2 turns. There is a mile race on this horse's resume. Yeah, this is the second time, so she might get a little bit braver. The worry is Secret Oath and Claire are going to be that far behind her, you know what I mean?
Same connections for the Leblancs. Easy action coming up in this 8th race. Oaklawn Park. We'll see how far she can carry her speed, taking on the big girls, as you mentioned. Yeah. Clariere, Secret Oath, Hot and Sultry. Norm Cassidy looking for that first Grade 1 win. As for Easy Action, even money. This is her most recent here, Paul, and a solid second-place finish after pressing the pace early on.
I thought this was a good race. Listen, Armand was bet off the board. They were both actually co-favorites that day, 3-5 and 8-1. You could see that Easy Action is trying to come back out inside. And look how much they're stretched away from the field. They're 5.5 lengths clear. I thought this was a very good effort. Your worry that you have is the horse does have a win only over a sloppy racetrack. There is some pace in here. And the 1 was very interesting. A horse that went about 11 lengths last time out, 9-5 on the line, is taking no money at 10-1. So is that horse going to show some speed? Someone has to go with Easy Action early, or the race will be over early.
Talking about Call Me Q at 10-1. Maggie, that's been the theme for about half an hour. At 43-1, bombs away Aqueduct, and right here at Oaklawn, a 19-1 shot in the 7th.
Yeah, this is a good-looking crew of 3-year-old sprinters, Lafitte, and I wouldn't be surprised if Easy Action does win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bum. There's, like I said, there's horses at big odds that make big impressions on me, and I'm not shocked that Call Me Q isn't taking as much money as that morning line did project, because, as Andy said, he feels like a one-figure horse, but that was his first race as a 3-year-old. And as I always say, as horses get older, they tend to get faster. But you have to call into question the overall quality of the field that he faced. He beat an 0-for-13 maiden, who was more of a dirt horse. The horse that finished 3rd, his last Beyer speed figure was a 14, and the 2 others in that race were first-time starters. He trounced him. I am pleasantly surprised with what I see from him physically. He looks like your typical not this time big burly horse, and though I've never seen him before, it's my estimation that he has done very well physically from 2 to 3. Would not be surprised if he runs a bit better than the board would suggest. Number 9, Protege, was the horse I was most intrigued by when handicapping this race on paper. I love the turn back for him. He tries hard in those longer races, but he just doesn't see it through, and he's a bit of a smaller, typier individual where the turn back just makes a ton of sense, especially if he does get a little bit of pace to close into. And speaking of a horse that, as Andy said, could be stalking and in the right position, that is number 7, Rivet. Now, he won a race which was restricted to horses who sold or RNA'd in their last sale for $75,000 or less. But it was also the first time he ran with blinkers, and he was able to lay closer. And I think that's what you need to do with this horse. Made a excellent impression on me. I mean, last time I saw him was an early 2-year-old, and he has done some growing and filling out. He might be on the up and up with the addition of those blinkers. And then a complete shot in the dark. Longest price on the board, guys, Mr. Muldoon. Looking at his pedigree, he might be more of a turf horse, which is the race he won over at Canterbury. But the horse who finished second in that race at Chasing Chaos, he won the El Camino Real Derby. Granted, that's on synthetic. This horse is incredibly good looking, just big, burly. He might be more of a turf horse looking at him physically, but just one that I thought might be able to outrun those very long odds.
44-1 for Mac Robertson. Mr. Muldoon, I think the bottom line here is, Paul, at least on paper, it doesn't feel like there's this much of a discrepancy between Easy Action and everyone else. If you like another, you're getting a price.
Yeah, and a lot of people would argue maybe Easy Action will take a tiny bit of a step back from that 91 buyer. You know, the other horses in here that are interesting. The 6th Axton, I can't remember I ever seen a horse dwelt. If a lot of viewers, it says dwelt, a lot of people will look at a common line and will say left and gate. When they say dwelt, basically means they walked out of the gate. This horse spotted a field 20 lengths. Now, I know not much, but came rolling up the rail. And Donnie Von Hemmel's the kind of guy that doesn't get him cranked up first time. I think the horse just did it on his own. Doesn't really know what he was doing out there. But you're getting him at 11-1. It seems like that's a little too low of a price considering facing a little tougher. You know, the 9 Protege, Giant Mischief at one time was supposed to be the real deal. Hit Show was supposed to be the real deal. Gun Pilot. So, like, where do you go with the 9 Protege? Because he's run against some nice horses.
Really good feature tomorrow leading up to the Apple Blossom. David Cabrera, who will be riding hot and sultry for Norm Cassie. You don't want to miss that. Apple Blossom tomorrow afternoon on Fox Sports 2. All set for the Friday feature from Oaklawn. Moving into line. 3-5 now for Norm Cassie's Easy Action in the lead longs. Keith Byer standing by.
Then will be Protege. Protege drew the outside post. Gold cap. In he goes, all in line. And they're off. Call Me Q from the inside is displaying speed. American Outlaw away well. Commerce Comet is sharing that lead, and Easy Action, the favorite, is right up there as well. In fact, Easy Action, 3 deep, is 3rd. Call Me Q now 4th. Rivet is outside of him and racing in 5th in the white. Then a length and a half to Rocking Rocket. He's racing back in 6th. And then it's a 2.5 length break back to Protege. He's given them about a 9 length head start. Then Mr. Muldoon. And Axton broke well today. He came from the clouds last time, and he'll have to cloud it again today as American Outlaw, the son of American Pharaoh, leads the way to the upper stretch here. Commerce Comet drops back from between. Inside of him is Call Me Q. And here's Easy Action cruising up. And wider than that is Rivet as they straighten away American Outlaw and Richard Aramia. But here's Rivet up on the outside, fresh off that maiden win, gaining ground. Easy Action is not going to get there today at a short price. And here is Rivet. And Keith Asmussen, he is going to get there. And Rivet impressively draws clear. Big improvement for him the last couple outs. American Outlaw, a good second here. Easy Action, a non-threatening 3rd. And Axton picked up some pieces for 4th.
Father and son, Keith and Steve Asmussen teaming up with Rivet in the 8th at Oaklawn, 6-1 at post time.
This is why you got to check all the boxes. If you look at Rivet, first 3 races, a little bit average, getting out of the gate not too well. Blinkers get put on, and the last 2 efforts have been very sharp. You know, the last time this horse dueled, went to the front end, and then Keith sort of took this horse back. He's been getting better and better, and he went right by the 3, who I thought was home and cooled out here. But this horse has gotten a ton better with the blinkers on, and another good ride by Keith.
Good ride there. We'll ride Payne in tomorrow's $500,000 count fleet. American Outlaw trying to steal this thing, 32-1. The favorite, Easy Action. ¿Qué pasó?
Yeah, you know, I think the horse never got to the front end. They went 21-45. We'd mentioned there was some pace in this race. And when you go look at Easy Action, you know, Norm tried to make him go around 2 turns. That didn't work. He's yet to pass a horse. in 6 races. So if he doesn't get to the front end, you just found out he can't pass a horse. So he's got to get it somewhat his own on the front end. And at 3 to 5, I mean, 3 to 5 was ridiculous. This horse should have been about 6 to 5 in that area, 7 to 5 on the line, not 3 to 5. You got a lot of 3-year-olds that can improve at this time of the year.
He takes a step forward. Just fun to watch. The Asmussen boys, Keith and Steve, Rivet for the Heilig Brooks, shades of Matoli. Same colors, same owner. Rivet from Off the Pace in the Friday feature at 6 to 1. Results reaction when we come back.
Agenda. The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
From Oaklawn Park, Aqueduct card in the books. We have the nightcap coming up in Hot Springs. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com. Back in the 8th in the feature. Father and son teaming up for a victory with Rivet here. Steve Asmussen, son Keith. And now back-to-back victories for this 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, we talked about it before the race, and then Maggie talked about it as well. Clearly, the light went off last time out. He's just an improving horse. Thought they were a little overconfident on the favorite, but at the end of the day, he just had no finish at all.
Yeah, improving horse, and we've talked about it a lot on this program, improving young rider, too. We've seen it during this meet. No. Keith Asmussen has really grown up as a jockey.
I agree. The difference in his riding between now and the beginning of the meet is night and day, and that's a sign of a talented rider, but also somebody that takes his craft seriously. So I'm very impressed how much he's improved.
1580 on your winner. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with the father and son duo getting Rivet to the winner's circle today, Steve and Keith. And Keith, since the blinkers were put on Rivet, turned a serious corner. Now, I'm going to let you take all the credit, right?
Oh, no. The colt ran fantastic. Adding blinkers, he seriously puts himself into contention. Broke super sharp today, put him in the race, elected to save some ground, and he took off when you asked him. He ran fantastic.
Now, you can tell that you went to college. I know that you made him wait to start this race riding career. Talk a little bit about what it's like going to races with your son in the saddle.
Well, it's as much fun as I've ever had in racing. You know, the family's been unbelievably blessed to be in the sport, and it continues tenfold in this way.
Keith, the guys were just giving you some props, as I was saying, of just how much you've improved and seriously watching you over this meet, how well you've been riding. What kind of factors have gone into it, and is this like the serious profession? To be fair, you're taller than me. I like interviewing people taller than me because people are always like, you're so much shorter in person.
No, for sure, serious profession. You know, just little incremental changes that come with more repetitions, I think have made the world of improvement, and plan to keep going that direction.
I love it. I love the confidence, guys. Massive congratulations teaming up here with Rivet.
Oh, thank you very much. Just very proud of Rivet and Keith.
As he should be. Guys?
Pretty neat to have this father-son duo be able to team up like this, and we've seen it all meet long, and again, Keith making big strides.
I mean, you look at this ride. It's like he sat behind horses with cover. He didn't get impatient. He knew they were moving a little bit up front. He probably obviously felt like he had horse, and he saved ground. He didn't make a premature move. He didn't make a premature wide move. He saved ground. He angled out. You need the horse to get you there, but you also need a rider that does the right things to get there. And in this case, that was the case with Keith, and I think we've seen that in a number of rides. Horses he's made the difference on by riding extremely well.
Good for him. We still got one coming up to close out this card. Going to be a mile and a 16th in the nightcap in Hot Springs on this Friday afternoon. Arkansas bred, first level allowance often means almost anything can happen.
You're going to say it often means I have absolutely no idea who's going to win the race, right? And the board reflects that, right? Wide open.
Gold Strategy right now, who is 12-1 morning line's your current favorite, coming off, took the 12th start of her career to break her maiden, did it sprinting, now going to go back going long.
12-1 morning line. I had the horse to throw out, probably a cinch.
We'll have it for you when we come back, and we'll have the story of Chelsea Bailey from the octagon to the mat. She's now showing that she's has that same kind of fight as a jockey in this Colony in Hot Springs. Stay with us.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. So have the nightcap coming up from Hot Springs on this Friday card. And of course, Saturday. We hope you stay with us late into the evening in our coverage. We'll be bringing you part 2 of our coverage that includes the Apple Blossom, one of the premier races in the Distaff division, with 2 of the stars of that division. Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath, and of course, multiple Grade 1 winner, Clariere. That to come on Saturday. Well, there's no denying that Chelsea Bailey is a fighter. In her case, quite literally. She has gone from the mat to the octagon to the saddle in a career where her work ethic has set her apart. State champion as a wrestler in high school, undefeated in a brief mixed martial arts career. Bailey is now making a name for herself in Hot Springs.
I'm a very, very competitive person.
It is richness in front.
Real nice, patient, confident ride from Chelsea Bailey.
Chelsea? Yeah. Did you bet on me? Yes. They're both like almost like along the same parallel that you are an athlete, you have weight that's involved, you have to have upper body strength. I have a really good balance that I've taken that I've used from there. You have to have, split-second decision action time. It's the same thing. When that bell rings, anything can happen in the fight, and when that gate opens, anything can happen in the race. I've had 3 professional fights. I had 1 fight for the Ultimate Fighter because it was for a reality TV show.
Chelsea trains with UFC champion Misha Tate.
You got this, girl.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's fight.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels really good to punch somebody in the face. Especially if, they've been talking bad about you. You train so hard, and when you can go out there and you can just really connect, it's a pretty good feeling. It's kind of a weird twist of fate and destiny that I was able to actually meet my husband and was able to get me involved with the horse racing. You have to be able to know how to go out there and ride the horse and give the horse the best ride that you can and do everything you can to try to win the race.
This is Charlie. This is Charlie Can Do. He's so laid back. He's a really nice horse to be around, and he's super kind.
Charlie Can Do did. Charlie Can Do won by 8.
Chelsea Bailey able to do just that. Tom Swearingen Racing Stable, the winning owner, winning trainer.
Liked everything about her, the way she handled the horses, her dedication was extreme. And so from that point on, I thought we would be able to use her, let her ride some horses. We were really happy with what she did, and everybody likes her, and her work ethic is second to none. She's a very, very dedicated person.
The toughest part is keeping the momentum going, not getting hurt, doing good. It's like when you're hot, you're hot. When you're down, you're down. I love boxing. I love to hit the bag. I like combinations, but my background is wrestling. So I feel really comfortable on the ground. My ground game is pretty sick.
Don't get out with your hip out in front of the shoulders, Steve Smith. You're way too forward. Pressure behind the shoulders. Tighten it up. Change sides, create angles.
It's really cool to see that there are more girls that are getting interested in it and want to get involved, and I feel really special that I'm able to help out and kind of lend my experience and give them tips and give them my 2 cents and kind of help out with them. Like wrap the shoulder around there to use your head. It's not just the girls, it's also the guys and everything. I'm a good body to help practice with, and I can help find faults and things that they're doing wrong, and I can also work with them because I'm more their size. It's really awesome. I'm glad to be a part of the community in that factor, and not just at the racetrack, but also helping out with the kids at the school and stuff and volunteering. I really enjoy it.
Neat story there, Paulie, with Chelsea Bailey. We've seen her have some nice success at this meet. And, of course, Saturday, she's going to have a very big moment on a huge long shot in a Grade 1. What's that opportunity going to be like for Chelsea Bailey?
She's so excited. I couldn't be more happier for her, Greg. When you're a professional athlete like she is, and she is a professional athlete, to cross sports like she has from MMA to being a jockey, the one thing that you always got to do when you're a professional athlete is to teach yourself how to slow down your heartbeat in different situations. And her coming from an MMA background, there's got to be many times she's been on the floor. Listen, she fought Misha Tate, okay? Misha Tate, don't forget, she knocked out Ronda Rousey. Okay, so she's been in the ring with some elite fighters before. So you have to be able to slow your heartbeat down and be able to control the situation, especially in a fight. And I would think the same when you get on a racehorse. And I've been more impressive where she's aggressive with her horses. She puts her horses in the right spot. And then when she gets off horses, she gives feedback immediately to the trainer. She's always wanting to learn. I always see her talking to Tom a lot. Tom Swearington seems like he's like sort of guiding her along a little bit. But I've been more impressed with her as, you know, I say this to a lot of people and jockeys all the time. You know, I play professional baseball. You fail 7 out of 10 times, you're still a 300 hitter. That's failing a lot. You fail almost 82% of the time. You're an 18% rider. You have to have a short-term memory, and I think that Chelsea's background of being able to slow your heartbeat down, being in tough situations where she could have been maybe getting choked out, or you have to be able to calm yourself down in fights, that has helped her along the way to become a jockey. Listen, what she's done in this short period of time is pretty amazing, Greg, to be honest with you, and I think she's a heck of a rider.
Some really interesting perspective, Paulie, that you bring up there. Yeah, being able to slow yourself down in those big moments, key, especially for riders when they get in moments like this, certainly can only help you when you're riding at a top level like this. Good to see her get an opportunity. Obviously, it's a huge long shot. It would be one of the most shocking results we'd see all year, but just to be in a race like that is an honor.
Which won't be worth his 4th. So yeah, no, she's really ridden well. I like that feature. Good stuff. I also like Paulie's pocket square. Very impressed by the pocket square today.
Strong wardrobe.
He really looks sharp. He has to with Lafitte there. He has to show Lafitte up. Yeah, you look good, Paulie. You're looking good.
Thank you. It was in one of my Easter baskets, Andy. And I will say this to you, Andy. I'm going to give my man Andy Serling props. Of all my people at NYRA, the first person to wish me a happy birthday, Mr. Serling. Thank you, Andy.
Well, you're welcome, Paulie. I just want you to know my birthday's coming up in June, so I don't want you to forget. It was a setup.
Of course it was.
I expect a cash gift. Nothing less.
Happy birthday, Paulie. He's been doing a tremendous job for us all week long.
For sure.
No question. So we still got one more coming up. This nightcap ahead. Set it up for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Kylie Jordan will have the story of this rider. Going to be in the nightcap coming up on Mocha Kiss, having a tremendous meet. Be riding for Shea Stewart coming up on maybe a long shot with a bit of an outside look in the finale.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to get Take Charge Indy back.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Year-old Kylie Jordan can't imagine doing anything else.
I get on horses every single day, and that's what I love to do. And just being able to make trainers and owners happy and stuff like that, that's a big part too. I would just need a little bit more ground with her every time.
It's horses and family 24/7.
My sister's always been right there next to me, and I appreciate it and super grateful for that. My parents have always been super supportive of everything. They try to come down and watch me as much as they can if they're not at the track that I'm at, and I just have a great family that I can rely on for support.
Kylie and her older sister Taylin grew up in a small town in Iowa near Prairie Meadows. Their playground was the backstretch, helping and watching their father, Todd Jordan, train a small string of horses.
Me and my sister grew up on horses. We were out in the barn every single day.
Kylie started galloping horses as a 16-year-old. She got her jockey's license at age 20. Kylie may have won her first race in May of 2021.
And here's the win for apprentice Kylie Jordan.
But 2022 was a storybook beginning to her career.
Winning rider is Kylie Jordan.
She won riding titles at Will Rogers Downs and Prairie Meadows. And oh yeah, she also had a mount in the 2022 Breeders' Cup.
She has an innate ability to feel the horse and judge the horse and know its amount of energy. I think you're born with that. I don't think it's something that you can make, but you can improve. And Kylie has done that on her own because she's a hard worker and she loves horses and enjoys what she's doing.
That's probably my biggest strength, is just understanding the horse. That's my favorite horse, Handicapping. All the Gallop boys don't like getting on him, and he's like a pony for me.
With all of this success, there have been several viewing parties in Kylie's hometown of Fredericksburg, Iowa. Population 969.
Everybody's super supportive from back home, and I'm happy that I kind of opened everybody's eyes in the horse racing world back home, you know, because they didn't know anything about it until I started riding, and now there's watch parties and everything going on. It's something that you can't even really explain. It's a great feeling.
Neat story there with Kylie Jordan. Just 50 members of that graduating class in high school. Dad, of course, is a trainer and only started riding in 2021 and already has several meet titles under her belt.
That's pretty impressive. Wow. This is really just 2 full years of riding.
I'm going to see her on Mocha Kiss, the 3 in our nightcap coming up.
Could be part of a big pace.
And this race again, mile and a 16th, Arkansas bred first level allowance race coming up. And here's CC Harbor.
Got to come from the clouds. This horse has absolutely no speed, but they could be moving up front.
9-2 on the rail runner. The 3. Here's Kylie Jordan on Mocha Kiss.
I preferred others trying to get the mile and a 16th, but she could be part of the pace at the very least.
There she is. 3-time winner, 6-year-old mare by Flat Out.
Loved Flat Out.
Gold Strategy, Francisco Arrieta for Tammy Hornsby coming off a win.
I have no idea why this horse is taking money. This horse looks woefully slow stretching out off a maiden win, the 12 start. Feels like a 25-1 shot that's currently 9-2.
Yeah, the one-time routing, it was early in the career, but did not show a lot. Courtney Fay at 3-1.
Well, obviously a contender in this race, has been running the fast races and feels like a pretty logical horse, but we'll see.
Meet leading rider Christian Torres aboard the 5. The 6, War Music at 7-1.
Yeah, this horse is going to take a lot of money in here. Actually, 7-1 seems like a big price stretching out. I wonder how far this horse really wants to go, though.
Early dismissal, just 1 for 9.
A little tough to make, but has one okay race at the distance, so I'm not going to be too hard on him.
40 Bug at 25-1. Chelsea Moisey trains.
Oh, this would be an upset. Well, we've seen our share today.
Yeah, the maiden win for maiden 15 claiming last time out. That's a big step up for this runner. Hey there, Joji Girl. David Cabrera, rider change.
Oh, I get that. Another horse that looks a little slow on paper. Got some big prices towards the outside.
Guest in my heart. 44-1 here, Walter De La Cruz.
If you like 1 for 35s, this could be the horse for you.
Little rocker.
Greg loves a 1 to 35.
At 8-1, Randy Morris. This one coming off the second win of her career.
So they're overbetting horses because they won their last starts. Now I get it.
Dancing in the pulpit just won last start.
Is there a lot of dancing going on in the pulpit? I get it.
Depends where you're going.
Yeah, it's possible. Okay.
Could be.
Looks a little slow.
And also eligible gets in. This one only took 3 starts to win. Has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, I don't know why this one is 13-1 and the 11 7-1. They look the same horse.
Minute to post coming up in the nightcap. Let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, we see the favorite, the somewhat tepid favorite in number 5, Courtney Fay, who on paper does make the most sense. But from my perspective, looking at these horses physically, I can't recommend her. She's just really kind of drawn up, and she just does not look very strong behind the saddle. And you know me, I like my horses with a lot of push back there, and she just really lacks it. And on top of all that, just seems incredibly nervous. Granted, I don't know her, but just at first impression, I can't recommend. Now, a horse that's taking a lot of money that Andy was talking about is a horse that I feel like there's a little steam on. I've had several people come up to tell me that Gold Strategy was going to win the last. Stretching out in distance, has tried it before to not much success in a Arkansas bred maiden 20 way back when. But she is a big, rangy daughter of Street Strategy. So the physical presence is there to get a little bit more distance. And she looks as though she's doing well. Great energy, great weight and conditioning. So maybe where there's smoke, there is fire. As we'll take a look at number 3, Mocha Kiss, who was the one horse I was kind of interested in on paper. I think she comes out of a much tougher race. Now, I'm not sold on the fact that she wants to go this 1 1/16 distance, but she looks as though she's doing well, and she fits in here on form. As number 6, War Music, was one that I wasn't expecting to like, but I did. Watching her warm up, moving really well. As she stretches back out, she's kind of run the same race no matter what distance she's traveling. And I just thought last time she had too much to do, too much ground to make up going the 6 while making her way through traffic, never in a real clear running spot. So I think the added ground may help her today. But there's nobody more you want on your side when handicapping these Arkansas bred races, Lafitte, than the man sitting next to you in Paulo Duca.
And he's trying to smoke out a serious long shot. 33-1.
Well,
Bug, let's hear the sales pitch.
Well, the problem that I have in this race is, Maggie hits the nail on the head. The 4, 5, and 6, I thought were the horses in here. But the 13 to me is interesting. She Be Sheehan, a horse that had 2 races over a sloppy racetrack. And a lot of trainers will tell you they don't get a ton of fitness. Goes long for the first time. I get it. Set slow fractions and won the race. But the 8 Fortibug had 3 races, and this horse launched first time around 2 turns into a 1:14 pace. I understand they ran a mile in 1:42. I mean, I'm close to running a mile in 1:42. But at 40-1, Ramsey Zimmerman, and nothing against Jay Geraldo, he had 2 wins at the meet. Mm-hmm. So at 42-1, we've seen it happen before. The 5 is the horse to beat completely on paper. The 13 should not be 11-1. And I just think the 8 could hit the ticket at a big price.
Trying to pad the bankroll for Apple Blossom Saturday. Fortibug, Paul likes 42-1. You mentioned Courtney Fay, who is the current favorite at 2-1. And the updated jockey standings, Paul, and we've discussed it a little bit earlier. Christian Torres in this breakout meet he's had at Oaklawn Park and the numbers he's put up, and on the brink of capturing this riding title as we close things out.
Yeah, he really is. Taking the crown from Francisco Arrieta, who won it last year. And Francisco's having a very, very good meet, too. They just, two-horse race. It's been that way since the beginning. Bejarano started out pretty hot, but then Christian and Francisco just sort of tore away from the group. And you see Ricardo Santana. I tell you what, Nicky Juarez with his mounts had a good meet, and Isaac Castillo, and obviously we were talking about Keith, but Isaac Castillo was kind of riding second call for Steve, and I thought he had a really solid meet.
Christian Torres, going to be an exciting couple of weeks, final couple of weeks here at the Oaklawn meet. 9th and final on this eve of the Apple Blossom. Any final thoughts? We checked the tote board, Paul. Courtney Fay, 2-1.
The horse to beat. I think the horse that's getting overbet is the 6, and I think the horse that is getting underbet is the 13, but I'm going to take a shot. I use the 8, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. If the 8th wins, you might hear me scream.
Good. Best of luck with your bomb. He's done it before. We'll see if he can do it again. Fortibug, 43-1 at post time. All set for the 9th and final. Keith Byers standing by. Post time from Oaklawn.
Dancing in the Pulpit, and Early Dismissal. That leaves just the outside filly, She Be Sheehan. They're in the gate. And they're off. CC Harbor was slow away from there. And there goes Little Rocker. She's racing off early on. Hey There, Joji Girl, a second. And then to the outside, She Be Sheehan. She's racing in third into that clubhouse turn. And then comes Courtney Fay. She's positioned toward the outside. She's about 3 deep, sharing the 4th spot with Mocha Kiss. Mocha Kiss now 4th. Courtney Fay is in between runners now and racing in 5th. Outside of her is Guest in My Heart. She's caught about 4 deep onto the backstretch as Little Rocker and Marcelino Pedrosa have the lead to themselves. From behind Guest in My Heart, it's about a 2.5 length break to Gold Strategy, then Dancing in the Pulpit. 40 Bug is trying to inch up from along the inside. War Music is at the back along with Early Dismissal, and it's a long way back to CC Harbor with a half mile to the finish. Little Rocker with the lead a length to Mocha Kiss. Hey There, Joji Girl, the gray on the inside, is racing in third. Courtney Fay well within range. She's 4th and gaining up on the outside under Christian Torres. And then from the inside, 40 Bug is racing into 5th. She Be Sheehan is dropping back. Moving by her, Gold Strategy. War Music is looking for racing room and having to wait back there while appearing to have a bit of energy as they straighten away in the upper stretch. Dropping out of it is Little Rocker on the inside. Here's Courtney Fay roused up on the outside of Mocha Kiss. Mocha Kiss the inside and Courtney Fay. Courtney Fay with a neck in front. Then Mocha Kiss, followed by 40 Bug. CC Harbor is gaining on the inside. She's still about 3 lengths back, but closing well. Courtney Fay leads at CC Harbor. Gaining on the inside is going to get there. CC Harbor beats Courtney Fay. And then came War Music and Mocha Kiss.
CC Harbor up the fence, comes and steals this one late. Kelsey Har for Al Cates.
As we said, coming from the clouds, she got the pace, and wow, that was some run for her.
2 wins, 12 career starts. She said she'd be far back. This one was early, but gets a good trip here. That's it for us. We're on FS1 coverage tomorrow beginning 1 Eastern time, 1 to 4. FS2 coverage, 4 to 4:30, and then 6:30 to 8. That includes the Apple Blossom. We'll see the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, there with last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. Winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen. He's going to bring his multiple Grade 1 winner to the party in Clairiere. Round 2 between Secret Oath and Clairiere from Hot Springs in the Apple Blossom tomorrow.